At 24, my parents banned me from dating until I turned 28 after my sister's abusive ex. Today, I married in secret, and the truth will shock them. Following what happened to my sister, Olivia, my parents imposed precisely one rule. No dating, partnerships or romantic entanglement until I was 28, otherwise they would cut off all financial assistance and leave me on my own. They did not adopt this regulation because they were controlling or pious. They made it because they had witnessed Olivia's lover, Luke, slowly ruin her over 4 years, isolating her from friends, convinced her she was useless, and eventually sending her in the hospital with a shattered skull when she attempted to flee. She was 24 when it began, which is the same age I am now. My parents were unable to safeguard Olivia because they failed to see the warning signals until it was too late. So they chose to safeguard me by removing the chance totally. There was no dating, thus there was no risk of making the incorrect choice. Simple math in their wounded minds. The difficulty was that I had previously met Noah 7 months before the regulation was enforced. We were organic chemistry lab mates, and he had a manner of explaining complicated chemicals that reminded me of novels about little people embarking on adventures. He made me giggle throughout the most difficult semester of my pre-medical studies. And in between bonding over botched titrations and celebrating our first successful synthesis, I fell madly in love with him. Noah and I had been covertly dating for 3 months when my parents revealed the new rule 4 weeks after Olivia was released from the hospital. I went home that night and grieved in his apartment, sure that we'd have to end our relationship since I couldn't afford medical school without my parents' aid. Noah embraced me and told me that we'd work it out together, that 4 years wasn't forever, and that he'd wait as long as necessary. We grew skilled at concealing in plain sight. Noah was my study companion, tutoring buddy, and friend who happened to live near college, allowing me to remain late at the library without troubling my parents. We studied at coffee shops, sitting across from one another with textbooks open and holding hands under the table where no one could see. We spent anniversaries at his apartment with takeout and calm music, and I always made sure to leave early enough to continue my story. My roommate Maya knew the truth and continually covered for me, giving my parents updates on our girls' nights while I was cuddled up on Noah's sofa watching medical dramas and dissecting their awful representations of hospital procedures. For 3 years we maintained a delicate balance between hidden connection and public friendship, and it worked because my parents were so concerned on Olivia's rehabilitation that they didn't pay too much attention to my life. Olivia knew, however. She found it out about 10 months in when she came to see me at school and noticed how Noah and I stared at each other in the campus center. She grabbed me aside later and asked directly whether we were together, and I couldn't lie to her. I expected her to be upset or inform our parents, but instead she hugged me and said she was delighted I met someone who could make me smile like that. She made me swear to be cautious and to listen if anyone told me they spotted red flags, since she hadn't and it nearly killed her. I promised, and she became our secret keeper. The sole family member who knew the truth. She'd cover for me when I needed an alibis and send text warnings if our parents inquired too much about my social life. She stated that observing Noah and me gave her faith that good love might exist. Not every romance ended with shattered bones and restraining orders. Everything changed 7 months ago when Noah proposed. We were going up to a waterfall that he had promised to show me for months, and as we got to the top, he dropped down on one knee, holding a ring he'd been saving for since our first anniversary. He stated he understood we couldn't tell anybody and couldn't be married until my parents' artificial deadline passed. But he wanted me to know that he was prepared to wait as long as it needed. I said yes, while weeping so hard that I couldn't see the ring. He picked a modest silver band with a little sapphire since he knew I'd need something to hide. I wore it on a chain beneath my shirt, where my folks would never see it. And we began to refer to each other as fiancés in private, despite the fact that we maintained the study buddy fiction openly. We promised ourselves we'd make it official when I was 28 in 4 years, do a modest ceremony, and then stop hiding. Then Olivia became ill. She developed persistent headaches. After weeks of doctor visits and tests, they discovered a golf ball-sized brain tumor pushing against her frontal lobe. The neurosurgeon stated that it was most likely benign but needed to be removed as soon as possible to avoid irreversible harm. My parents were terribly devastated because the procedure was set for 9 weeks away. They had just regained Olivia after losing her to Luke's influence, and now they risk losing her forever to something growing within her head. I spent every evening in the hospital with them for Olivia's pre-surgery visits, and one night, after a particularly difficult meeting, Olivia brought me into the hallway alone. She informed me that she had amended her will, just in case. One of her desires was that if something happened to her during surgery, she wanted me to quit hiding and start living my life. She wanted me to marry Noah and be happy rather than waiting for some artificial limit that our devastated parents had set. I informed her that nothing was going to happen. The surgeon had estimated the success rate was around 95%, but she grasped my hand tightly and made me promise nevertheless. She said she had spent 4 years of her life locked with someone who made her unhappy. And she was not going to let me spend another 3 years hiding someone who made me happy. I promised, even though the thought of her not being okay made me sick. The procedure was set for a Monday morning in November, with a 7-hour recuperation period before we could see her. My parents took time off work and practically relocated inside the hospital's waiting room. Noah joined me and sat in the corner, pretending to study but actually providing comfort. When the surgeon finally emerged after 7 hours instead of 6, we all sprang up so quickly that we nearly knocked over chairs. He said the tumor was more intricate than the scans revealed, wrapping around blood arteries in ways that made removal difficult. But they'd gotten everything, and Olivia was stable. She awoke disoriented and nauseated, but she did wake up. Over the next 2 weeks, she healed quicker than predicted, roaming the hallways and moaning about hospital food by day 4. The diagnosis came out benign, as hoped, and the surgeon stated she wouldn't require radiation or chemotherapy, only monitoring to ensure nothing grew back. My parents sobbed in relief, perhaps thanking every deity they'd ever heard of. Olivia requested a private conversation with me the night before her release. I assumed she wanted to talk about post-surgical care, or anything practical, but instead she asked whether I recalled my pledge. I answered, of course. But she was okay now, so there was no need to rush things. She shook her head, stating that going through this had taught her that life was too brief and unpredictable to waste time waiting for ideal conditions. She advised me to marry Noah immediately, not in 4 years, and she would help me figure out how to tell our parents later. I went home that night and told Noah what Olivia had said, and we talked until 3 a.m. about whether we were bold enough to do it. We'd been playing things safe for so long that the prospect of actually opposing my parents seemed horrifying and wrong. But we couldn't deny that Olivia was correct. We'd already wasted 3 years concealing, and 4 more years felt like an eternity when we were already certain of each other. Noah offered to marry me if I was ready to risk my parents' response. I suggested, let's do it next month instead, give us time to plan something small and figure out how to break the news. We settled on a courtroom ceremony with only a few close friends, nothing flashy, simply legal, real and ours. We chose a date of January 16th, exactly 9 weeks away, and began making modest preparations that my parents would never notice. During my winter vacation, Maya assisted me in shopping for a dress. Something basic and cream-colored that I could wear again so it wouldn't look strange sitting in my closet. Noah's best buddy, Ben, consented to be our witness, and Olivia promised to show up even if it meant skipping a follow-up visit. We didn't send out invites or reserve a location since we didn't want my parents to learn anything. We just required the marriage license, 2 witnesses, and an officiant to complete a 5-minute ceremony at the courthouse downtown. It seemed like the most significant decision of my life while yet being too simple to be true. My roommate asked whether I was worried about my parents cutting me off financially, and I was horrified. Medical school was expensive, and I had already taken out loans to cover some of my tuition. Losing their assistance would result in further debt and maybe having to take time off to work, delaying my graduation. Noah, on the other hand, had already graduated from engineering school and was working at a computer business downtown. He'd been accumulating money particularly for the potential of us having to support ourselves if my parents responded negatively. He showed me his bank account one night to prove he was serious, that we could truly make it through this. He had planned our budget expecting that I would lose all parental assistance. And, while it would be tight and we'd have to be cautious, it was manageable. I sobbed when I saw those spreadsheets because they represented 3 years of him preparing for our future at a time when most people our age were still deciding what to have for supper. We convinced ourselves that maybe my parents would surprise us, that seeing me happy would be more important than following their fear-based rules. But we planned for the worst-case situation. The most difficult thing was lying to my parents every day leading up to the wedding. They'd call to check in and inquire about my classes and studies, and I'd assure them everything was okay while concealing my engagement ring beneath my shirt. My mother would discuss Olivia's recovery and how pleased she was that our family was finally recovering. I was completely oblivious that I was going to disrupt their calm. I was continuously guilty because I knew what I was doing would hurt them, even though I believed it was right. Olivia kept telling me that my guilt will vanish once I was married and happy. Our parents' anxieties did not have complete influence over my life. She had gone through hell with Luke and survived, and she felt my healthy connection with Noah deserved to be out in the open rather than hidden away. She assisted me in practicing. What I would say when I ultimately informed them, going through many scenarios and reactions until I was prepared for every potential reply. Luke was released from parole 4 weeks before the wedding. Olivia received a notification from the victim services coordinator and quickly contacted me, her voice trembling so terribly that I couldn't understand her. He had only spent 4 years of his 10-year sentence due to jail overcrowding and good behavior, and now he was out with an ankle monitor and a restraining order, which Olivia dismissed as just paperwork. My parents went into full protective mode again, installing new locks and security cameras, and effectively placing Olivia under house arrest for her own safety. The restraining order indicated Luke couldn't get within 500 feet of her, but they didn't believe it. They had previously trusted the judicial system, and it had failed her. This change clearly made my situation more problematic because my parents were now extremely concerned about anything that may harm their girls. I considered postponing the wedding, but Olivia said no. She claimed Luke's exit was precisely why I needed to go through with it. To demonstrate that his acts did not provide him permanent power over our entire family. She explained that my connection with Noah had nothing to do with her experience with Luke, and that confusing the two was precisely the problem with our parents' blanket prohibition on dating. Not all men were Luke. Not all relationships ended violently. I deserved my own tale, independent from hers. She vowed she'd be in the courthouse on January 16th, even if our parents had her on lockdown, and that she'd find a way to be there for me as I had been for her after the operation. The night before the wedding, I could not sleep at all. I slept in my dorm room, looking at the ceiling as Maya slept blissfully in the next bed, and I ran over every potential scenario in my head. Best case scenario, my parents were wounded, but later reconciled. Worst case scenario, they cut me off totally, and I didn't see them again for years. The morning of January 16th dawned chilly and sunny, and I awoke at 6, despite the fact that the ceremony wasn't until 11. Maya forced me eat breakfast despite the fact that my stomach was in knots, and she helped me prepare as if we were going to combat. I put on the cream dress, basic makeup, and the ring that had been hidden beneath my shirt for 7 months. Maya snapped pictures of me in our dormitory room. When my future children inquire about my wedding day, I plan to show them these photos. Noah texted at 9:30, saying he was already at the courthouse with Ben and that the officiant will be ready anytime we arrived. I informed Maya it was time to leave, and we strolled out into the chilly January air toward downtown. My phone rang while we were 3 streets away, and I almost dropped it when I realized it was my mother calling. My hands were trembling so terribly that I couldn't answer, so Maya grabbed my arm to support me. My mother's voice was tense with barely contained worry. She questioned where I was since she had phoned my dorm room and I had not answered. I stated I was grabbing coffee with Maya before my afternoon class, which was a lie because it was only 10 a.m., and I didn't have class on Thursdays. She told me she wanted me to come home straight now because something had happened to Olivia. My heart stopped and I inquired whether Olivia was all right, if Luke had broken the restraining order, and if she was wounded. Olivia was physically okay, according to my mother, but she left the house this morning without informing anybody of her whereabouts. And, considering Mason's release on parole, they were scared something had happened to her. They'd been phoning for 3 hours and she hadn't answered the phone. I felt sick because I knew where Olivia was. She was already in the courthouse, waiting for me. And now our parents were losing their wits because they thought Mason had stolen her. I informed my mother that I'd try contacting Olivia as well and would let her know if I got through, then disconnected up before she could ask any further questions. Maya glanced at me and asked what we were doing, and I told her we were still going to the courts because Olivia was clearly determined to be there, even if it meant our parents panicked. I contacted Olivia to check if she'd noticed Mom's calls, and she instantly replied that she had, but she'd quiet her phone since today was about me, and she wasn't going to miss it. She said she'd text her mother after the ceremony to say she was at a friend's house and had lost track of time. I felt terrible that my wedding was causing this mess, but we were now 4 blocks from the courthouse, Noah was waiting, and going back now seemed impossible. Maya told me we could still postpone if I wanted, but I shook my head and continued going. The courthouse was an antique structure with marble flooring and towering ceilings that made every sound reverberate. Noah was standing at the entryway wearing a black outfit that I had never seen before. And when he saw me, his entire face brightened up, making all of the complications worthwhile. Ben was there with a camera, ready to capture everything. Olivia arrived from around a corner, wearing a blue dress and a huge smile, despite the turmoil she had caused at home. She grabbed me tightly and murmured how proud she was of me for going through with this. The officiant was a pleasant-looking woman in her 50s who led us to a little room on the 3rd floor where weddings took place. The entire area felt strange. This little chamber with fluorescent lighting was where individuals made lifelong vows between lunch breaks and parking ticket payments. The officiant asked whether we were ready, and Noah took my hand. We were suddenly uttering vows scribbled on notebook paper at 2 a.m. Noah pledged to support my aspirations, even if they involved years of medical school stress and restless residency shifts. He vowed to be patient with my problematic family and never force me to pick between him and them if it could be avoided. I swore to entirely trust him and never let my parents' concerns make me doubt what we'd accomplished together. I committed to talk rather than hide when things became tough, since we were done keeping secrets after today. Noah kissed me after the officiant proclaimed us married, as Olivia, Maya and Ben celebrated quietly and respectfully in the courthouse. Ben photographed us signing the marriage certificate, and it became official and irreversible. I married at 22 to someone my parents had no idea I was dating. And in a few hours, I'd have to inform them and face what happened next. We drove to a small Italian restaurant nearby for a celebratory lunch. We were 5 people in a corner booth eating spaghetti and toasting with water glasses because none of us were old enough to legally order alcohol. Olivia's phone was constantly vibrating with calls from our parents. Finally, she excused herself, calling Mom back and telling her rehearsed story about being at a friend's house working on a project. I could hear her voice from across the diner, contrite yet strong. When she returned, she stated her mother was upset but pleased that she was safe. She agreed to be home in an hour, so our wedding meal had a time constraint. We ate fast and shot more photographs outside the restaurant, hoping to capture the bizarre, fantastic, and terrible day. Noah pulled me tight and asked if I was all right, and I honestly didn't know. I was happy, married, and terrified about what would happen if I informed my parents. Olivia drew me aside before we went and told me I didn't have to tell them today if I wasn't prepared. She suggested that I wait a week or a month until Mason's parole issue calmed down. But I shook my head, saying that keeping this a secret for another day was difficult now that it was true. I wanted to be able to call Noah or my spouse rather than my study companion. I wanted to wear my ring where everyone could see it. I was done hiding, no matter how serious the repercussions were. Olivia hugged me and promised to be there when I informed them she was going to attempt to intervene and explain why this was different from her situation with Luke. She'd let them realize that Noah had been extensively vetted by her for 3 years. That she had carefully monitored our relationship for any warning signs and discovered none. I thanked her and watched her walk to the bus stop, the sister who had been through hell and was still striving for my happiness. Maya returned to university, while Noah and I proceeded to his apartment, where we sat on the couch in startled quiet, holding hands and marveling at our matching rings. We were lawfully married. The magnitude of everything hit me all at once, and I burst into tears, not because of grief, but because of how overpowering everything was. Noah drew me close and assured me that no matter how my parents responded, we'd sort it out together, just like we had with everything else. I wanted to trust him, but I was also aware that my parents' financial assistance extended beyond tuition. It provided accommodation during summer vacations, health insurance, and a safety net in case something went wrong. Losing it seemed terrible, especially with medical school applications due next year. I asked Noah whether he ever regretted picking someone with such serious familial baggage, and he answered no, that my family's pain did not define our relationship, and that he knew what he was getting into. That evening, I resolved to inform my parents as swiftly as possible, like pulling off a bandage. I contacted my mother around 6 and asked if I might come over to discuss something urgent. She instantly inquired if I was pregnant or in danger, and I answered no, just something I needed to talk about in person. She said my father would be home by 7 and I should come for dinner. I met Noah in his car and drove to my parents' house in quiet. Both of us are ready for the worst. I instructed him to stay in the car while I imparted the news, but he insisted on joining me. He said that now that we were married, we had to face things together rather than me sheltering him from the repercussions. We pulled up to my childhood house and stood in the driveway for 7 minutes, building confidence before stepping through the front door. My mother opened the door before I could knock, and her expression brightened up when she saw me before dropping when she spotted Noah behind me. She inquired who he was, and I told her he was a study companion from school who had brought me here since my car was experiencing problems. Another lie, but this one is my last since everything will be real in approximately 10 minutes. We went inside and my father was arranging the table when he looked up and made the same double take as Noah. My parents had never met him despite our 3-year relationship, since our cover story only worked if they never saw us together. Olivia was already sitting at the counter, and she gave me a positive nod. My mother asked whether Noah wanted to remain for supper, and I answered that he should since I needed to tell them something and he was involved. We all sat down at the dining room table, eating lasagna my mother had cooked, and the normalcy of the situation felt strange considering what I was going to say. My father inquired how school was doing, and I answered good before taking a big breath and telling them I wanted to confess something I had been hiding. My mother's face stiffened immediately, and she looked at Olivia as if she believed this was about Mason. I assured them that it had nothing to do with Olivia, Mason, or anything harmful, but they were not pleased. I took the chain from beneath my shirt and showed them the ring I had been hiding for 7 months. And both of my parents glanced at it in confusion. I said that Noah and I had been dating for 3 years, had met before they enforced the no dating rule, and had continued to see each other in secret because I couldn't give up either him or their assistance for medical school. The hush that followed was oppressive. My father inquired whether I was joking, and I told him no, I was fully serious. My mother looked at Noah as if he were a stranger who had broken into her home, which he probably was. She questioned how I could be so selfish and careless given all they'd been through with Olivia. And I felt my cheeks get heated with humiliation and wrath. I explained that while I understood their worry, Noah was not Mason, and that lumping all males together because of one bad individual was unjust and unhealthy. Olivia came forward, stating that she had been aware of the connection for 3 years and had been keeping an eye out for any warning signals. Noah had treated me with nothing but respect and care the whole time. My father sprang up from the table so quickly that his chair nearly tipped over. He stated I had violated their trust and disobeyed the one rule they'd set up to keep me safe, and there would be repercussions. I told them I was aware of the implications, but they needed to grasp something first. I got out my phone and showed them images from the last 3 years. Noah and I studied at coffee cafes. He assisted me in moving into my dorm room. We volunteered together at the downtown free clinic. Olivia had covertly stolen a few of them. I am documenting a connection that my parents had no idea existed. I showed them texts from Noah, who checked in on me during midterms, bringing me food while I was too anxious to eat, staying up late to help me prepare for the MCAT. I showed them the chart he created to calculate how we would live if they cut me off financially. My mother was sobbing now, and I couldn't tell if it was because she was angry or for another reason. Then I said something that would alter everything. I told them Noah and I were married at the courthouse this morning. Olivia had been there as our witness, and I understood if they never wanted to talk to me again, but I was not going to apologize for pursuing happiness. The predicted explosion did not occur promptly. Instead, my father sat back down and rested his head on his hand. My mother gazed at the table for at least 4 minutes without saying anything. Olivia reached over and gripped my hand beneath the table. Finally, my father glanced up and asked Noah directly whether he knew what he had signed up for. Marrying into such a dysfunctional and difficult family. Noah caught his gaze and responded, yes. He fully realized that he had witnessed me supporting Olivia's rehabilitation and dealing with the trauma following. He also acknowledged how much I loved my family, despite the challenging circumstances. He stated he did not want to take me away from them. He wants to contribute to our collective healing. My mother inquired why we couldn't have waited 4 more years as they had requested. And I said that 4 years was arbitrary and based on fear rather than a genuine assessment of Noah's character. Olivia informed them about her brain tumor and the commitment she made me to not waste my life waiting for perfect conditions that could never materialize. She went on. Watching Luke nearly destroy her had taught her that life was too short and too unpredictable to postpone happiness. And she'd encouraged me to marry Noah now instead of hiding for 4 more years. My mother began crying harder, and I realized she was no longer angry, but rather overwhelmed, scared, and grieving the loss of control over a situation she had attempted to prevent. My father asked what we expected from them now, if we thought they'd just accept it and continue paying for medical school as if nothing had changed. I said, honestly, I didn't know what to expect, but I hoped they could at least try to get to know Noah before deciding he was dangerous just because he existed. We sat there for another hour talking through everything, and the conversation gradually shifted from accusations to questions. My parents asked Noah about his job, family, and future plans. They asked how we'd managed to hide a relationship for 3 years, and I explained the study partner cover and Maya's constant alibis. They asked if Noah had ever pressured me or shown signs of controlling behavior, and Olivia and I both said no. That in fact, I'd been the one pushing to move faster while Noah wanted to wait and do things right. My mother asked to see the wedding photos, which Ben had already sent to my phone. When she saw pictures of me in my cream dress signing the marriage certificate, she burst into tears. She said I looked happy, which was both wonderful and heartbreaking for her. By the time we left that night, nothing had been resolved, but we were still talking. My father claimed he wasn't ready to give his approval, but he wouldn't cut me off totally, saying we'd settle out the financial issues later. My mother hugged me goodbye and murmured that she was trying to understand, and I muttered back that I realized this was difficult and apologized for the secrecy. Noah shook both of their hands and promised to take care of me, which felt strangely traditional given the circumstances. We drove back to his apartment in silence, both of us emotionally exhausted from the confrontation. That night, lying in bed next to my husband, I felt a strange mix of relief and guilt. Relief that the secret had finally been revealed. My parents agreed to meet with Noah and me once a week for dinner, gradually getting to know him and learning to trust him. Olivia became our biggest advocate, constantly pointing out the differences between Noah's respectful behavior and Luke's controlling manipulation. I felt guilty for telling the truth because it had hurt my parents so much. The following few months were complicated and messy. My mom began therapy to process her trauma from Olivia's relationship, and she admitted one night that she'd been trying to prevent the wrong thing. She couldn't prevent me from being hurt, only from living. My father took a little longer to come around, but I'd catch him laughing at Noah's jokes or asking for his advice on tech problems at work. 7 months after the courthouse ceremony, we had a small reception in my parents' backyard with extended family who had no idea I was dating anyone. My mother cried the entire time, but they were happy tears. That fall, I applied to medical school, and Noah sat with me through each essay and interview prep session. I was accepted to 3 programs, and we chose the one that was closest to both of our families, because maintaining those relationships was important to both of us. My parents helped with tuition, as promised, and my father admitted he was impressed with Noah's seriousness about supporting my career. Olivia began dating again for the first time since Luke, someone kind and patient who understood her trauma and never pushed her limits. Despite my parents' rules, I don't regret getting married at the age of 24. She told me that watching my relationship with Noah gave her hope that healthy love existed, and that not everyone would hurt her the way Luke had. Luke violated his parole 9 months after his release and returned to prison for another 5 years, giving us all some breathing room. My parents' blanket ban on dating had not actually kept me safe, but it had taught me to hide and lie, which is arguably more dangerous than being open about relationships where warning signs could be detected early on. It was more difficult than waiting, and it caused pain and conflict that could have been avoided, but it also forced necessary conversations about fear, control, and healing that our family needed to have. Olivia says my rebellion gave her permission to start living again instead of letting Luke's abuse define her forever. She's now planning her own wedding to her kind, patient boyfriend, and my parents are genuinely happy for her instead of terrified. Noah surprised me with a proper honeymoon the week of our first anniversary, after we'd skipped it the first time. We went to this small beach town where we could finally be publicly married without worrying about who might see us. We walked on the beach wearing our rings in full view, and the freedom of it felt incredible. After years of hiding, my parents sent us a card congratulating us on our 1-year anniversary, which felt like final acceptance after all the struggle. My mom had written inside that she was proud of me for fighting for my happiness, even when it scared her, and that she was grateful I'd found someone who treated me with the respect I deserved. My father had added that Noah had proven himself to be exactly the kind of partner they'd hoped I'd find someday, just sooner than they'd expected. It's surreal to tell this story now because I remember how terrified I was the morning of the wedding. How certain I was that my parents would never forgive me. The reality turned out to be more complicated than I'd imagined, but also more hopeful. They didn't forgive me right away, but they also didn't abandon me. They struggled, asked questions, and gradually learned to trust again. Olivia's recovery played a huge role because watching her heal while Luke rotted in prison demonstrated that trauma does not have to define you forever. My parents had been so focused on preventing future pain that they had forgotten that people need permission to pursue joy. Getting married at 24 was not foolish or selfish, as my father first argued. It was simply a decision to begin my life rather than wait for someone else's schedule to enable it. My sister mocked my waitress job. "Get a real job," she said. I revealed I am her husband's boss. "I just revoked his raise." She cried at my feet. My sister's fork came to a sudden halt in mid-air as soon as she and her husband entered the private dining area of the restaurant, and she immediately changed into performance gear. In every sense, Emma was the epitome of someone who was always on the lookout for an audience, always prepared with the perfect word that would give the impression that she was superior to everyone else. On the other hand, this evening, she did not even bother to wait till dessert time. She made sure that her voice was loud enough for everyone sitting at the table to hear when she said, "Please do not ask me about her job. She earns a living by carrying plates. Let's keep our expectations reasonable." She reclined in her chair, gave a smirk, gave her lips a little pull, and a surge of giggles erupted around me, sharp, loud, and painfully reminiscent of something I've felt before. In spite of the fact that it seemed as though my gut was constricting, I prevented my shoulders from moving. Even though I had expected a circumstance similar to this one to occur and I went to the scene this evening armed with that knowledge, the fact that I heard it spoken aloud still managed to hit a nerve with me. The only thing that my father did was clear his throat. He did not say anything offensive to me. My mother stirred the iced tea that she was drinking as though she had not understood anything at all. Following my aunt's whispered remark to my uncle, both of them burst into laughter once more. I kept a weak smile on my face. "Cute," was the only word that I could manage to utter. "That is a very creative idea," Emma responded with an exaggerated shrug of her shoulders. "I'm just telling it like it is. While I don't have anything against serving tables, let's not kid ourselves into thinking that it's the same as working in corporate America." Ryan, who is her husband, took a seat in the chair that was directly across from me and loosened the collar of his button-down shirt. He gave me a modest nod and his eyes conveyed that he was sympathetic to my situation. Despite the fact that he and I were not particularly close, he did not demonstrate the same level of cruelty that she did. In spite of this, he looked around the table with his eyes moving back and forth in a way that seemed uncomfortable, which is a common reaction for people who are aware of knowledge that other people are not. I was weighing my alternatives when my heart started pounding in my chest. It was quite clear that Emma had no idea who the individual was whose identity she was mocking on this particular night. I am completely in the dark about what it is that I have been preserving from this family. I am completely in the dark when it comes to figuring out what my original plan was. The actual state of affairs was uncomplicated. Until that point, my employment as a waiter on a part-time basis had remained unchanged. This job is something that I take pleasure in doing. I was able to establish a good relationship with the folks who came to my establishment. I was pleased with both the movement and the sound that was produced. Nevertheless, that is only one component of the complete tale. In addition, I had not reprimanded anybody for making the presumption that it was the case. Because of that work, I was able to make ends meet financially when I graduated from college. The one item that was never brought up in any conversation by them or by me ended up being the thing that ended up affecting everything. The individual who holds the position of Director of Employee Relations at Silver Oak Tech has the authority to provide approval to salaries, including Ryan's. This person also has a salary that is in the six figures and a view of the city from their office. Emma did not have knowledge of the circumstances, however he did. That was in no way, shape or form done by my family. Emma was pushing every single button that I had at my disposal, despite the fact that I had not previously intended to make it common knowledge. As if I were not present, my father turned to Ryan and said, "So Ryan," in order to address him directly. In response to the query, Ryan answered, "How's that company treating you?" Silver. Silver something. Silver Tech. I experienced a minor muscular spasm in my lips. I felt as though I was going through something extraordinary every time that I heard the name of the place where I was employed at this table. Father responded with a nod of assent. Right. Big place. Good money. I believe that you were promoted not too long ago, is that correct?" "Yes," Ryan said in a slow, deliberate manner. "I was the one who did it," Emma proclaimed, fixing her gaze of pride on him as she clutched his arm in a firm grip. In order to refrain from uttering the caustic words that were coming to the forefront of my consciousness in reaction to her declaration that, "He's the one putting in the work around here." Meanwhile, Ava's bringing home leftover burgers. I inhaled a slow, deep breath through my nostrils. Beneath the table I clasped my napkin firmly between my fingers. Ryan cast me a gaze that was dripping with tension. It appeared to convey both the message, "I apologize," and the message, "I hope you don't disclose my location." He was aware of the fact that Emma's mouth was now causing difficulties. Most importantly, he was completely cognizant of the fact that the individual who had approved his new salary just 5 days prior was the same person, but he did not utter a single word. I gave the impression that I was fascinated by inclining my head. I also pretended as if I had not been hurt by her comments. As the inquiry, "If you don't mind my asking, what kind of raise did you get?" was put to Ryan, the table became just a little quieter. He made an effort to change his position while he was sitting. He stuttered and said, A pretty big one." "That is incredible," Emma interjected before he could finish his thought. I restrained myself from laughing out loud as I responded, "If they did not give him a promotion, they would be completely foolish. He possesses an inherent ability to lead." If she were only aware of the number of nights that he spent working up a sweat over policies and procedures, asking me directly for clarification because he didn't want to sound inexperienced in front of his supervisor. While nodding, Mom replied, "I am extremely proud of him." I held up my cup of water. He started to clench his jaw, as like he was already aware of the route in which I was about to go, even though I was not close to him at all. "Ryan, congratulations. It is always a wonderful surprise to receive a raise." The lunch continued, but the atmosphere in my immediate surroundings shifted. I was capable of perceiving it. Emma continued to dig as she felt the tingling sensation beneath her ribs, waiting for a moment that was approaching swiftly. The anticipation of this moment was a joyful feeling. "Tell us, please, how many tables you waited on today or yesterday or whenever you were on duty," she said, directing her comments toward Ava. She thought her own joke humorous, as seen by her laughter. I forced myself a grin, but it was a very restricted one. He made the comment, "I have a lot on my plate these days." She took a sip of her wine before saying, "I'm sure." With a sigh, Dad answered, "Busy lugging bread baskets." He continued, "We have always been hopeful that you will wish to achieve more in life, lovely Ava." When I became aware of the fact that I required something that was both reliable and authentic, my heart rate started to decrease. There is an odd sensation that occurs when someone flips switches within me. The content filters on our website have blocked the generated text. "Honey, you know what?" She made a dismissive gesture toward him as she said this. "We should probably avoid doing that," it was suggested. "Let's take a break." She is not the target of my insults. I'm only pointing out that she is. "It is in your best interest if you allow her to speak," he continued in a gentle tone. "Emma." All of the people who were sitting at the table were completely motionless. In an instant, Emma's eyebrows sprang up. Ryan gave me a look that was accompanied by a forced exhale, and this was the first time that night that I became aware of it. "What? For what reason?" He stated, "Ava doesn't exactly have the job you think she has." At that same moment he became aware that he was no longer able to disguise the truth. My mother blinked her eyes. While I was sitting in my chair, I raised the question, "What is the significance of that?" and waited for their perplexity to fully settle in. I kept my voice steady as I asked, "Like what?" Emma responded with a bitter laugh before saying, "It indicates that there are things that I have not disclosed." "Are you suggesting that you switch up the restaurants that you go to?" "I am happy with the fact that I work for Silver Oak," I answered. The sound of Dad's glass being tapped against the table could be heard. Emma looked from my feet to my head, and then she scoffed and said, "What did you just say?" "In what universe?" I gave the remark, "Not in customer service." Time to sink in by allowing it to linger in the air for a while before Ryan had the opportunity to rescue her. I inquired, "Corporate?" Her eyes continued to stare into mine as I continued to speak. Following that, she stopped smiling. Once I had said, "I am the person who has the authority to approve salary increases," the room fell into silence. The quiet was so complete that you could have heard a napkin being dropped. Ryan gave his silent confirmation of everything by swallowing hard. Father was so surprised that he stepped closer to me. Emma's face became pale and my mother's hand froze in mid-air. I didn't raise the pitch of my voice. I didn't gloat over my accomplishments. All I did was say, "One more time, I want to offer my best wishes to you on your promotion, Ryan." The last, devastating blow. My lips could hardly form a smile as I looked on while my sister's life was turned upside down. Emma kept her silence for the entire 8 seconds that passed. This is the best that any person has ever accomplished. Her eyes were wide open as she stared at me. It was as if she had to take a moment in order to allow her brain to reset. After a short pause, she was able to speak, her voice sounding weak. "Are you in agreement with increases in pay?" My eyebrows were lifted in response. My aunt let out a cough, and then she covered her mouth with her napkin. This occurred in the middle of a list of other chores that she was completing. My uncle mumbled to himself, "Well, that's something," as if I'd been hiding a secret identity this whole time. Emma's voice increased by a full octave as she said, "Yeah." Ryan massaged the back of his neck for a while. "So, I guess Ava is actually one of the senior approval officers in the Human Resources Department." "What caused you to withhold this information from me?" he inquired, avoiding her look. "For a number of years, she has been employed at that location." "Because whenever I made an attempt, you cracked a joke at the expense of her occupation. I determined that the argument was not worth the trouble." She slackened her jaw in shock once again. However, for the first time, she was at a loss for words and unable to come up with a response. Dad's eyebrows were raised and he came closer. Ava, is this true? This whole time you have been employed in the corporate sector, is that correct? I responded with a smile. 2 years. The perplexed expression that Mom had directed at her softened, but as she turned to look at Emma, a flash of annoyance appeared in her eyes. In a composed manner she stated, "Well, maybe it would be best if we didn't make assumptions about people," Emma responded, her cheeks taking on a warm color. "All right. But why are you working as a waitress then? Why not simply state that you had a legitimate position?" I exhaled slowly because I wanted to keep the many areas of my life separate from one another. Additionally, I did not feel as though I needed to obtain the approval of individuals who had never asked me for it in the first place. Emma's body became rigid as a result of that landing. This time Dad cleared his throat and it sounded like he was feeling apologetic. "We didn't mean to, sweetheart," he said. "You were being serious," I said in a quiet voice. There was an invisible tension in the air that appeared to be getting more concentrated. "But it's okay," he stated. It pushed me to work harder. "The plates have been served. I am going to have the pasta, and Emma will have the salmon." Despite this, no one moved to take their forks. The full extent of Emma's ego has not yet been realized. "All right, so what?" she responded after giving a brief snap. "So now you hold a high-ranking position as an executive, huh?" "No," was all that I said. Ryan suppressed a smile as he muttered under his breath. "Just someone who does their job well and someone who doesn't mind being underestimated." "I would call that a massive understatement," Emma responded, her look so fierce that it could easily pierce through metal. After that, she once again focused her attention on me. At this point her countenance was softer and there was an air of uncertainty about her that I had never noticed before. With a subdued voice she asked, "Can it be that I was the reason for your embarrassment?" "I do indeed agree with this statement," I declared with candor. After a moment of silence fell over the table, something unexpected transpired. The individual continued by saying, "Nevertheless, I am not here in order to seek retribution. I simply want to be treated with a fundamental level of respect," I said. My mother leaned over and offered my hand a soft squeeze. "We're proud of you," she murmured in a whisper. "Really, is that so?" I felt my chest constrict. I could feel a warm, uncomfortable sensation coming up in my throat. This time Dad gave a nod with a bit more conviction. "You've established a life for yourself, Ava. We just did not have that information." I made the comment, "You do as of now," to which Ryan responded by raising his glass in my direction and saying, "For what it's worth, that raise you gave me made an entire year's worth of difference. It was not required for you to do it." I shrugged my shoulders and said, "You brought this upon yourself. You put in a lot of effort. I was aware that your boss would not contest it." Emma closed her eyes for a brief moment, as if she was in need of some time alone. After a short pause she muttered, "I apologize." The other individuals seated at the table were so flabbergasted that it was comparable to a meteorite impact. There was even a gasp from my aunt. I took a close look at the features of her face. For a change, she was not on stage. She did not have a smirk on her face. "I didn't know that you had these feelings for me," she said, looking down at the napkin she was fidgeting with. She seemed as though she was embarrassed. "You didn't ask," I said in a soft and polite manner. She nodded after swallowing with difficulty. I was shocked to discover that I had faith in her when she told me, "I will perform better than I did before." The mood at the table began to become more comfortable. Shoulders that are free of tangles, a small smile appeared on Dad's lips. Conversations were picked up again as my aunt grabbed hold of her bottle of water. This time around they were more quiet and gentler, with less obvious angles. Emma attempted another go. "Perhaps after dinner you can tell me about your job," she added. "The genuine article." I responded with a smile and said, "I'd like that." It was not a matter of revenge. It will not occur in the dramatic exploding way that people have in their imaginations. It was more satisfying. It was not my responsibility to humiliate her in retaliation. The only thing that I desired was for her to view me in the way that I truly am, and she was eventually able to accomplish that. Once the dessert menus were placed on the table, the atmosphere had relaxed enough that people were finally able to have conversations without whispering. It was an odd sensation, as though the whole evening had suddenly changed tracks and placed itself on a different one where I was not ignored or the punchline of the family's ongoing jokes. While addressing Ava, Ryan leaned his torso over the table and rested his elbows on it. He had a tiny smile on his face. He added, "I have to say that you really did succeed in keeping this entire thing a secret, didn't you?" My response was, "I did." It was not my aim to spite anyone by concealing it. All I desired was a life in which I didn't have to continuously justify my own value. Mom nodded in agreement as if she were feeling uncomfortable. She said, "We should have asked." In a soft voice, I replied by stating that it would have been delightful if we had been more observant. Nevertheless, I do not have any negative emotions toward you. Emma kept fidgeting in her chair, her fingers running along the rim of the glass of water she was holding. In some way, she appeared to be of a smaller stature. She was still herself, and she was still as dramatic as ever, albeit she was not as sharply defined as she had been before. "Would you be so kind as to describe what you did today?" was her question. "Could you please provide a more detailed description of your position? What are the specific duties that you are responsible for carrying out?" I gave a straightforward explanation. I am responsible for handling personnel issues, mediating confrontations, negotiating raises, and approving changes to remuneration. Some days are more straightforward than others. There are days that give me the sensation that I am juggling fire. Ryan gave a nod. She's not kidding. You can't fool the people who work in human resources at Silver Oak. Emma scrutinized me from head to toe, her face conveying her concern. "I've always believed that human resources is simply a matter of paperwork," she said. "It's people," I gently corrected her. "People who are dealing with genuine problems, genuine fears, and genuine goals, and there are instances when I am the sole obstacle between an employee and an unjust circumstance." Her gaze turned more sympathetic. "That actually sounds important." My response was, "It is." She swallowed with difficulty before saying, "I shouldn't have made fun of you. I truly was unaware of it," I said while smiling. My tone was affectionate but also commanding. "Now you do." The waiter returned to us with dessert. "We have some warm brownies and tiramisu cheese dish for you to enjoy." That night, for the first time, Emma slid her plate in my way. "Trade?" she asked, her voice low and kind. I let out a snicker and said, "Cheesecake is something that I continue to dislike. However, if it's looking right at me, I'll eat it." She gave us a little half smile as we switched our plates, a gesture of kindness given in her home language. "In honor of Ava, for the incredible surprise that you provided tonight, as well as for all of the diligent work that you have completed without requiring any form of praise from anyone else," he declared as he raised his mug of coffee in my direction. My mother was the last one to take a sip. My uncle also participated in the toast by raising his glass and saying, "To Ava." Once all the other people had finished, Emma took her turn and said, "To my sister, who succeeded in becoming more popular than the rest of us, even though we were all too busy talking." Everybody started to laugh at that point. Genuine laughter was produced this time, the kind that did not have a biting edge. There was a sensation of warmth that I felt emanating from the back of my eyes. I blinked rapidly in order to avoid being noticed. I made my way out to the hallway to get some fresh air after dinner was over. I have always found that moments such as this one, which are so incredibly emotional and so unexpectedly therapeutic, required me to take a moment to collect myself. With my eyes closed and my back resting against the wall, I took a long breath in. She stopped next to me, her arms folded across her chest. There were no indications that she was the same sister who had mocked me before, 2 hours prior. She had been approaching silently, with her feet making no noise. "I sincerely apologize to you, Ava," she said in a whisper. "For all of these years I believed that you had just stopped trying. I had the impression that you were getting married." "That is not the case," I said in a quiet voice. "I was in the process of constructing something." "In a hushed tone, please. At this very moment I am cognizant of that particular circumstance," she added while awkwardly shifting her body. I started to feel a little bit better when I heard the statement, "And I'm proud of you, even if I don't always show it." I whispered a subdued, "Thank you." Following a little moment of silence, she said, "I want us to be better than the sisters who are always criticizing each other." "I would not like for that to be a reflection of us," he said. I made a gesture with my head, and she responded with a faint smile and said, "Me too." As a result, I suggested that we might be able to meet up for a cup of coffee at some point during the week. Only we two. Don't make any jokes and don't take any shots at people. I was unable to keep myself from returning the smile and said, I would like that. When we entered the dining room together as a couple, the entire table seemed to breathe a sigh of relief. It was as if they had been holding their breath up until that point. This was the first time in a long time that I felt like I belonged to a family. On this occasion, leaving the restaurant was a unique experience. In some way it was lighter, as if the air was not pressing against my chest in the manner that it typically does during family gatherings. This evening the circumstances went through a change, which was not attributable to my desire for retribution, but instead to the fact that the truth was finally able to express itself without restriction. As we made our way outside, Ryan held the door open for us. Hey Ava, he whispered. I am quite pleased to hear that you have finally spoken up. That was not a requirement on your part. Even though I am aware of that fact, I responded, I believe that it was time. Emma maintained her position at his side for a period of time, and the expression on her face was more benevolent than any I had before seen. It appeared like she was experiencing a feeling of self-satisfaction. I was entirely caught off guard by that. While her arm was wrapped around his, Mom whispered to Dad, we ought to ask her to come over for a visit more frequently. Yes, we have been too distant, said Father, giving a nod of agreement. There was only one reason that made that night feel like it was worth it. We proceeded to the parking lot together, with not a single person taking off ahead of or falling behind the group. At that moment, I felt like I was a part of the group instead of just existing on the outskirts of it. When I arrived at my car, Emma regained her ability to speak. Ava, wait. I took a turn. While Ryan was speaking with me, she walked over with an expression of uncertainty on her face. He is intending to provide you with assistance in regard to something. And, I feel the same way as well. I raised an eyebrow and said, help me? She gave a small nod and then let out a breath of air. You have never relied on anyone to assist you with anything. You do not make any requests for assistance. You simply go through life, even when it is difficult. I have the impression that we fail to remember that you are not actually made of stone. I'm not exactly that, so we figured, I said with a small laugh. Maybe it's our turn to show up for you. I could sense a soothing warmth emanating from my chest. That means more than you might imagine, Ryan stated. At any time that you require assistance with anything, whether it be at work, advice, support, or anything else, you should not hesitate to ask. And if somebody causes you to have any problems, I will support you. He intends that in a manner that is not awkward or strange, Emma said as she gave him a gentle nudge with her elbow. I have figured it out, I said with a smile on my face. I mean business this time around, she said, looking in my direction once again. From this point on, I will not make any jokes at your expense concerning your work. I am not going to speak of you in a derogatory manner. I would like to improve. In my reply I stated, I am of the opinion that we ought to improve from this point onward. Well, in that case, excellent, she said, her eyes exhibiting a glimmering characteristic. We are embarking on a new beginning right now. Initially our embrace was awkward, but over time, it transformed into something more authentic. It was a lengthy, tight embrace that was saturated with apologies, which neither of us was able to express in their totality. And then, all of a sudden, the years of bitterness did not disappear, but they did weaken their grip. Once I made my way back home later that night, I removed my shoes, got cozy on the couch, and then powered up my laptop. I got an email with a new notification, which caused a noise to be emitted. Ava, gratulationer. This is the subject line of the email. The sender is the Board of Executives at Silver Oak. My heart was pounding quicker than usual. I pushed the button. I had the sensation of being overwhelmed by a rapid rush of feelings, which made me feel as though I had no other option but to hide my mouth. We are happy to let you know that you have been chosen for the post of Assistant Director. I had been working toward this moment for a long time, and it came at last. Now that I had achieved my goal, I was no longer alone. There were other people around me. Alone, by myself, and with a great deal of patience, I was finally able to attend the meeting where I would be promoted. The timing was so perfectly aligned that it felt as if I were living out a scene from a film. After having spoken up for myself and demanded respect from the people who were of the utmost significance, I found myself at last being recognized for all the hard work that I had put in at the place where I was employed. Tears obscured the picture as I blinked rapidly. After that, my phone made a buzzing sound, indicating that I had received a message from Emma. How about we get coffee tomorrow? This one is on me. I was being sincere when I stated that. I am proud of you, sister. I dried the tears in my eyes while I let out a small chuckle. For the first time in a very long time, I did not have the impression that my life was split between the person I was when I was at home and the person I was when I was at work. This was the first time that everything fell into place. I felt respect, I had family, I had peace, I experienced growth, I got a new job, I had a fresh start, and most importantly, I had a sister who finally recognized me for the person I really am. Ava, wait. I took a turn. While Ryan was speaking with me, she walked over with an expression of uncertainty on her face. He is intending to provide you with assistance in regard to something. And you know, I feel the same way as well. I raised an eyebrow and said, help me? She gave a small nod and then let out a breath of air. You have never relied on anyone to assist you with anything. You do not make any requests for assistance. You simply go through life, even when it is difficult. I have the impression that we fail to remember that you are not actually made of stone. I'm not exactly that, so we figured, I said with a small laugh. Maybe it's our turn to show up for you. I could sense a soothing warmth emanating from my chest. That means more than you might imagine, Ryan stated. At any time that you require assistance with anything, whether it be at work, advice, support or anything else, you should not hesitate to ask. And if somebody causes you to have any problems, I will support you. He intends that in a manner that is not awkward or strange, Emma said as she gave him a gentle nudge with her elbow. I have figured it out, I said with a smile on my face. I mean business this time around, she said, looking in my direction once again. From this point on, I will not make any jokes at your expense concerning your work. I am not going to speak of you in a derogatory manner. I would like to improve. In my reply, I stated, I am of the opinion that we ought to improve from this point onward. Well, in that case, excellent, she said, her eyes exhibiting a glimmering characteristic. We are embarking on a new beginning right now. Initially our embrace was awkward, but over time it transformed into something more authentic. It was a lengthy, tight embrace that was saturated with apologies, which neither of us was able to express in their totality. And then, all of a sudden, the years of bitterness did not disappear, but they did weaken their grip. Once I made my way back home later that night, I removed my shoes, got cozy on the couch, and then powered up my laptop. I got an email with a new notification, which caused a noise to be emitted. Ava, gratulationer. This is the subject line of the email. The sender is the board of executives at Silver Oak. My heart was pounding quicker than usual. I pushed the button. I had the sensation of being overwhelmed by a rapid rush of feelings, which made me feel as though I had no other option but to hide my mouth. We are happy to let you know that you have been chosen for the post of assistant director. I had been working toward this moment for a long time, and it came at last. Now that I had achieved my goal, I was no longer alone. There were other people around me. Alone, by myself, and with a great deal of patience, I was finally able to attend the meeting where I would be promoted. The timing was so perfectly aligned that it felt as if I were living out a scene from a film. After having spoken up for myself and demanded respect from the people who were of the utmost significance, I found myself at last being recognized for all the hard work that I had put in at the place where I was employed. Tears obscured the picture as I blinked rapidly. After that, my phone made a buzzing sound, indicating that I had received a message from Emma. How about we get coffee tomorrow? This one is on me. I was being sincere when I stated that. I am proud of you, sister. I dried the tears in my eyes while I let out a small chuckle. For the first time in a very long time, I did not have the impression that my life was split between the person I was when I was at home and the person I was when I was at work. This was the first time that everything fell into place. I felt respect. I had family. I had peace. I experienced growth. I got a new job. I had a fresh start. And most importantly, I had a sister who finally recognized me for the person I really am. Kicked out at 19, blamed for a theft. 4 years later, my grandfather exposed their lies, and I became the heir to everything they tried to take. My father kicked me out on Christmas Eve for something I did not do. I constructed a life without him and believed I had left everything behind. However, my family's lies and greed came tumbling down years later. Before we get there, Let me start from the beginning. My name is Liam Carter, I'm 23. And tonight, I'm heading back to the place I promised I'd never visit again. 3 years ago, my family booted me out on Christmas Eve. I'm traveling home today to celebrate my grandfather Edward's 72nd birthday. This is the first time I'll see my folks and Rachel since that night. The roadway is vacant. The sky was scarred with winter clouds, and as I come closer, my chest feels heavier. I'm not the same 19-year-old kid anymore. I'd constructed a little e-commerce firm, gained independence, and established a life outside them. However, no amount of achievement can soften the blow of treachery. The house was in pandemonium long before that night. My mother, Vanessa, was preoccupied with looks. Perfect decorations, banquets, and falsehoods. Rachel, my sister, was the golden kid. Spoiled, theatrical, and spiteful, as only siblings can be. If I breathed incorrectly, she mocked me. If I remained silent, she labeled me worthless. Vanessa constantly supported her. My father, Gregory, was a formidable attorney who intimidated judges and annihilated opponents. But at home, he remained mute. Instead of establishing limits, he let them to run the show. If Vanessa claimed I was lazy, he would agree. If Rachel had said I was a disappointment, he turned away. I learned to live around them rather than with them. I spent the most of that December immersed in scholarship applications, brainstorming ideas for a little internet company that I hoped would get me out of the house. Late at night, while everyone else was asleep, I'd sneak into Gregory's office to print paperwork and conduct research. It was the only establishment with a functioning printer and a reliable Wi-Fi connection. Christmas Eve dawned frigid and brittle. The tree in the corner was shining. The home was filled with the aroma of cinnamon and pine. Vanessa was in hostess mode, shouting instructions and cleaning wine glasses as if the Pope was arriving for dinner. Rachel strutted about in a fashionable coat she had requested as a Christmas necessity, taking pictures in front of the fireplace. I kept out of the way, attempting to help where I could while counting down the hours until the day was over. Gregory then beckoned me into the living room. "Where is it?" His voice was not elevated, yet there was something threatening about it. "Where's what?" I inquired, puzzled. "My watch," he said abruptly. "The Rolex GMT Master 2 is white gold. The one your grandpa gave me when I became a partner. $40,000, Liam. It's gone." I blinked. "I know nothing about it." Vanessa laughed sharply and without humor. "Of course not. That is always your answer. Acting as if you're too preoccupied with your small projects to notice anything." "I didn't do anything," I said. "I have been." Rachel cut in. "Don't lie. I spotted you at Dad's office last week, beside his drawer, presumably plotting something." "I was printing a scholarship application," I explained, my voice tense. "I did not touch anything." Vanessa folded her arms. "The ideal representation of mock worry. You have been creeping about for weeks. Desperate. Secretive. It is evident what you did." "What are they desperate for?" I inquired, fury coming in. "You've never cared about what I do. You simply want someone to blame." Gregory moved closer, hovering over me. "This is not about assigning blame. That watch means more to me than you would ever realize. And now it is gone. I did not take it." My voice cracked from frustration. "I didn't realize it was gone until now." "Liar." Vanessa's voice was chilly. "You've been a disappointment from the moment you were born. This is only proof." Rachel gave a harsh chuckle. "I told you, Dad. He's probably attempting to sell it to support one of his fraudulent business ventures." That was it. Something inside me broke. "You have no notion what I'm trying to do," I replied, staring at them. "I'm trying to make something of myself. I'm striving to be better than this." Gregory's eyes hardened. "Do not raise your voice at me. You have embarrassed this family for the final time." "I didn't do anything," I said. "You are accusing me of something I did not do." Before I could continue, Gregory moved to his desk, opened the drawer, and took out the empty Rolex box. He tossed it across the room. It collided with the wall near me and landed on the floor. "Get out," he ordered, his voice low and firm. "Pack your things. Leave this house. You're not part of this family anymore." The Christmas tree lights flashed in the corner. Carols sounded weakly on the stereo. Outside, snow began to fall. In the midst of it all, my father stood there. Not as a guy I adored or admired, but as someone who had decided I was no longer worth claiming. I murmured, "You are making a mistake." Vanessa hissed. Was it necessary to keep you here for so long? Rachel grinned, arms crossed. Merry Christmas. I didn't utter another word. I went upstairs, packed a single duffel bag with my clothing and laptop, and exited the front door. Before I even got to the driveway, the door closed behind me. The porch light flickered out, like if they couldn't stand to see me leave. It was Christmas Eve. I had $80 in my pocket, no place to sleep, and no one in the house cared whether I froze in the snow. That was the night everything ended. And that night, I promised they'd never have influence over me again. When I got to the end of the street, it was snowing heavily. The lights from my house gleamed warmly behind me. Muffled Christmas music is slipping through the walls. A celebration that I was no longer a part of. My hands were numb, and the duffel bag's straps dug against my shoulder. The cold was harsh. But it wasn't what hurt. What stung was that they did it tonight, on Christmas Eve. Every home I passed like a postcard. Families gathered at dinner tables. The children tore into their presents. Through the frosted windows, I saw smiles, laughter, and warmth. I felt like a ghost passing through someone else's life. My breath became foggy in the air, and each intake burned. I wasn't sure where to go. I glanced through my phone and messaged Sam, a student with whom I had completed a few group assignments. Got booted out. Is there any way I may crash tonight? He responded within minutes. Come by. His family resided in a little townhouse on the opposite side of town. My shoes were completely saturated by the time I arrived, and my fingers were stinging. Sam opened the door, wearing a Santa hat and bringing a dish of cookies. Behind him, his family was gathered in the living room to watch a Christmas movie. The fragrance of roast turkey and cinnamon permeated the air. Man, what happened? He inquired. Long story, I mumbled. Can I just crash on the couch? Of course, he responded, standing back. His parents came moments afterward, cordial, yet suspicious. Liam, right? His father inquired. Rough night? Something like that. They allowed me in, but I could sense their unease. They chatted in hushed tones when they thought I couldn't hear. I ate the meal they offered, but their gaze kept traveling to me. A stranger in the middle of a holiday. As they exchanged gifts, I sat silently on the couch, looking at the floor. It was nicer than the cold outside, but it wasn't home. I departed the next morning before anyone was up. I texted Sam to thank him and tell him I would work things out. The weeks that followed blended together. I went from one friend's couch to another. 3 nights here and 4 nights there. I am always careful not to overstay my welcome. Initially, many were sympathetic. They supplied food, blankets, and counsel. But sympathy does not stay long. By the 2nd or 3rd week, the indications began. We'll be having family visits shortly. I need my space back. By the middle of January, I had run out of places to stay. The temperature had plummeted below freezing, and the cold pierced deeper than I'd ever felt before. I spent evenings in bus stops, public libraries, and even behind a gas station, huddled up with my duffel bag as a cushion. I missed meals to make the money I had last longer. I applied for part-time work, but due to my lack of experience, most employers rejected me before I ever had an interview. 2 weeks after being forced out, I decided to return to the house, not to speak with anyone, but to get my old laptop from the garage. It was my only resource for scholarship applications and job searches. I waited till dusk, thinking nobody would see me. They did. Before I could reach the side door, a police cruiser drove into the driveway. Officer Hayes went outside, his breath apparent in the cold. You Liam, he questioned. Yeah. Your mother says you're trespassing. I'm not. I used to live here. I just came to get my laptop. How old are you? Questioned Hayes. 19, he moaned. Technically, they're still responsible for you. But if you don't want to go back, I'm not going to drag you inside. I'll flag CPS and try to reach a relative. Just don't come back here. They're not going to change. I just need what you need, lightly interrupting, is to stop trying to fix something that's already broken. If you want a future, you build it without them. He released me from any charges. I never went back. A week later, I was seated in the public library, using a free computer, when a woman touched my shoulder. I turned around and for a few seconds didn't recognize her. Beatrice is my father's older sister. I hadn't seen her for over 5 years. Officer Hayes obtained my phone information from a previous report and phoned me as soon as he could, she added. Told me what had occurred. I knew your parents were selfish, but they were tossing you out on Christmas Eve. She shakes her head. You're coming with me. Beatrice had always avoided Vanessa and Rachel, calling them snakes in designer shoes. When she found out I was on the streets, she came to the library where I had been spending my days and gave me a place. It wasn't charity. Beatrice made it obvious. If I stayed, I'd have to carry my own weight. Within a week she had found me a part-time work at a tiny car repair. The task was demanding. Long hours, oil beneath my nails and sore muscles. But I did not complain. It was a lifeline. I began saving every penny. A month later, I paid a few hundred for a dilapidated, hardly functioning second-hand automobile. It wasn't a lot, but it was mine. And most significantly, it provided a roof when I needed it. When Beatrice's extra room was unavailable or I had late shifts, I would park behind a 24-hour grocery shop and sleep there. The grind became my habit, with garage shifts. During the day and delivery work at night. During breaks, I taught myself coding and digital marketing using free online classes. Every harsh remark Vanessa and Rachel made online about their trips, lavish dinners, and family Christmas photographs added fuel to the flames. Rachel once wrote, "The house feels lighter without dead weight." She intended it as a barb. I took that as incentive. By spring, I had saved enough money to start a tiny e-commerce business. It hardly sold, but it was a start, demonstrating that I could construct anything. A few months later, I received a prestigious technical scholarship. It seemed like the first true win I had ever achieved on my own. Months later, while returning after a delivery, I went by my former neighborhood. The houses were once again illuminated, and music spilled onto the street. I paused across from my family's home. The windows were illuminated, and laughing echoed from within, the same warmth I'd seen from outside. I paused for a while before zipping my jacket and walking away. They decided to kick me out. I decided never to return. 4 years later, I returned to celebrate Grandpa's 72nd birthday. The invitation astonished me. I hadn't communicated with most of my relatives since the day I left. My father never reached out. Vanessa and Rachel pretended I don't exist. But Edward was different. Even after I left, Dad sent birthday cards, sometimes even checks, and a handwritten message when I received my scholarship. He was the only person who treated me like I still mattered. I knew I couldn't say no when his card arrived with a handwritten letter saying, "I'd like you there. Please come." When I arrived, the driveway was already crowded. Vanessa liked mentioning expensive automobiles in her chats. The home appeared precisely the same. Same porch light, wreath, and pleasant warmth from the windows. Nothing had changed except for me. I parked down the street and sat in my car for a while to steady myself. Then I stepped outside, fixed my jacket, and approached the door. When I went inside, the cacophony hit me. Laughter, clinking drinks, and music coming from concealed speakers. As I passed, a few relatives whom I hardly recognized nodded politely. Others gazed as if they had seen a ghost. Vanessa spotted me first. Her smile disappeared. "Well," she remarked, holding a wine glass. "Look who decided to show up." "Good to see you too," I answered calmly. Rachel followed, dressed head to toe in luxury brands and wearing a phony grin. "I was betting you wouldn't have the nerve," she told me. "I guess I owe Mom $20. I ignored the jibe and sought for my father. Gregory was standing by the fireplace with a drink in his hand, deep in conversation with one of Edward's friends. He looked up, saw me, and his expression faltered for a second, then he gave a stiff nod. Nothing more. The tension in the room was thick, but I kept my head up. I wasn't the kid they'd humiliated anymore. Olivia, Edward's attorney and oldest friend, yelled behind me. "I'm glad you came." "Wouldn't miss it," I responded. She lowered her voice. "Edward's been working on something. Don't leave before the toast." I nodded, not sure what she meant. I spent the next hour avoiding conversations. Vanessa introduced Rachel to anyone who would listen as an up-and-coming entrepreneur, despite the fact that I knew from social media that her influencer projects were failing. My father pretended I wasn't there. Every time I passed them, Rachel's voice rose just loud enough for me to catch a word. Pathetic. Still bitter. Probably unemployed. I didn't take the bait, and I focused on the reason I was there, Edward. It was nearly 9 a.m., when the clinking of a spoon against a glass silenced the chatter. Edward stood at the head of the long dining table, his posture straight, his voice strong. "Thank you all for coming," he began. 72 years is a long time to be alive, and I'm grateful to have so much family here tonight." He paused, scanning the room, then his tone shifted. Slower, heavier, deliberate. 3 years ago, something valuable went missing from this house. A Rolex GMT Master 2. White gold, $40,000. My son's watch, which my grandson Liam was accused of stealing. Vanessa's smile faded as I spoke with an old friend who runs a pawnshop downtown, and he froze when I mentioned the watch, despite the fact that he had been thrown out and disowned. Recently, his voice tightened, and I discovered the truth. He told me that just after Christmas that year, a young woman came into his shop with a matching piece, nervous, shaking, and talking too much. A ripple of unease spread across the room, and Rachel's hands tightened around her glass. I showed him a photo of the missing watch, Edward continued, and he didn't hesitate. The same model, serial number, and engraving. And the name on the paperwork? He paused, allowing the silence to stretch. Rachel Carter. The room erupted in whispers. Vanessa's face drained of color. Gregory's hand trembled as he set his drink down. Rachel stared at the floor, frozen. We traced the serial number to the current holder using his records. After the police contacted them, the watch was returned. But I didn't stop there, Edward continued, pacing slowly as if presenting evidence in court. I wanted the complete story, so I asked for help, and we traced the money, which was routed to a debt collector to pay off a boyfriend's gambling issue. The only sound was the ticking of the grandfather clock in the corner, and while all of this was going on, Edward said, his voice rising slightly. Another $10,000 was spent on a European vacation, first-class flights, 5-star hotels, champagne brunches, and $9,000 was lost in a cryptocurrency scheme that failed in weeks. The person you all chose to blame, the one you called a liar and a thief, was trying to survive with nothing. Liam lost his home, his family, and 3 years of his life because of a story you all never questioned. Liam, you were innocent. You always were. The room was silent. Vanessa's lips moved, but no words came out. Gregory stared at the table, unable to look at me. Rachel's eyes were glassy with amazement, and her face was pale. I felt a dozen eyes on me, but I didn't say anything because I didn't need to. The truth had been buried for 3 years, and now it was naked in the center of the room for everyone to see. I remained long enough to softly thank Edward. Then I slipped out before dessert, the cold night air hitting me like a wave. I didn't want to see the fallout. I didn't want apologies. The people inside that house had already shown me who they were, and as I walked down the driveway, I realized something had changed. For years, I'd carried the weight of their betrayal like a chain. But now, as snow crunched under my boots and the house faded into the distance behind me, I felt lighter. They had tried to bury me with lies. But tonight, the truth dug me out. I hadn't heard from my father in 2 days after Edward's party, and then the messages began, at first full of apologies. Against my better judgment, I texted Gregory an address, and he accused me of turning Edward against him, brainwashing the family and humiliating them in front of their friends. I ignored every single one of his desperate texts about how he didn't know the whole story, that he regretted everything, and that he wanted to make things right. When I walked into the small cafe near the old library where I used to study, he was already there, sitting at a corner table with a half-finished cup of coffee. He looked tired and older than I remembered, but there was still that same intensity in his eyes. The same man who had thrown me out on Christmas Eve was sitting in front of me as if nothing had happened. Liam, he began, standing as if we were old friends. I appreciate you coming. Let's just speak, I said, taking a seat. There was a long silence before he spoke again. I owe you an apology. His voice was low and measured. I was wrong about the watch that night, and a lot of other things. I didn't answer because I wanted to hear what else he had to say. I thought I was doing what was best, he continued. I believed what they told me, and when I saw you in my office, I let my anger take over. I failed you as a father. For a moment, I almost believed him, but then his tone shifted, subtle at first, then sharper. But you have to understand, he said, leaning forward. I was under a great deal of pressure. I had Vanessa in one ear, Rachel in the other, and I didn't know what to believe. And now you've gone and turned my own father against me. Do you have any idea what that toast did to me? The words hit me like a slap. What it did to you, I repeated. It told the truth. That's what it did. He exhaled sharply. You didn't need to make it public. You could have handled this privately. Instead, you humiliated me. Humiliated our family. Our family? I scoffed. The same family the Liam, I'm trying to fix this. No, I said. You're trying to fix how it looks. There's a difference. The conversation shifted quickly from calm to confrontational. He slammed his palm lightly on the table. You have no idea what it's like to have everything you've built fall apart because of one mistake. I lost clients. Friends stopped calling. People think I'm a fool. You are a fool, I said, the words slipping out before I could stop them. You believed a lie because it was easier than believing me, and now you're paying for it. Watch your tone, he snapped, the old authority creeping back into his voice. No, I said quietly. I'm done watching my tone. You kicked me out like trash and let them destroy my name. You didn't even respond to my messages when I begged you to hear me out, and now that the truth is out, you're still trying to blame someone else. The silence between us was sharp, and people at nearby tables began to glance over. Gregory looked around embarrassed, then leaned in. I'm asking you to move on. We are still family. We can rebuild. Family, I insisted. Family protects you. The family listens. Family does not throw a 19-year-old out on Christmas Eve without proof. His voice hardened. You're being theatrical. I already apologized. No, I said, standing now. You said you were sorry you got caught. I'm not sorry for what you did. He got up, his cheeks heated. You think you're better than me now? Because Edward's giving you money because you got a few scholarships. I don't think I'm better than you, I replied. I just know I'll never be like you. Something in his eyes shifted, anger, pride, maybe even fear. But he didn't stop. One day you'll regret this. One day you'll realize how much I sacrificed. I stared at him for a long time before answering. You didn't sacrifice anything. You threw away your son. I turned and walked toward the door. He called my name, but I didn't look back. I didn't need to. I stood outside the cafe for a few minutes, the winter air biting at my face. I should have been angry, but instead I felt clarity. My father hadn't come to apologize, he'd come to rewrite the story. He wanted forgiveness without accountability, redemption without consequences, and for the first time in my life, I realized I didn't owe him anything. I took out my phone and blocked his number, and the cycle was broken. 2 weeks had passed since the cafe confrontation, and I had not heard from my father since the day I walked away. But then Edward called, his voice calm, but there was something deliberate beneath the surface. I need you to come by the house, he said. There's something we need to talk about privately. I drove over the next morning, not knowing what to expect. He greeted me at the door with a firm handshake and led me into his study, which smelled of old books and cedar and was lined with decades of family history. On the table in front of him were several folders, each thick with documents. What's all this? I asked. Evidence, he replied, and a very big problem. Edward explained that after the truth about the watch was revealed, he couldn't shake the feeling that there was more beneath the surface. The way Vanessa and Rachel had manipulated my father so easily, the way they lied without hesitation, had left him unsettled, so he began digging. Over the course of 2 years, hundreds of thousands of dollars had quietly vanished from company and personal accounts. It all started with a review of the family company's financial records, which initially appeared to be in order. Then, inconsistencies began to emerge, with small withdrawals here and unaccounted transfers there. Vanessa had been issuing company credit cards in her name, charging them with business expenses such as designer handbags, spa treatments, and private chauffeurs, as well as funneling company funds into side ventures, failed influencer projects, expensive vacations, and even a short-lived clothing brand that failed in months. And that wasn't the worst of it. Edward opened another folder and handed a paper across the desk. A hefty loan agreement taken out in Gregory's name, but the signature wasn't his. Forged? I asked, and Edward nodded. Your mother signed it. She used the money to bail Rachel out of a failed cryptocurrency scam. Edward leaned back and added something that caught me off guard. They hadn't just destroyed trust. They had been bleeding the family dry while blaming everyone else for their mess. $500,000 had disappeared in a single night. And you once asked me why Rachel ever pawned the Rolex in the first place. If they were capable of stealing so much, why bother? I nodded, the question gnawing at me. Because that happened before all of this, Edward said. At the time, they didn't have access to company accounts. Vanessa wasn't a part of the business yet, and Rachel didn't know how to move money without getting caught. They needed fast, untraceable cash, and they needed it immediately. He flipped another page showing bank statements. Her boyfriend was deep in debt, not credit card debt, but the dangerous kind, with loan sharks and threats. They needed tens of thousands of dollars within days. The company funds were too risky to touch at the time. Too many eyes, too much paper trail. But your father's. How about my father? I asked quietly. He's ignorant, Edward said. Or maybe he decided not to see it. In any case, he let them go wild, and now they've nearly destroyed all I created. I leaned back in the chair. What are you going to do? Edward's visage darkened. I'm cutting them off. All of them, he said literally. Over the next hour, he laid out his plan. His lawyers were already restructuring the family trust. My father's name was being removed as a beneficiary. Every asset, real estate, shares, bonds would bypass him entirely, and the money that was supposed to sustain him in retirement would be gone. Vanessa and Rachel would not smell a thing. They had their opportunity, Edward continued, and they demonstrated they couldn't be trusted with our family's heritage. I didn't know what to say. It was a major choice, not just a punishment, but a definitive judgment. There's one more thing, Edward said. I'm setting aside a portion of the estate for you. Not because you deserve it, but because you earned it. You've shown integrity when everyone else around you has shown greed. I shook my head. I didn't do any of this for money. I know, he said, placing a hand on my shoulder. That's exactly why you deserve it. The fallout was immediate. Within days, word spread that Edward had rewritten his will, and Vanessa was furious. Rachel spiraled. Her cards were stopped, her accounts depleted, her projects crumbling, and she wrote me a long rambling letter online one night screaming for assistance. She phoned Edward's attorney several times, threatening litigation, but none of it mattered since the documentation was airtight. Even after I blocked him, he kept calling from new numbers, leaving dozens of missed calls and voicemails that ranged from rage to desperation. In one, he shouted that I had turned Edward against his own son, and in another, he begged me to talk. I deleted it without responding. In less than 2 weeks, Edward phoned again. It's done, he stated simply. The trust is finalized. They're shut off. I asked how my father reacted. He's outraged, Edward said. But he still doesn't understand why this is happening. He blames everyone but himself. Vanessa is discussing divorce, while Rachel is drowning in debt. A week after Edward signed the trust, the shockwaves began. At first, nothing obvious changed, just a shift in tone when my father's name was mentioned. Calls were no longer returned, meetings were rescheduled, and people he once called friends suddenly became too busy. It was the kind of silence that always comes before everything falls apart. Within 2 weeks, the first cracks appeared. When word of the trust changes reached the firm and whispers spread throughout the legal community, an internal audit was called routine, but everyone knew why it was happening. Investigators dug into records and soon enough patterns began to emerge. Forgery, unapproved transfers, and missing funds. Vanessa's name was linked to embezzlement, and an investigation into Carter Holdings was launched, revealing every detail of their scheme. By the second month, the situation had exploded, with the media catching wind of it and making brutal headlines. Rachel's influencer brand was exposed as a shell corporation, and my father's reputation, established over decades, was wrecked in days. The firm suspended him awaiting an inquiry, state regulators began a case, clients broke links, and former mentors refused to answer his calls. In the third month, Edward's lawyers began the process of reclaiming the family home, which would take time but was unavoidable. Creditors called on a daily basis, accounts were frozen, sponsorships disappeared. Rachel's projects failed one after the other, and Vanessa's carefully curated image crumbled. By the 5th month, humiliation had become public. When the eviction notice arrived, Rachel absolutely lost it and raced onto Edward's property, shouting that he was ruining the family. Edward listened attentively before cutting her off with a single sentence. The family does not fabricate signatures. Families do not empty accounts or frame their own blood. This is the result of your choices. The house went on the market weeks later. Rachel's luxury SUV was repossessed, Vanessa was photographed shouting at debt collectors, and the pictures went viral. Rachel tried one last time to salvage her image. Vanessa filed for divorce in the 6th month after launching a second chance rebrand online, crying on camera about growth and learning from mistakes. Her sponsors and followers vanished, and she quietly deleted everything. She accused Gregory of emotional neglect and betrayal, hoping for a payout, but Edward's lawyers had sealed every loophole, the accounts were frozen, the trust was untouchable, and there was nothing left for her to win. Gregory's professional life was also over. No firm would hire him. His name was toxic, and the man who once preached control now had none. He left me a voicemail, which I never answered. "She left," he said quietly. "I gave them everything." I listened once before de Gregory, stripped of wealth and reputation, was living alone in a small run-down apartment. I saw him once by accident in a grocery store, and he looked older and smaller, as if the weight of every decision he'd made had finally caught up with him. He tried to speak, but I kept walking, and there was nothing else to say. When we spoke, Edward seemed lighter. "It was hard to watch," he conceded one afternoon. "But sometimes the only way to stop rot is to let it collapse under its own weight." He was correct. None of us had destroyed them. We had not required to. They'd done it to themselves, one selfish choice at a time. Their demise was neither loud nor dramatic. It was slow, embarrassing, and conclusive. And for the first time since I was 19, I was no longer furious. I was free. Life following their demise was calm, almost unsettlingly so. For the first time in years, there were no furious messages, manipulation, or guilt-tripping. Just silence. And in that stillness, I began to create a life separate from them. I disconnected from all points of communication, changed my phone number, stopped reading the old email, and informed family that I did not want updates. It was not about vengeance. I really didn't want their disarray to flow into the future I was attempting to build. Work became my primary focus. The degree I had worked so hard for finally paid off, and I rose fast through the ranks of a cybersecurity business. I oversaw projects, recruited my own staff, and got the respect I had previously asked for. Every milestone seemed like confirmation that I had created something wholly on my own. I too went, not to escape, but to survive. From the temples of Kyoto to the mountains of Patagonia, each new location reminded me of how far I'd gone since that night. I sat in my chilly vehicle on Christmas Eve. The youngster who had previously had nowhere to go was now crafting his own tale. Edward and I became closer. He wasn't just my granddad anymore. He was my anchor. We frequently discussed the future of the family company. And for the first time, I became a part of that future. "They tried to break you," he informed me one evening. "But you built yourself stronger than they ever were." A letter arrived about a year later. It came from my father. I was really taken aback by the penmanship. Inside, he confessed everything: betrayal, deceit, blindness, and the words I never imagined I'd hear. "I'm sorry." He wrote about Vanessa's remarriage and then departed without saying anything. Rachel seldom communicated with him. How empty my life had become. He stated he wished he could go back and alter everything. I read it twice and then put it aside. I did not react. Not because I loathed him, but because I no longer required anything from him. No apologies, no talk, no connection. I'd already forgiven him, in my own way. Forgiveness was not for him. That was for me. That winter, Edward and I held a little holiday meal. Beatrice arrived with cousins and a few close pals. It was a lovely, laughter-filled evening, just like the ones I used to fantasize of when I was younger. Beatrice raised her glass and exclaimed, "Here's to second chances, the ones we give ourselves." Her words stuck with me. My tale was never about vengeance. It was about rebuilding after being broken. It was about establishing that their decisions did not shape who I became. I haven't spoken with my father since the letter. Maybe someday I will. Perhaps I won't. If I do, it will be my decision, and not his. The youngster he tossed out on Christmas Eve has vanished. What remains is a guy who established a life without their consent, who realized that family is about commitment and love, not blood. And that man, whom they attempted to destroy, is now free. My family ignored me when I said I moved to Arizona. 10 months later, Mom called, screaming, "Why didn't you tell us?" I said, "I did, 6 times. I informed them I was relocating to Arizona 6 times, on 6 different occasions, in 6 different discussions, with 6 distinct declarations. The first time was during Easter supper on April 5th. I was passing the ham when I remarked, "So, I got a job offer in Phoenix for a software engineering position. It's a great opportunity, and I'm thinking about taking it." Mom was on the phone. Dad was watching baseball highlights on the TV in the dining room. My sister Emily was feeding her kid mashed potatoes. "That's nice, honey," Mom replied without looking up. I waited. Surely someone will ask a follow-up question. "Where in Phoenix? When would I start? How much would they pay?" Nothing. Dad clapped at something on television. Emily wiped applesauce off her daughter's face. Mom scrolling. I may as well have stated I was considering getting a haircut. That was it. No inquiries, no follow-up. Simply, "That's lovely, honey." Back to scrolling. I am Max, by the way. 29th. Software engineer. I was the middle kid in a family where middle meant forgettable. And I don't mean that dramatically. I mean this literally. When I was 12, my family traveled to Disneyland. They got halfway through the day before discovering I wasn't with them. I had been sitting on a seat near Splash Mountain for 45 minutes. When they spotted me, Mom asked, "Why didn't you keep up?" When I graduated from high school, they arrived 20 minutes late. I missed my name being called. Instead, we took photographs with Emily, who graduated 3 years earlier but came to show her support. When I moved into my first apartment at 23, I asked them over for supper. They canceled at the last minute. Emily needs assistance moving a sofa. I spent that night eating spaghetti alone, looking at the table set for 5. So, when I announced that I was relocating to a new state, I should not have been startled by the lack of response. However, I was still dissatisfied. The second time I discussed the relocation was 3 weeks later. Mom's birthday is May 5th. We were enjoying cake when I said it again. So I took the position in Phoenix. I'll be relocating in June. Most likely around the middle of the month. Dad sliced the cake. "Phoenix, it's scorching outside." "Yeah, but the income is great, and I'm ready for a change." "That is excellent, son." I waited again, hoping for something. Anything. "How far is Phoenix?" I prompted. "Like flying distance?" "Oh, I do not know." Dad said, "A couple of hours," with his mouth full of cake. "About 4 hours if you drive," I said. "But yes, flying is shorter." "Ha." He nodded and looked across me to Emily, who was showing Mom something on her phone. "This concludes the chat." He grabbed another mouthful of cake and began conversing with Emily about her son's baseball team. I sat there, fork in hand, wondering whether anybody had heard me, or if I had simply become the human version of elevator music. Present but unimportant. The third occasion was over a family barbecue during Memorial Day weekend. I was helping Dad grill burgers when I remarked, "So, I'm signing the lease in Phoenix this week, and moving trucks are scheduled for June 18th. "Good for you," he answered, turning a burger. "Yes, it's a 1-bedroom in Scottsdale near some fantastic hiking trails." "That seems good." I tried once more. "I will need to drive out there. Probably a 2-day journey. Leave early. Stop in New Mexico. Be cautious on the arid roads. Lots of speeders." That was it. "No, we will miss you, and that is a significant move. Alternatively, let us know if you need assistance packing." Just sounds good. And a caution against speeding. Ryan walked by, drink in hand. "Hey, can someone help me move my gaming setup upstairs later?" "I got you," Dad said promptly. I stood there with tongs in hand, feeling the weight of invisibility. The fourth time was more straightforward. A family group SMS. June 12th. Me. "Hello everyone. Final reminder. I'm relocating to Phoenix next weekend. The new address will be 2847 Desert View Lane, Scottsdale, Arizona, 85251. Please let me know if you have any needs before I depart." I monitored the group conversation and waited for answers. Emily shared a snapshot of her son's painting piece 2 hours later. Mom responded to it with a heart emoji. Ryan submitted a pizza-related meme. My message? Nothing. Not a single answer. Not even a thumbs up. It lay there unread by most and ignored by all. I captured a screenshot. Not sure why. Perhaps I knew I would need proof someday. The fifth time was the day before my departure. June 17th. I came by the house to say farewell. Mom was in the kitchen. Dad was inside the garage. Ryan was upstairs gaming. "I'm leaving tomorrow morning," I told Mom. "All of the trucks are packed." She was creating a grocery list. "Oh, that is tomorrow. Have a safe voyage, honey." "Yes, it is a lengthy drive. Probably take 2 days. Drink plenty of water." I waited there, hoping she would glance up. I was hoping she'd ask where I was staying on the drive and embrace me. She included milk on her list. Okay. I think this is it. Drive safely, honey. That was it. No hugs. No. We will miss you. There was no family gathering to send me farewell. Simply remember to drink plenty of water. I stepped outside to my pickup. Dad was sorting tools in his garage. I am leaving tomorrow, Dad. Yep. Good luck out there. Thanks. He returned to his tools. I sat in my truck for a full minute, staring at the home. I grew up in this house. I was leaving the home. And I understood nobody was going to stop me. Nobody was going to say they'd miss me, because they wouldn't. I departed the next morning at 6 a.m. alone. I drove 16 hours to Arizona with only a podcast playlist and the developing understanding that I might disappear without being seen. Turns that I was correct. The first month in Phoenix was a flurry of unpacking, learning a new job, and getting used to the heat. I shared a couple images on the family group chat. My new apartment, a sunset over Camelback Mountain, a photo of me hiking, and no answers, not even a pleasant view or a thumbs up emoji. I gave off trying after that. By month 4, I'd settled there, made a few friends at work, began hiking every weekend, joined a climbing gym, and discovered my favorite taco restaurant. My coworker Sarah asked me one day, "You talk to your family much?" Not really. They know you moved. I told them. They didn't listen. She chuckled, believing I was kidding. I was not. I did not call home. I did not text. I did not reach out. Nobody reached out to me. Not for my birthday in July. Not for Thanksgiving. Not for Christmas. Complete quiet. It was as if I never existed, and honestly, it felt liberating. There will be no guilt trips about missed events, no last-minute favors, no more being the neglected middle kid at family dinners. It's just me, my new life, and the desert heat. In month 7, I received an SMS from Emily. "Hey Emily, can you pick up Mom's medication tomorrow? She is out of refills, and the drugstore shuts early." I gazed at the message. Read it 3 times. Me. I am in Arizona. 3 dots emerged, stopped, and reappeared. Emily. What? Me. I relocated to Arizona 7 months ago. I told everyone several times. Emily. Oh. I assumed you were joking. Me. Emily. Why would I make that joke? Anyway, can anybody else obtain it? Me. Asked Ryan. She did not react. I put down my phone and laughed. Not because it was humorous, but because it was so completely on brand. 7 months. 7 months spent living in a separate state, and my sister assumed I was kidding. Month 10. No calls, messages, or check-ins. I celebrated Thanksgiving with coworkers, Christmas with a friend's family, and New Year's alone on a hiking trail, watching the sunrise. It was serene. Sometimes it seems lonely, but it's calm. I shared a photo on Instagram. I'm at the Grand Canyon. Caption: year-end excursions. Emily enjoyed it. I did not make a remark. Mom didn't notice it. I wondered whether they noticed if I simply stopped publishing, appearing online, or attempting. Probably not. Month 13, I received the call. It was Tuesday, March 15th. It's been exactly 10 months since I relocated. Mom called, which was unusual. I nearly didn't respond, but curiosity prevailed. Hello, Max. Where are you now? At home. Why? You missed Emily's daughter's birthday celebration yet again. Again? Yes. You have missed every single family gathering over the last year, every birthday, holiday, and BBQ. We haven't seen you yet. What's up with you? I sat down on my couch and took a breath. Mom, I relocated to Arizona. Silence. What? I relocated to Arizona 1 year ago. I told you several times. No, you did not. Yes, I did. I told you during Easter, on your birthday, and at the Memorial Day cookout. I sent a group SMS including my new address. I informed you the day before my departure. More silence. I don't recall that. I understand. Because you weren't listening, Max. That is hardly fair, is it? I informed you 6 times that I was relocating to another state, and you didn't recall anything. You should have. Made it clearer. I laughed bitterly. How much clearer can I get? I literally gave you my new address. You may have phoned or visited. Let us know you're serious. I called. I told you. You just didn't care enough to recall. That is not true. Mom, I have been gone for 10 months. A full year. And you didn't notice until I stopped showing up for family occasions. It's not because you miss me. Because it was inconvenient. Max. I need to go. Wait. I hung up. Sat there, gazing at my phone. 1 year. A complete year spent living in a separate state. They didn't realize it until it touched them. That explained all I needed to know. Emily phoned 10 minutes later. Did you really migrate to Arizona? Yes. Why didn't you inform anybody? I did it 6 times. Nobody listened. Well, I don't recall that. I know you weren't paying attention, Max. That is not fair. We've been busy. You understand how hectic things are with the kids. It's been 1 year, Jess. You had time to post 50 photos of your children on Facebook, but you didn't notice I relocated to another state. That is different. How? She didn't respond. I have to go. I said. Mom's quite upset. Good. Perhaps now she'll pay attention. I hung up, and for the first time in 10 months I felt vindicated, since I'd always worried if my family would notice if I disappeared. Now I knew they wouldn't. Not until it inconvenienced them. The calls began instantly. Dad phoned less than an hour after Emily hung up. I let it ring. I saw his name flash across my screen 3 times before it went to voicemail. Max, this is Dad. Your mother is quite unhappy. Call us back so we can discuss this like adults. Like grown-ups. As if I were being childish. I erased the voicemail. Ryan followed up with a text. Ryan, brother, and wife. Have you relocated to Arizona? Me? Yep. Ryan. When? Me? 10 months ago? Ryan. Why didn't you say anything? Me? I did it several times. You were playing Fortnite. Oh, Ryan. That was it. Oh, no apology, no acknowledgement. Oh, as I indicated, I got a haircut. Not that I had moved to a new state. That night, Mom called again. I nearly didn't respond, but I felt I'd better get it over with. Hello? Max, I have been thinking about our chat earlier. Okay. And I think you're being quite unjust. I closed my eyes. How am I being unfair? You're acting as if we don't care that you relocated. But we did. We just didn't understand you had followed through since you didn't listen. We were listening. You just weren't clear. Mom, I texted you my new address. How much clearer can I get? Well, we receive a lot of mails. We cannot be expected to recall every single one. It wasn't a single message. 6 distinct talks occurred over a 4-month period. I can't recall 6 chats. I understand what the issue is. Silence. Then your sister is quite upset since you didn't inform her. I told her. She doesn't remember. That is not my fault. Max, why are you making this so difficult? I laughed. Actually laughed. I am being tough. I relocated to another state and no one noticed for a year, yet I am the problematic one. You might have made more of an effort to keep in touch. I emailed photographs. I sent an SMS. I shared on social media. You disregarded everything. We did not disregard it. Mom, you did not even wish me a happy birthday. Silence. When was your birthday? July 17th. For months following my move. More silence. Okay. We must have texted you. You did not. Are you certain? Yes, Mom. I am sure. She breathed, annoyed. Okay, we forgot one birthday. That's not to say we don't care about you. It was not a single birthday. It has been every birthday, Christmas and holiday for years. That is not true. Mom, when was the last time you phoned to ask how I was doing? She didn't respond. Exactly. I'm a busy person, Max. I've got a lot going on, so do I. Nonetheless, I managed to inform you 6 times that I was relocating. Why are you acting so hostile? I am not being hostile. I am being honest. It feels unfriendly. I took a breath and tried to remain cool. Mom, I'm not trying to hurt you. I'm just trying to make it clear that I've been invisible to this family for a long time. And relocating to Arizona didn't change that. It just made it plain. You are not invisible. So why didn't you realize I was gone? She did not have a response for it. I have to leave, I said. Max, please wait. I hung up. Sat on my couch, looking at the wall. Part of me felt guilty. Part of me felt furious. And part of me simply felt exhausted. But overall I felt pleased that I had finally said what I had been thinking for years. And it felt great. The next morning I received a lengthy text from Emily. Emily, I do not like you making mom weep. She's quite unhappy, and it's because you're overly theatrical about the whole affair. Yes, we did not notice you had relocated, but that is not a crime. We lead busy lives with children, careers and obligations. We cannot keep track of everything. You're behaving as if we abandoned you, while in reality you just departed without saying goodbye. That is on you, not us. If you wanted us to make a big issue about it, you should have done it yourself. Please do not blame us for your lack of communication. I reread it 3 times. Then I said, me? I had told you 6 times. I provided you my address. I emailed photographs. I sent an SMS. I called. I did everything but go up to your house with a megaphone. But, yes, it is my lack of communication. Emily, you are being foolish. You and I are being defensive because we both know I am correct. Emily, whatever. Max, enjoy Arizona. I hope it is worth losing your family over. Me. I did not lose my family. They just never realized I was a part of it in the first place. She did not react. I banned her phone number. Not because they are angry. I did it out of self-preservation, knowing that if I didn't, she'd keep messaging. Keep guilt-tripping. Keep making me feel like I'm the problem. And I was finished being the problem. 2 days later, Dad called. This time I responded. Hey Dad. Max, we need to talk. Okay. Your mother is very hurt. She's been crying for 2 days. I'm sorry she's upset. Are you? Because it doesn't seem like it. I'm sorry she's upset. I'm not sorry for telling the truth. He sighed. Look. I get it. You feel like we didn't pay enough attention to your move. But you have to understand. We've had a lot going on. Emily's kids, Ryan's job search, your mother's book club. Life gets busy. I know life gets busy, but I told you 6 times, Dad. How many times does someone have to tell you they're moving to a different state before you remember? It's not about remembering, it's about priorities. That landed like a punch. What? I said what I said. We have priorities, and sometimes certain things take precedence, so I'm not a priority. That's not what I said. That's exactly what you said, Max. Don't twist my words. I'm not twisting anything. You just admitted that I'm not a priority in this family. Look, you're taking this wrong. How should I take it? Silence. Dad, I'm not sure what you want me to say, Max. I want you to apologize. To admit that you should have paid more attention, and to acknowledge that I told you I was moving and you didn't care enough to remember. That's not fair. Yes, it is. He exhaled, heavy and frustrated. Fine. I'm sorry. I should have paid more attention. Is that what you want to hear? Only if you mean it. I do. Do you? Yes, Max. I'm sorry. We should have been better. We should have listened. We should have made you feel like you mattered. I sat there, phone pressed to my ear, feeling something crack inside me. Thank you, I said quietly. So, can we move on from this now? I'm not sure. What do you mean you don't know? I mean, an apology is a start, but it doesn't fix years of being ignored. What do you want from us? I want you to care, not just say it, but to show it. How? By checking in, asking how I'm doing, remembering important things I tell you, and treating me like I'm a member of the family rather than an afterthought. We can do that. Can you? Yes. Okay, we'll see. We hung up and I sat there staring at my phone. It was the most honest conversation I'd ever had with my father, and I had no idea if anything would actually change. A week later, Mom sent me a friend request on Facebook, which I accepted after staring at it for a full day. Emily unblocked me 2 weeks later and texted me, "Hey Emily, I'm sorry for what I said." She liked 3 of my old images from Arizona, none of which she had seen before, and remarked on one of them, "Beautiful view. Glad you're doing well." I didn't react. I was defensive and I shouldn't have been. You were right, we should have noticed, and I should have noticed. I'm sorry. Me. Thank you. Emily, are we okay? Me. I don't know yet, but we can work on it. Emily. Fair. It wasn't much, but it was something. A month after the big confrontation, Ryan called. "Hey man. Just wanted to say sorry for what? For not noticing you moved, and for everything else." Everything else. Yeah, I know. I've been a bad brother, always asking for things and never checking in. I'm working on it. Are you really? Or are you just saying that because mom told you to? Both, honestly. But I mean it. I want to be better. Okay, we'll see. That's fair. We spoke for another 10 minutes about nothing essential, just small talk, but it was the longest discussion we'd had in years. 4 months after I told my family I lived in Arizona, things had changed, not fixed, but different. Mom texts me once a week, typically simply saying, "How are you?" Or, "Thinking of you." Small, but steady. Dad phoned every other Sunday and we spoke about work, the weather and hiking. He called, Emily sent photos of her kids, asked about my life, and actually listened when I responded. Ryan sent memes, stupid random memes, but it was his way of reaching out. I hadn't forgiven them yet, but I was willing to try because maybe, just maybe, they were finally seeing me. And that was enough for now. 7 months after the confrontation, Mom asked if she could visit. The text came on a Thursday afternoon. "Mom, I'd really like to see where you live. Would it be okay if Dad and I came to visit? We could stay at a hotel for the weekend." I stared at the message for 20 minutes. Part of me wanted to say no, to maintain the distance, to protect the peace I built. But another part of me, the part that had spent years wanting them to care, wanted to say yes. Me. "When were you thinking?" "Mom, next month, the first weekend." Me. "Okay. Let me know the dates and I'll make sure I'm available." "Mom, thank you, honey. This means a lot." I set my phone down and took a deep breath. They were coming to Arizona to see my life. To see the place I'd been living for a year and a half that they'd never asked about. Better late than never, I suppose. They arrived on a Friday evening in October and I picked them up from the airport. Mom hugged me tightly, Dad shook my hand, and then pulled me into an awkward side hug. "You look good," Mom said. "Healthy, thanks. Arizona agrees with me." We went to their hotel in Scottsdale. Mom inquired about the desert, Dad commented on the heat. Small talk, safe talk. I put them down and told them I'd pick them up for dinner at 7. "Can we visit your place first?" Mom asked. "Let's just eat tomorrow night." "Okay." Dinner was odd. We went to a Mexican restaurant I liked. Mom ordered a margarita, Dad got a beer, and I got water. "So," Bed said, cutting into his burrito. "How's work?" "Good. Really good, actually. I got promoted last month to senior developer." "That's great, son. Congratulations." "Thanks." Mom smiled. "We're so proud of you." I nodded. Didn't know what to say. "Do you have friends out here?" she asked. "Yeah. A few from work and some people I met hiking." "That's good. We were worried you'd be lonely." "I'm not lonely. I'm actually happier here than I was back home." That landed heavy. Mom looked down at her plate. Dad took a long drink of beer. "We're glad you're happy," Dad finally said. "Are you?" He looked at me. "Yes, we are. Even though I had to relocate to a different state to feel like I mattered." Mom's eyes welled up. "Max. I'm not trying to start a fight. I'm just being honest. We know we messed up," she said quietly. "We know we didn't pay enough attention. We're trying to do better. I understand and appreciate it, but it will take time." We finished dinner, talked about safer things, Emily's kids, Ryan's new job at a marketing firm, Mom's book club. It was fine, not great, but fine. The next morning, I took them to my apartment, which was small, 1 bedroom, clean, with minimal furniture. But it was mine. Mom walked slowly through, looking at the photos on my wall, the books on my shelf, the hiking gear in the corner. "It's nice, honey. Really nice." "Thank you." Dad stood by the window. "Good view." "Yeah. I can see the mountains from here." Mom sat on my couch. "Do you have everything you need?" "Yeah, I'm good because if you need anything, Mom, I'm good. I promise." She nodded and smiled, but I could tell she was trying not to cry. "What?" I asked. "I just miss so much. A whole year of your life, and I'll never get that back." I sat down next to her. "No, you won't." "I'm sorry, Max. I'm so sorry." "I know." She wiped her eyes. "Can you forgive us?" I thought about it. Really thought about it. "I'm working on it, but I'm not there yet." "That's fair." We spent the day ascending Camelback Mountain, eating lunch in Old Town Scottsdale, and driving across the desert. It was the most time I'd spent with my folks in years, and it wasn't too bad. We didn't discuss much about the past, instead focusing on the present. The vistas, the food, the heat. Dad once commented, "I can see why you like it here." Yeah, it's peaceful. It feels like you can breathe. That's exactly why I moved. He nodded and didn't say anything else, but I could see he understood. That night, we had supper at my favorite taco place, and Mom talked about my hiking adventures, while Dad asked about work projects. They actually listened when I answered. It felt different, like they were really trying. As we were leaving, Mom hugged me again. "Thank you for allowing us to visit." "Of course. Can we come back?" "Maybe in a few months." I hesitated, then nodded. "Yeah, we can make that work." She smiled, relief washed over her face. They flew home the next morning. I drove them to the airport. Mom cried a little when we said goodbye. Dad hugged me longer than usual. "We love you, son." "I love you too, Dad." And I meant it. Even after everything. Even after the years of being forgotten. Even after the pain, I still loved them. I just didn't trust them yet. A week later, I received a package from Mom. A framed photo of us at Camelback Mountain, all three of us smiling, with the desert in the background. There was a note. "Thank you for the best weekend we've had in years. We're so proud of the life you've built. Love, Mom and Dad." I put the photo on my shelf next to the pictures of my friends, hiking trips, and my new life. It didn't erase the past, but it was a step forward. 4 months later, Christmas arrived. Mom called. "We're having Christmas at the house. Will you come?" "I'm not sure, Mom." "Please, Max. It wouldn't be the same without you. You had Christmas without me last year. You didn't even notice I wasn't there." "I know. And that was wrong. But we're asking now. Please." I thought about it. "I'll think about it. That's all I'm asking." 2 weeks later, I booked a flight. Not because I'd forgiven everything, but because I was willing to try. On Christmas morning, I walked into my parents' house for the first time in nearly 3 years. Emily was there with her children. Ryan was there with his new girlfriend. Mom was making breakfast, and Dad was putting up the tree. When I walked in, everything came to a halt. Emily ran over and hugged me. "You came?" "Yeah, I came." Ryan high-fived me. "Good to see you, man." Mom came out of the kitchen, wiping her hands on a towel. She saw me, froze, and then started crying. "Hello, Mom." She walked over and hugged me tight, as if she was afraid I'd disappear again. "I'm glad you're here, and I'm glad you're here too." Dad came over, shook my hand, and pulled me into a real hug, not a side hug. "Welcome home, son." Home. It was strange hearing that word because Arizona felt like home now, but this felt like family, and maybe that was enough. We spent Christmas Day together, opening presents, eating too much food, and watching movies. Emily showed me videos of her kids, Ryan talked about his job, Mom asked about Arizona, and Dad asked about Hawaii. Having you here, it feels right. It feels like we're a family again. We're working on it. I know. And I'm grateful you're giving us the chance. I nodded. "I'm trying, Mom. I really am." "I know, honey. And that's all I can ask for." That night, before I flew back to Arizona, Dad walked me to my rental car. "Are you leaving early tomorrow?" "Yeah. Flight's at 9 o'clock. He nodded, hands in his pockets. "Listen, I know things have been complicated, but I want you to know something. I'm proud of you for standing up for yourself, for building a life on your own, and for being brave enough to leave when necessary." I looked at him. "Really? Really? A lot of people wouldn't have done that. They would have stayed and been miserable, but you chose to leave. That takes guts." "Thanks, Dad. I mean it. And I'm sorry we didn't see it sooner. We should have." "Yeah. You should have." He smiled, sad but genuine. "We'll do better. I promise." "I hope so." We hugged. And for the first time in years, it didn't feel forced. It felt real. I flew back to Arizona the next morning, and as the plane took off, I looked out the window at the city below, the place I grew up, the place I'd left, and realized something. I didn't need them to fix everything. I didn't need a perfect apology or a tearful reunion. I just needed them to try, and they were trying. That was enough for the time being. 3 years after I moved to Arizona, my life had changed dramatically. I'd been promoted twice, to senior lead developer, and my team respected me. My boss valued my input, and I had a voice that people actually heard. I bought my first home, a small 2-bedroom house with a yard and a mountain view, and I sent a photo to the family group chat. Mom, congratulations, honey. So proud of you, Emily. Beautiful house. When can we visit? Ryan, sick place, bro. Dad, well done, son. I received 4 positive responses within an hour. It was such a small thing, but it meant everything. That spring, Mom started calling every Sunday, not to ask for anything, not to guilt me out for missing events, but just to talk. How was your week? Good. We launched a new feature at work. Went hiking on Saturday. Where did you hike? Superstition Mountains. Really beautiful trail. Dad began texting me articles about hiking, Arizona, and technology. Nothing deep, just thought you'd find them interesting. And I did. I sent photos, and she responded. It became a routine. Sunday morning coffee. Mom's call. 20 minutes of actual conversation. It was his way of saying, I'm thinking about you. And it worked. Emily invited me to her daughter's birthday party. Emily, I know it's far, but if you can make it, we'd love to have you. And if you can't, we completely understand. No guilt. No pressure. Just an invitation. Me? I'll try to make it work. I booked a flight. I flew back for the weekend. When I arrived at the party, Emily hugged me like I was a soldier returning from war. You came? Of course I came. You invited me. I know, but I didn't expect it. I'm just really glad you're here. Her kids ran up to me, Uncle Max. They barely knew me, but they were excited anyway. I spent the afternoon playing games with them, eating cake and taking photos. Emily pulled me aside at one point and said, Thank you for coming. I know it's not easy, but it's getting easier. Good. Because we missed you. I missed you. I missed you too. Ryan came to visit me in Arizona that summer, just him, no parents, no girlfriend, just my brother. When he called, he said, I need a break. Can I stay with you for a week? Of course. He flew out and I picked him up from the airport. We walked, ate and sat on my back porch sipping beer and watching the sunset. On the third night, he said something that astonished me. I'm sorry I was such a bad brother and you've already apologized. I know, but I don't think I really got it until now. Coming out here, seeing your life, realizing you built all of this without us, without me. You were dealing with your own issues. That's not an excuse. I should have paid attention. I should have noticed when you left. I don't know. It could have been better. I looked at him. You're acting better now, aren't you? You flew out here, you're sitting on my porch, and you're having this conversation. That's better. He nodded and took a sip of beer. I like it here. I understand why you stayed. It's peaceful. It's more than that. It's like you can breathe here, you know? Yeah. I know. We sat in silence for a while. Comfortable silence. Can I come back? He asked, not to move. Mom cooked breakfast. Dad helped me fix a leaky faucet. We went to a Suns game, explored Sedona, sat on the porch and talked. Real conversations about life, work and everything. Dad once said, you know, I think leaving was the best thing you ever did. Really? Yeah. You needed space, we needed a wake-up call. Everyone won. Doesn't feel like winning sometimes, but you're happy and we're better. That's a win in my book. Mom nodded. He's right. We're better parents now. I didn't want to force anything. I just left. And that was enough. She remarked. Sometimes people need to lose something before they know what it's worth. I asked her, and what am I worth? Everything, she said without hesitation. You're worth everything. I felt something crack inside me. Something I'd been holding on to for years. Forgiveness, perhaps, or just letting go. Thank you, I said quietly. No. Thank you for giving us another chance. 3 years after I moved to Arizona, I got a promotion that required relocation to Seattle. I called Mom first. Hey Mom. Hello honey. How are you? Good. I have news. I think it's good news. So I got offered a VP position. But it's in Seattle. Seattle. Wow, that's amazing, honey. Congratulations. Thanks. I'm thinking about taking it. You should. That's a huge opportunity. You're not upset. Why would I be upset? Because I just got settled in Arizona and now I'm leaving again. She laughed. Max, you're an adult. You go where your career takes you. We'll visit. You'll visit. It'll be fine. Really? Really? We're proud of you, no matter where you are. I smiled. Thank you, Mom. When do you leave? 2 months. Okay. We'll come out before you leave. One last Arizona trip. I'd like that. They came. We hiked. We ate. We said goodbye. This time was different. There were hugs, tears, and promises to stay in touch. Call me when you get there, Mom said, and send photos of your new place. I will. Dad handed me an envelope to open later, which I did on the plane to Seattle. Inside was a card and a $5,000 check, which said, "For your new adventure. We are proud of you. Love, Mom and Dad." I stared at it for a long time, not because of the money, but because it was the first time they'd ever supported one of my moves, not with words, but with action. 6 months into Seattle, I received a text from Emily. Emily, the family group chat is planning a reunion in Summer, Arizona, and your old house is a meeting spot. Would you come? Me. My old house. Emily, the family wants to rent it for a week. See where you lived, hike the trails you loved, and experience what you experienced. Me. That's actually really nice. Emily, so you'll come? Me. Yeah, I'll come. That summer, we all met in Arizona. Mom, Dad, Emily and her family, Ryan and his now fiancé. We hiked Camelback, ate at my favorite taco place, watched the sunset from my old porch, and for the first time in my life, I felt like I was a part of the family, not an afterthought, not invisible, but just there, present. Ryan raised his beer in recognition. Everyone raised their glasses to Max for moving to Arizona, for forcing us to get our act together, and for not giving up on us. I smiled and raised mine to second chances. Later that night, I sat on the porch with Mom. This place is special, she said. I get why you loved it here. No, you saved yourself. This place just gave you the space to do so. I nodded. Maybe. I'm sorry we didn't notice you while you were standing in front of us. Do you forgive us? I thought about it. Really thought about it? Yeah. I do. She began weeping. Thank you, but Mom. Yeah. If you ever stop seeing me again, I'm moving to Alaska. She chuckled through tears. Deal. I was standing in my Seattle apartment, 5 years after moving to Arizona, looking at the photos on my wall. Arizona sunsets, family dinners, hiking trips, group photos. My phone rang. Sunday morning. Right on time. Hey Mom. Hi honey. How was your week? Good. Really good. We talked for 30 minutes about work, about life, about nothing important, and when we hung up I smiled because I'd spent years being invisible, but now I was seen, and that made all the difference. My dad accused me of stealing $5,500 at his birthday party. With my family's reputation on the line, I was kicked out. And my revenge was coming. To keep their golden kid safe, my family attempted to destroy my life. I thus revealed the lies, took charge of my destiny, and moved on from them. However, they weren't done with me yet. Let me begin at the beginning before we arrive. You can call me Ethan Matthews. I'm Richard and Claire Matthews' eldest son, 19, and the one the family never boasts about. Contracts and cocktail parties are the lifeblood of Matthews Dynamics, the defense technology business my father owns and operates. Our lives are treated like a theatrical show by my mother. Every look has been practiced and refined. The headliner of their play is my 17-year-old sister, Sophie. The golden child, flawless grades, and boundless charisma. And I'm the quiet one that prefers writing code over having talks. When cameras are present, they attempt to hide the child. My father's 48th birthday was tonight, and they made it a big event. The Northwest Country Club ballroom resembled a presidential fundraiser. Champagne pouring, chandeliers burning, and a jazz band playing too quietly above the din of pricey chatter. There were 180 persons there, including journalists, investors, clients, and politicians. Richard Matthews was having a great time seeing the family on exhibit. Wearing an ill-fitting suit, I sat close to the back, partially listening. The focal point of it all was Sophie, who moved among the audience like an experienced politician. She had previously received courteous applause for her remarks on how much she had learnt from her father's work ethic. My mother hovered close by, complimenting the decor she had created herself. I lowered my head and tried to blend in as I read through a robotics article on my phone. My father then tapped a glass for stillness shortly after the main course. Immediately the room became silent. His voice boomed across the microphone as he stated, "I want to address something important. Something disappointing." My stomach clenched before we cut the cake. The tone was incorrect. Too chilly. Too methodical. He pointed at me. "Come on up here, Ethan." All heads turned. I froze, got up, and moved toward the stage in front of 100 interested onlookers. With a folder clasped to her bosom like a legal exhibit, my mother was standing close to the platform, waiting. She said, "Ladies and gentlemen, I wish we didn't have to do this tonight, but integrity is a Matthews value, and sometimes integrity means confronting hard truths." Sophie took a step forward, her face already crumpling. Whispering over the microphone, she said, "I didn't want to say anything." As my father's arm clamped down on my shoulder, I said, "But I can't keep lying for him." The audience echoed with gasps as he stated, "Our son," his voice laden with rehearsed sadness, "stole from his own mother." Claire produced a stack of receipts after opening the folder. "Unauthorized purchases totaling $5,500, she declared. Sneakers and expensive electronics were all charged to my card. I didn't start that, but Sophie interrupted me. She continued, "I saw him sneaking the card from Mom's wallet. Her makeup flawlessly done as tears ran down her cheeks. All lies." I begged him to stop. However, the performance was perfect. Beside me, security materialized. My dad gave a nod. "Check his jacket." According to club regulation, I could either leave or agree to a search. "Yes," I replied. "What else should I have done?" Then, with dramatic accuracy, one of them extracted 2 printed receipts and a credit card from my inside pocket. It had been weeks since I'd worn this outfit. In my ears, my heartbeat screamed. Mom assisted in choosing my suit the previous evening. For the first time in years, she was interested in what I wore. The receipts were naturally already in the inner pocket. There was a buzz among the audience. Phones rang, recording. Sophie put her head in her mother's shoulder. My dad looked at me as if I were a complete stranger. His words, "You disgrace this family." My voice broke as Ethan said, "You abuse our name. You're finished, Dad. Ineffective against the wall of pretended treachery. From this moment, you are cut off. No allowance, no college fund, no place in this house. You are not a Matthews." Some guests shook their heads, while others muttered as he walked nearer, towering over me. Some of them lifted their phones. I followed security to the exit. The band resumed playing as if nothing had occurred as the doors closed behind me. Rain battered the parking lot outside. Notifications, chats, and images of me being hauled out were all buzzing on my phone. The scholarship committee, whom I had spent years impressing, sent me the status of my application under evaluation within 1 hour. Soaked and trembling, I stood by myself on the curb. I was the robber they had thrown out to preserve their illusion, while my family was inside laughing with senators and CEOs. A dark automobile arrived. Leaning out the driver's side was Aiden. I quietly and drenchedly got into the passenger seat and said, "Get in." He didn't ask what happened. He'd already seen the videos. Everyone had. "You're staying at my place," he stated. No arguments. I sat on Aiden's sofa after dropping my sopping wet jacket on the floor at his apartment. No house, no family, no plans for the future. The fact that the individuals who were meant to keep me safe had made me a villain in order to protect themselves is enough. However, as they sat there in the darkness, a new, more distinct concept began to emerge. They want my departure. They wanted me helpless. They wanted everyone to think that without them, I was nothing. I vowed to myself as I gazed out the window at the rain staining it. They would later regret not estimating me more. By the time the shock subsided, I had been sleeping on Aiden's couch for 3 weeks. I didn't get any sleep the first several evenings. However, humiliation does not mean that life ends. There is still rent. Deadlines for college applications continue to pass. So I went to work. On the outskirts of town, between a pawn store and a laundry, was a repair business run by Aiden's uncle. There, he secured me a night job for minimum salary, cleaning motherboards, replacing broken phone displays, and resoldering laptop ports. The rumors followed me around. My mother, Claire, had informed anybody who inquired that I was in a rehabilitation center after hanging around with the wrong crowd. She found it simpler to lie than to acknowledge that they had evicted me. Teachers no longer called on me at school. In order to avoid me, people I had known for years crossed the corridor. I was kicked out of the group chat by my robotics teammates, whom I mistakenly believed to be buddies. Sophie shared photos on Instagram with hashtags like #betrayed by blood and remarks like, "Some wounds come from those closest to us." Sympathy poured into the comments from her fans. The fury began to crystallize into something sharper after first feeling so heavy. I would make an argument so compelling that it would destroy theirs if they were going to damage my reputation. I began by going over every detail I could recall from the evening of the transactions. The dates of the transactions were Tuesdays. I practiced robotics till late. I wasn't even at home. It was a beginning, but it didn't prove anything on its own. I then went into the home router and logged in. The admin password had not been altered. When I constructed a home lab 2 years prior, I had already put up a low-cost NAS with centralized logging. While I was still residing there, I had set up the VPN and logged in using my own credentials. I only ever examined device metadata and the cloud archives associated with my subscriptions. I never accessed any stuff that I did not own. The NAS received size records from the printer, doorbell and router. Following my expulsion, I used the remote admin tunnel provided by my VPN to access the NAS, and extracted the timestamped device events. Every device that has connected during the previous 6 months was mentioned in the access logs. I compared the DHCP lease records from the router. Sophie MBP device. Online from 6:30 to 7 p.m. using timestamps from merchant emails. The times were later verified by subpoenaed browser sync data from her school account. The 3 clocks were all in sync with the minute. I then looked at the account for the doorbell camera. My email was still connected to that as well. One more mistake. While I was hooked into the robotics lab computers across town on a Friday afternoon, the cloud archive displayed crisp video of Sophie signing for 2 delivery goods. I still had the configured backup codes for 2-factor authentication, and the doorbell cloud archive was in my name. Therefore, the access was legal. Lastly, the AirPrint task metadata from my mother's HP printer was recorded by my NAS in the SIS log file name, user and timestamp. The item displayed a work that Sophie's user completed the evening before the meal, with the title order receipt.pdf. Detectives retrieved our HP Smart account information and the printer's onboard work log a few weeks later, and they matched my cached size log minute by minute. I would use my own accounts to build up the entire stack. I was listed as the owner and billing contact for the router, NAS, and doorbell subscription using my email address. I didn't leak or publish anything. I had counsel go over the logs and hashes that I might utilize after exporting them. I considered my local information to be leads for everything that was not within my control, and I intended to adequately corroborate it. The picture became indisputable piece by piece. Sophie was the mastermind behind the heist, the evidence planting, and the performance. They had forgotten how much of the house's infrastructure I had constructed myself since they had been so intent on destroying me. On a flash drive, I arranged everything into folders, screenshots, timestamps, camera video and router logs. I would utilize it, but I wasn't ready yet. I wouldn't just cleanse my name when I did. I would destroy the reputation they had established for themselves. I was finishing up the business one Thursday night when a black Mercedes came up outside. Lucas Bennett came out. A well-tailored suit, a pricey watch, and an appearance that suggested he avoided unexpected visitors. I opened the door, and he waited beside it. Without waiting for a response, he stepped inside and asked, "Mind if we talk?" The man who had said at the party that they should eliminate the dead weight was Lucas, my father's business colleague. I didn't think he came to strike up a conversation. He responded, "I'll make this simple," and took a folder out of his briefcase. "Richard is prepared to put an end to this. A discreet financial settlement." I kept my hands off the folder. "What's the catch?" He said, "You sign this," and passed a paper over the counter. A guardian's co-signed legal waiver renounces any present or future claim to the Matthews inheritance. After you complete that, we give you a sizable payment and proceed. Not another drama. Everyone benefits. I looked at the paper. It was a genuine offer. I had never seen that much money. However, the underlying message was obvious. They were afraid I might do something. It was an effort to purchase silence. It wouldn't stand even if I signed without a guardian. It was pressure, not enforcement, that he was relying on. I shoved the paper back at him. Tell my father I'm not for sale. Lucas's smile tightened as he observed me for a long time. You're making a mistake, Ethan. This doesn't end the way you think it does. It ends exactly the way I think it does, I said. Without saying another word, he walked away. Just not for you. I felt almost in charge for the first time since that night at the country club. I knew the truth. I had the evidence. And soon I would have their reputation. The one thing they couldn't buy back. My disparate bits of evidence had developed into a weapon by late September. The flash drive I had been constructing was more than simply evidence. The case was airtight. There was a slot for each file. Bogus receipts printed from Sophie's account, doorbell video of delivery, network logs with timestamps, and screenshots of internet orders. Everything came together to form a timeline that conveyed a tale much more powerful than anything I could express. However, I was aware that proof was insufficient on its own. Factual information didn't matter to my parents. They were concerned with appearances, and I needed a stage to ruin them. Aiden then introduced Chloe Diaz to the situation. One afternoon after school, he dropped his backpack near the couch and introduced her. Ethan, this is Chloe, journalism major, investigative podcast. She might be able to help. Chloe gave me a solid handshake and a perceptive glance. Aiden says you're sitting on a scandal. That true? It's not a scandal, I told her, handing her a copy of the supporting documentation. It's a setup. My sister staged a theft, planted evidence, and my parents ran with it. She browsed the files, stopping to look at video stills and network logs. This is serious and it's airtight, but evidence is just part of the battle. People don't rally behind data, they rally behind stories. I scowled. So, what's the story? Her eyes narrowed as she leaned back. In its quest for a federal military contract, Matthews Dynamics emphasizes family ethics, trust, and legacy. That contract expires before the ink dries if the public learns that the CEO's family framed his own kid in order to save their reputation. I was unaware of the deal. I had not thought of a better viewpoint than Chloe's. I said, so, we expose them? Her response was, not all at once. Phase 1. We drop the truth locally enough to dent the image. Phase 2. We tie that truth directly to the company. Once investors and partners get nervous, the whole operation collapses. Though audacious, the plan made logic. We tightened it for hours. Using documents and testimonies to create a narrative, Chloe would broadcast the tale on her podcast, Deep Dive. Details, such as the night he spotted Sophie with the parcels, would be confirmed by Aiden. I would remain in the background, doing backups and technical verification. One final piece was all we needed. Sophie herself made a genuine, indisputable acknowledgement. The wait wasn't too lengthy. The semester's most important event arrived 2 weeks later. An after-party for homecoming at a classmate's lake property. It was the kind of party that Sophie loved. Children of philanthropists, student council stars, and influencers. All we needed was for Aiden to be invited, even if I wasn't. He remarked, she'll show off, and left. She always does. And she can't resist bragging when she's the center of attention. My phone rang with a notice a few hours later. An audio stream in real time from the little recorder concealed under Aiden's jacket. Since Aiden participated in the chat and our state allows one-party consent, the recording was legal. The backdrop was packed with music and conversation, but Sophie's voice was clear and assured. She was stating, of course I framed him. Dad never questions me. I sobbed a bit and printed a phony receipt. They took all of the statements at face value. She was questioned whether she was afraid Ethan would retaliate. She sneered. Fight back? Every statement made the knot in my chest tighter. He's broke. He's out of the house and nobody cares what he says. He's nothing. It was no accident that she was admitting. She took pride in it. She knew she could wreck my life, therefore she was proud to do it. The most surprising turn of events was when Mrs. Caldwell, a mainstay of Claire's social circle and one of her closest friends, entered the discussion. She spoke in a forceful yet quiet voice. Ava, do you realize how serious what you're saying is? Ava gave a shrug. The tide turned at that point. What's serious? They believed me. They always will. Mrs. Caldwell shared it with others. By dawn, Word had spread among the elite society of the area about Ava's casual confession. 2 family offices pulled out of their co-investment arrangements with Matthews Dynamics by Monday. The fissures were getting wider. That afternoon, Chloe and I met at a little cafe close to university. Her smile told me all I needed to know, and she had my paperwork laid out on the table. She declared, "We're ready. The first episode drops next week. Once it does, there's no going back. Are you sure they won't try to bury it?" When she said, "They'll try," I watched the snow fall outside, the city dark and gloomy, and thought, but the facts are too strong. And once this is public, they'll be playing defense, not offense. They dictated the tale for months. I was the larceny, the letdown, the embarrassment. Control and deception had been the foundation of their empire. I was going to use the truth to shatter it. The temperature in North Crest changed the week Chloe's podcast was released. The Matthews Lie, Deep Dive's debut episode, premiered on Tuesday, October 30th. Chloe began with a straightforward query. She then explained everything, asking, what happens when the people meant to protect you decide to destroy you instead? Sophie's boasting during the party, the credit card transactions, the proof that was placed, and the timestamps that demonstrated that I wasn't even at home. Documentation, images, and provable digital traces supported each claim. Before we broadcast, Chloe even had a forensics analyst confirm timestamps and file hashes. The episode had more than 45,000 streams before midday. It was trending locally by sundown, and Matthews Dynamics' PR department was on fire the following morning. On live television, local news anchors aired back the podcast clips discussing the story. A single headline suddenly defined my parents, who had spent decades establishing their image. The CEO's son was framed by his family. Claire was the first to break the stillness. She claimed in a well-crafted social media post that the narrative was made up and that it was an attention-seeking attempt by a resentful ex-family member. They did just what Chloe had said they would. Deny the evidence, cast doubt on my veracity, and intensify your deception. I was prepared for that. I wrote a certified letter to my parents on a different civil route and filed a police report on Monday, November 5th. It listed 4 requirements. This isn't a bargain to avoid charges, I stated. The criminal report proceeds regardless. The civil terms are about repairing the harm you caused. A notarized confession from Sophie. Full restoration of my college fund, plus financial compensation for damages. A public apology for the false accusations. Sophie's resignation from all extracurricular boards and leadership roles. They needed to comply within 5 business days. Deadline, 5 p.m. on Friday, November 7th. I would file a slander action and demand full civil damages if they didn't. They remained silent in response. Richard was waiting at the curb as I left the repair business on Friday, November 7th, following a late shift. His outfit was still immaculate, and his face remained unwavering as he leaned against his black SUV. When I walked up to him, he asked, "You think this is going to work?" I halted a few steps away from him and asked, "You think you can humiliate us and walk away?" "I'm not humiliating anyone. I'm telling the truth. This stunt of yours could cost hundreds of people their jobs," he yelled. I stared back at him without blinking. Contracts, deals, livelihoods, all because you're throwing a tantrum. All of this is happening because you lied. You and Claire made a choice. You didn't just throw me out, you destroyed my name. Actions have consequences. His jaw clenched. "Take the podcast down." "No, then I'll make sure you regret it." Lowering his voice, he came closer and pushed off the SUV. "You're still my son. I can make this go away. A contribution made in your honor and a public declaration. The trust fund may even be reinstated. But now you cease this." "I don't want your money," I responded. "I also don't want your love. I desire responsibility. We're done here if that's too much for you." His face cracked for the first time, not out of remorse but out of dread. And without saying another word, he turned and climbed inside the SUV. Chloe wasn't finished though, and she launched a second podcast episode in which she linked the controversy to investor reports, PR campaigns, and corporate filings, focusing on how Matthews Dynamics' brand was founded on family values while their CEO abandoned his own kid on bogus allegations. A pending term sheet was put on hold. Advisors marked down internal estimates by about 12% within 48 hours, lenders signaled tighter covenants, and a number of local nonprofits publicly distanced themselves from Claire's charity foundation. It was a surgical takedown, and it hit harder than either of us anticipated. The walls surrounding them were closing in, and even Lucas Bennett, who had previously labeled me a mistake, was now leaking anonymous remarks to media about poor management and supervision, while Sophie's school removed her from all leadership roles while they looked into the matter. There was no big moment of triumph, no blockbuster takedown, just a gradual, relentless degradation of everything they valued: reputation, riches, and control. And I spent those days working my shifts, responding to journalist emails, and watching the narrative unfold. During a live news broadcast one evening, Aiden and I saw Matthews Dynamics offices with an increasing number of reporters outside. "You do know that they're in a panic? They have lost control of the story," Aiden remarked. I responded, "For once, they don't get to decide the narrative. That's the purpose." The pressure on the Matthews exploded in a single week, and by the end of the week, I knew we had crossed a line from which there was no turning back. I was a walking liability, a legal threat, and a PR crisis, and they were going to experience what it was like to be helpless in a story they could no longer control. The next step wasn't mine, it was theirs, and whatever they chose to do next would determine how much more they had to lose. After a government procurement office opened an ethics review and responsibility determination and 2 investors froze funding, the board of Matthews Dynamics called an emergency meeting. Richard's decades-old empire was losing credibility and money every hour, and behind the polished exterior, panic was brewing. Claire called, and her voice was softer than I had ever heard. "We must speak, Ethan. Just for a meeting, please come home. We'll listen." "The discussion is recorded," I said, "but only on my terms. There will be a lawyer." She hesitated before answering. "If either of you walks out, it's over." 2 days later, I was standing in the foyer of the house I had been evicted from, and everything appeared to be the same. They were a family under assault, and they knew it. The white marble flooring, the carefully chosen artwork, the scent of pricey furniture polish, yet the vibe was different. Richard's posture was rigid, Claire's eyes were red from crying. Sophie sat on the couch with her arms crossed and her nails chewed. "Thank you for coming," stated Richard without emotion. "This isn't a conversation," I said, placing my laptop on the dining table. I connected the laptop to the giant screen and opened my timeline. My lawyer, M. Kim, placed a recorder on the table and gestured for me to start. "This is a presentation, and when it's done, you'll understand why you're here." The router logs, which showed Sophie's device logging into shopping sites while I was at school, followed by the doorbell footage, which showed Sophie signing for 2 packages in high definition while I was logged into the robotics lab's network miles away. The first thing that appeared was a chart that listed every online purchase, date, time, and shipping address, all of which could be linked to Sophie's laptop. As each slide landed like a hammer, Sophie shifted uneasily, Claire covered her mouth, Richard stared at the screen, jaw locked, and I clicked play on the next file, which was the cloud print history and a fake receipt made from her user profile and printed the night before the birthday dinner. The audio from the lake house party filled the room, and Sophie's voice could be heard. "They believed every word," she stated, boasting that she had planted the card and printed phony proof. "He's nothing." When the tape concluded, nobody said anything. "You framed me," I said, breaking the stillness. "And you," I continued, turning to face Richard and Claire, "decided to believe her without question. You ruined my reputation. I lost scholarships because of you. You pretended to be in treatment when you told folks I was there." At last, Sophie broke down and said, "I'm sorry." "Sorry means nothing when it comes after the damage," I interjected. Richard let out a deep exhale, as if he had been holding his air for weeks. "What are you looking for?" "This is a police report," I said, holding out a paper. "It's ready to file: fraud, slander, and tampering with evidence. Here's what occurs instead, though, if you choose to prevent that. Each of you issues a public apology. Sophie resigns from all extracurricular activities. Sophie writes and signs a notarized confession outlining everything she did. My college fund is fully restored with damages for what I lost. Sophie resigns from all extracurricular positions, and any attempt to silence, retaliate, or disparage me is immediately filed." No one objected. 2 days later, I updated the detective's case file with the complete dossier, and my lawyer filed the civil claim on my behalf, not to put Sophie in jail, even though the charges were serious, but to start an investigation. Richard rubbed his temples, Claire sobbed quietly, and Sophie stared at the floor. When detectives subpoenaed communication data, server logs, and bank records, they discovered something my parents hadn't expected: shell accounts, irregular payments, and fabricated invoices connected to Matthews Dynamics' largest contracts. The fraud investigation moved from a family scandal to a corporate crime case. I watched from a distance as investigators obtained a search warrant and hit headquarters at dawn after weeks of subpoenas uncovered irregular invoices and shell payments. Lucas Bennett resigned, credit lines were frozen, advisors claimed the firm's valuation crashed, Sophie's name was removed from all school leadership positions, and Claire's charity foundation was dissolved. They were now the ones explaining themselves to investors, prosecutors, and the world. The fallout wasn't over. Richard's face vanished from magazine covers and business panels. Everything they had built on lies and image was gone, and I had done nothing more than tell the truth and show my receipts. It was just the beginning, and for once, I wasn't the one fleeing it. 6 months after I filed the police report, the name Matthews was no longer respected. It was the subject of lawsuits, whispers, and headlines. Matthews Dynamics had lost 2 significant contracts, and 3 board members had resigned as a result of the financial misconduct investigation. My mother's charity quietly closed, Sophie's once perfect reputation collapsed, the chaos they unleashed on me came full circle, and I was finally beginning to move on. Advisors reduced the company's valuation to about a third of what it had been. My father was still CEO on paper, but he had turned into a liability. In May, I received an email from Vector Systems, a cybersecurity company that had been following the story, offering to sponsor a full ride if I was accepted to Caltech, along with a paid summer internship. Basically, a Vector Systems fellowship linked to my program, because the evidence I had created had not only cleared my name, but also garnered attention. At about the same time, Chloe and I started the first pilot project for Second Step, a small initiative we'd built from scratch to help teens who'd been kicked out or disowned by their families. It started with a simple website, a mentorship form, and a few local volunteers, while Aiden took care of the logistics. It was everything I'd been working toward before my family tried to ruin me. We couldn't solve every case, but we responded to every message. It wasn't retaliation anymore. It was something better. Purpose. Within weeks, Chloe oversaw outreach, and I handled the tech side. Messages began to come in, about kids who had been expelled for coming out, refusing to work for family businesses, or reporting abuse. While Sophie was learning what the real repercussions were, my defamation damages moved on a separate civil track, and she was adjudicated in juvenile court and placed in a diversion program that required community service, restitution to the cardholder for the fraudulent charges, and a disciplinary review by her school board. Claire and Richard were falling apart more quickly than she was, and she spent weekends cleaning graffiti off city walls and stacking boxes at a local shelter. She was barred from student leadership positions and academic competitions, and every prestigious program that had once been keen to hire her withdrew their offers. They kept trying to get in touch with me. First through lawyers, then emails, then handwritten letters. But I ignored them all. My mother had attempted to relaunch her real estate business, but no one wanted to work with her. Investors had lost faith in my father, and even his most ardent ally, Lucas Bennett, had started drafting a buyout proposal to take over the company. Richard and Claire, both immaculately dressed but with a kind of desperation neither could conceal, were waiting by the exit when I stepped off stage at a robotics exhibition downtown earlier in April to present a prototype project I'd been working on with my team. Richard tried a different approach. We were mistaken. Now we are aware of that. We wish to make this right. You can't, I stated bluntly, because you broke something that you can't fix. He seemed to be struggling to find the appropriate words as he gazed at me. We're still your parents. I went past them without turning around, saying, no. You're just 2 people who threw me out when I needed you most. By the summer, Second Step had expanded beyond our wildest dreams. We hosted monthly workshops on legal rights and digital evidence, partnered with local law firms to offer free consultations, were asked to speak at schools, and even began receiving small grants. We operated Second Step under a fiscal sponsor and had 2 adult advisors on our board. The unanticipated meant to ruin me. The press continued the pressure on the Matthews. Investigations into financial malfeasance intensified, and there were reports of a forced buyout and a control contest. As a result, contributions and leases poured through adequate scrutiny. Chloe referred to this as the vengeance ripple. As the summer drew to a close, I felt something I hadn't felt in years: peace. I had a future. I had allies. I had work that mattered. The people who once defined me were now just names and articles about a company's collapse. Sophie's diversion terms became stricter after she was caught skipping community service hours. Claire's new business venture failed before it launched. Their downfall was no longer my doing, but gravity finishing the job. I was 17 years old, officially a senior in high school, but the life I was entering didn't resemble the one my parents had planned for me. They had taken everything away from me, but I had rebuilt something stronger from the ashes, and there was no turning back. Those who had thrown me out were now holding on to the remnants of a legacy they had destroyed themselves, and the kid they'd called a thief was now a scholarship recipient, a guest speaker, and the creator of a project that was receiving national attention. In August, following my Caltech admission, I accepted Vector's sponsorship and the internship. The opportunity would start after graduation, but I had already begun working part-time on research projects and networking with engineers, and every email and meeting brought to mind one simple fact. The company wanted me to help develop a tool that tracked digital evidence chains, something that was ironically inspired by the techniques I'd used to expose Sophie's lies. My future was no longer in their hands. Second Step had expanded as well, and we received a small $18,000 grant from a juvenile rights charity, our first formal grant, to start a pilot housing program for displaced teens. They tried again on a Sunday morning in early September when my phone buzzed with a message from an unknown number. We used the $18,000 to lease a small duplex and cover the first and last month's rent, basic furnishings, and insurance. Volunteers completed the light conversion work. Our fiscal sponsor co-signed the lease, and ongoing operating costs came from in-kind donations and a local church stipend. We must talk. It's critical. Please. I didn't respond. 10 minutes later, I received another text that said, "We're outside." When I left Aiden's apartment, I noticed Richard, Claire, and Sophie standing across the street. Sophie was smaller than I had ever seen her. My mother's flawless hair was streaked with gray, Sophie's eyes were sunken, her shoulders slumped. My father's tailored suit had been replaced with an off-the-rack jacket, and they no longer looked like the people who once thought they were untouchable. They had lost everything that gave them a sense of superiority, and now they were here with nowhere else to go. Claire begged, "Please, Ethan," as I approached. "Assaulting is not our purpose. We're here to inquire." I didn't approach. "What are you asking for?" "We want a chance to make things right," Richard said, taking a step forward. "An actual possibility." "You had that chance before you threw me out," I said. "And we failed miserably," he said, nodding. "But without you, we can't mend this fractured family." Sophie had hardly spoken when I looked at her. "How about you? What are you looking for?" She whispered softly. "I don't have to apologize, but I want to tell you I'm sorry. Because I now realize what I did." The stillness lingered until Richard spoke again, and I remained silent. He said, "We're selling what's left of the company, as we've lost almost everything. However, we want to leverage what's left to create a trust for you. Housing, college, or whatever else you require." Their desperation was genuine, but so was my determination. I had been defined by their choices for far too long, and that was over. "I don't hate you," I said. "But I don't trust you, and I'm not coming back." "Does that mean we'll never see you again?" Richard said in a broken voice. When I said, "It means you don't get to decide if you do. If I choose to have you in my life someday, it will be on my terms, not yours." 3 weeks later, when I stepped back inside, they made another attempt. This time without calls or messages, but with action, and a check for a complete restitution payment and a gift to Second Step arrived in the mail. They didn't fight, they simply stood there, mute and shattered. "We can't erase the past, but we hope our actions show," Richard and Claire said in a handwritten note that was attached. "Our goal is to create a world in which we deserve forgiveness." It was accountability, not forgiveness, and I didn't reply, but I kept the check. That winter was the last straw that broke their hold. The company Richard had spent his life building, Matthews Dynamics, was shut down and sold off piecemeal to a competitor in an asset sale. The headlines used to mention my name as the son accused of stealing, but now they read, "Teen whose family tried to ruin him helps hundreds rebuild their lives." Graduation came in the spring, and I was still 17 when I walked. I gave the commencement address, and instead of talking about retaliation or anger, I talked about rebuilding, and how those who try to break you often end up making you stronger. When I stepped off the stage, I saw my parents, Sophie, standing in the back of the auditorium. Without attempting to claim credit, I stepped out into the sunshine with Aiden and Chloe waiting for me. Ahead lay a summer internship, a developing nonprofit, and a future that was all mine. They didn't wave, they simply watched, and for the first time, they seemed proud. For the first time since the night they betrayed me, I was free, not just from them, but from the version of myself they attempted to define, and I wasn't looking back. The people who had previously labeled me useless were now spectators in a life they couldn't control. Dad threatened my scholarship to protect my brother. At his wedding, I exposed his affair with my girlfriend. Anyway, and watched his perfect life collapse. Hello everyone, I'm not sure how to start this, but let's just say my family had a golden boy who wasn't me. I used to think that keeping my head down was the best strategy until I discovered how deep the falsehoods went. Something began as a cheating scandal grew into something far greater, and I ended up doing something no one imagined I could. Fighting back quietly. My father would characterize our family as a shining example of achievement. If you asked someone who knew us, they'd probably say we looked like a walking publicity stunt. Dad is a lawyer who considers his surname like a brand. Everything he does, including his business, his home, and his boys, is about image. He's the type of person who straightens the cutlery before visitors come and checks your grammar in the middle of a sentence. Control is his love language. Mom, she's courteous and soft-spoken, the ideal politician's wife without the politician. She pretends to balance him out, but in reality, she simply supports him. Her favorite line is, "Your father just wants what's best for you," which she uses before agreeing to everything he asks. Then there's Ethan, my older brother, and the golden one, the future of the Carter legacy. If Ethan breathes, Dad applauds. If Ethan makes a mistake, he can learn from it. When I get something correct, it's finally done. Ethan is the sort to sell rain to a storm cloud. Charming, confident, and a natural liar. He's always had that salesman grin and a tone that made people believe him when they shouldn't. Dad used to remark, "Ethan's leadership abilities will take him far. Lucas simply requires direction." Translation: Ethan shines. Lucas follows. Me? I was the silent one. I worked part-time at a tech store, studied late, did not drink or party, and did not participate in the artificial networking game. I liked results to noise. My family found me dull. That made me feel liberated. Then came Claire. We met at law school. Same business law class, same snark at lecturers who believed PowerPoint slides were personalities. By then, I was a third-year law student on a firm-funded scholarship that Dad technically owned, despite the fact that I earned it on my own. Claire was ambitious, bright, and confident without being artificial. After 3 years together, she was the first person to make me feel like I wasn't just the backup Carter. I believed her when she said things like, "You don't need to be loud to be seen, Lucas." For a while she did fit into my life. She had even met my relatives. That's when things started to change. Ethan took one glance at her and transformed into Mr. Charming. At first, it was little issues. Helping her carry dishes at dinner, complimenting her hair, and jokingly referring to her as Carter's wiser girlfriend. I brushed it off. Ethan flirts with everybody. It's his thing. But then Claire started dressing up whenever we went to family gatherings. Not casual dresses. Full effort. Hair, makeup, and perfume. She giggled at everything Ethan said. Every single thing. One night, during a dinner held by my father for some company clients, I spotted Ethan talking to her. She giggled and covered her lips, like a teenager. I convinced myself that I was overthinking. I had to be because the alternative would have meant my brother crossing a line he would never touch. Over the next 2 weeks she began assisting him with firm initiatives. Ethan apparently mentored her since she was interested in business law. Yes, certainly. Then came the night when I stopped pretending everything was all right. It was Thursday. Claire stated that she was staying in to finish a report. I stopped by her apartment after work with her favorite takeaway since I'm the type of fool who keeps trying even when things don't seem right. The lights were low and the laptop was open on the coffee table. There is no indication of her. I sat down with the dinner and noticed that the screen was still shining. One message notice. It came from Ethan. Still thinking about last night. That garment was risky. I gazed at it, frozen. My stomach did not descend. My brain did not burst. I just became silent. Completely silent. Then another message appeared. I cannot wait to see you again. Don't let Lucas become suspicious. That was it. There are no excuses left. No more. Maybe I am overreacting. I scrolled up and things got worse. Messages dating back weeks or months. Flirting, innuendos, hotel names, photographs, and sexual images. I closed the laptop before my body did anything dumb, such as throwing it through a wall. I sat on the couch and stared at the blank screen. Realizing this was more than simply betrayal. It was a hierarchy. Dad taught us that Ethan could take anything he wanted and I should be grateful for leftovers. Now he'd taken the one person who saw me and everyone else, Mom, Dad, and maybe even Claire, and called it a mistake. I didn't feel irritated when driving home. I felt concentrated, as if someone had just given me a blueprint for how this family functioned. Dad commanded, Mom excused, Ethan took, and I was supposed to be silent. They have spent years developing this method. They just forgot I was paying attention. The next morning, I resolved to stop pretending. I drove directly to Claire's flat. She answered the door, looking half guilty, half furious, as if I was the one who had ruined her morning. Lucas, can we not do this right now? She said, tightening her robe. I didn't answer. I walked in, opened her laptop and turned the screen toward her. The last message from Ethan was still there. Don't let Lucas get suspicious. She had a pale face. Then she did what all cheats do. She played the victim. I didn't intend for this to happen, she explained, her voice shaking. You are simply too calm and dull at times. Ethan is confident, and I got caught up in it. I nearly laughed. Too quiet. That is what people have always said about me. Right. I continued. You accidentally texted him hotel names for 8 months. It happens to everyone. She tried to grab the laptop, but I yanked it away. Relax, I've already backed everything up. Her mouth fell. You what? Don't worry, I responded, I'm not posting anything yet. She seemed angry now, rather humiliated than sorry. You can't keep this over me, Lucas. Hold it over you? I said. No, Claire. I'm just collecting data. I left before she could answer. When I returned home, James was waiting in his office, sitting behind his desk like a judge. Mom stood to the side, pretending to arrange papers that she had previously stacked 3 times. Ethan was leaning against the wall, smug as always. Claire called me, James said. She is unhappy. I crossed my arms and muttered. I bet she is. He gave me the disappointed expression he saves for when I don't play his game. James, I'm not sure what you saw, but your brother assures me there was a mistake. Yeah, Ethan said, smirking. She came on to me, dude. I told her to back off. I glanced at him, surprised that he could lie so effortlessly. You instructed her to back off before or after the hotel images? Mom gave a gasp. Dad slapped his palm upon the desk. Enough. You will not embarrass this family with wild accusations. Do you understand me? Embarrass the family? I asked. You mean tell the truth? He stood up, towering over me, as if that still worked. You're not ruining your brother's happiness over a girl. Whatever happened, it's in the past. Pasted? I repeated. It is still happening, Ethan said, smirking again. Not anymore. We're engaged. The room became silent, my ears ringing. Are you engaged? I asked hesitantly. You mean to the girl you were sneaking around behind my back? James walked in. Lucas, you'll congratulate your brother like a man and be his groomsman, or you'll find out how quickly I can cancel your scholarship, my law. Scholarship, the one thing I'd earned on my own, except it was funded through our family foundation, which meant he still controlled it. Let me get this straight, I remarked. You want me to stand at their wedding like a prop? You'll be a groomsman, he told me as he pointed a finger. You'll smile, you'll show respect, and you'll stop this nonsense. I've worked too hard to have you destroy what this family stands for. I nodded slowly. Yeah, James. Wouldn't want to ruin the family image. He relaxed, assuming I had given in. Ethan grinned. Mom exhaled in relief. And for a little moment, they assumed I was back in charge, but I wasn't. That night, I opened my laptop and went to work. I already had some copies of the text between Ethan and Claire, but I wanted more. I started digging. A few days later, I went to the firm to drop off some papers that James wanted evaluated. Ethan was out meeting a client, which generally entailed flirting or bragging someplace. His office door was open, and the laptop was still turned on. I should not have looked, but of course I did. On his PC was a folder called Mentorship Notes, most likely for his internship portfolio. He'd developed the habit of recording fake pitches and client briefings to rehearse his presenting tone, since he enjoyed bragging. Most of the video were harmless rehearsals, but one stood out immediately away. Ethan's voice. Dean Dawson loves me, man. I can use Claire to impress him. Show him I can handle corporate strategy. Dawson practically eats that up. He worships the ground I walk on. The name hit me quickly. He was a significant figure in the legal world, respected and linked to my James's firm. Ethan had interned for him last summer. Apparently, he was also using Claire to make himself appear impressive in front of the guy. Another tape showed him laughing at someone else. I'm learning to manipulate people like James does. It's all about control. Keep them grateful. Keep them quiet. I then connected in my USB drive and copied everything before locking his laptop again. By the time I arrived home, I had evidence that Ethan wasn't simply a cheater. He built his entire career around manipulation. Using Claire, James's firm, and Dawson's trust. I arranged everything: dates, messages, and timestamps. I stored it in a folder called Insurance. Then I created 3 encrypted backups. One on a USB, one in the cloud, and one concealed in plain sight among my email drafts. If I were going to take them down, I'd do it properly. No yelling, no public brawls. Just facts. A week later, James scheduled a family supper. Claire was there, wearing a ring as if she hadn't already ended my life. She attempted to smile at me. I ignored her. James publicized their engagement as if it were a corporate merger. We're proud of Ethan and Claire. This union represents strength, partnership, and the continuation of what we've built, what they'd built. Lies, manipulation, control. Ethan turned to me across the table and said, I hope you'll be there for me, little brother. I grinned back. Oh, I'll be there. Everyone relaxed again. They assumed the storm had gone, but I wasn't about to ruin their wedding with drama. I intended to terminate the entire system. The immaculate image, the phony morality, and the myths about family come first. I was not just going to expose a cheater. I was going to destroy the entire story that James had spent 28 years peddling. I didn't need vengeance just then. I required accuracy. They desired a beautiful wedding. Fine. They would, nevertheless, get an unforgettable experience. The event was staged at a big countryside site that resembled a castle pretending to be modest. 250 guests all smiled as if their invites doubled as tax deductions. It was exactly the type of show James hoped for. He had been bragging about it for several weeks. My son's wedding will be the event of the season, he added, implying, look at how powerful I am. When I arrived, the staff handed out champagne, and everyone murmured about Ethan and Claire being the ideal pair. I didn't bother to fix them. The truth was certain to come out eventually. Dawson was also there. Ethan's mentor and the director of his legal program. He sat in the first row, conversing with James as if they were old friends. I'd only met him twice, but he'd always treated me with respect, unlike James's typical colleagues, who looked at me as if I were a backup plan. Ethan noticed me across the room and grinned as if he had just won a game he had rigged. Glad you made it, bro, he replied, patting my shoulder. You're not still mad, right? Mad, I said. Nah, wouldn't miss your big day. He didn't see the USB in my pocket or the insurance folder on my phone. A few minutes before the wedding, James approached me near the corridor leading to the bridal suite. He was clutching a printed copy of my scholarship contract as if it were a weapon. You will smile, he whispered, his face close to mine. You will be a groomsman, and you will give the toast I approved. You pull anything today, and that scholarship is gone tomorrow. Do you understand me? I glanced at him and grinned clearly. He gazed at me, trying to figure out whether I meant it. Then he turned aside and straightened his tie. Claire could be seen through the half-open door, laughing with her bridesmaids as if it were the best day of her life. I walked to my seat at the altar wearing a delicate gray suit Claire had chosen months ago when she claimed to be my girlfriend. She stated the hue brought out my eyes. It only brought out the irony. The guests took their places, the music began, and Claire went down the aisle on her father's arm, beaming like if she hadn't burnt everything to get here. Ethan glanced at her in the same way that people look at trophies. When the priest began discussing love, loyalty, and commitment, I had to stop laughing. I felt James's gaze on me. A quiet admonition from the front row. Mom sat alongside him, hands clasped tightly like everything was normal. Then came the cue. If anyone here has any reason why these two should not be joined in holy matrimony, speak now or forever. Hold your peace. The room became silent, and I took a step forward. I do, I stated simply. Every head turned. The sound of chairs sliding reverberated around the hallway. Claire halted midway through her hesitant smile. I took out my phone. Before you say I do, Claire, I think we should let everyone know what kind of couple we're celebrating today. James' cheeks flushed immediately. Lucas, sit down, he said, but I didn't listen. I accessed the mails I had stored up months ago and read them aloud. Can't believe Lucas actually thinks I care about her. Ethan had written. I'm just using her to impress Dean Dawson. The guy practically worships me. Once I'm in his pocket, I can get anything through him. Gasps rippled through the room like a tsunami. Dawson's head jerked upward. I could see the perplexity on his face as I scrolled down. Claire's perfect for PR, Ethan had texted. Dawson enjoys seeing me with a smart woman. It makes me appear stable. I overheard a few whispers. Someone toward the back started recording with their phone. James stood up. That's enough. I ignored him and continued on. I told Claire we'd be the power couple everyone envies. Dawson will probably fast-track me to a partnership after this. Claire took a step forward. Those are fake, she said loudly, her voice breaking. He's just jealous. But Dean Dawson was already standing. Let me see that, he said. His speech was calm, yet the room became completely quiet. I walked down the aisle and handed him my phone and the USB I'd brought, which was filled with messages, recordings, and the fake internship files I discovered on Ethan's computer. Dawson looked through the folder for a full minute, his expression changing from perplexity to hatred. Then he looked at James. Did you know about this? James didn't respond. Dawson turned to face the crowd. These messages reference academic misconduct, falsified internship reports, name-dropping my mentorship for personal gain, and bragging about unethical use of firm resources. He was staring straight at Ethan. You're done. Pending formal review, effective immediately. Your placement and recommendation are suspended. There will be a full investigation of your academic record. The whole room exploded. Guests murmured. Phones went up. Someone gasped so loudly that it echoed. Claire lurched backward, makeup running over her cheeks. Ethan yelled something about falsehoods and manipulation, but no one listened. Dean Dawson returned the phone to me, gently saying, You handled this the right way. I'll be in touch. Security arrived a few minutes later to accompany Ethan out after he had an angry outburst. He began hurling and destroying anything in his path. Claire sank onto a chair and sobbed. My mother simply sat there, paralyzed, mascara flowing. My James resembled a man seeing his entire reputation fall down a cliff. I did not remain around for the cleaning. I walked right out the main doors as everyone else struggled to understand what had transpired. Behind me, others were recording and whispering. Outside, the air was chilly. The parking lot was packed with costly automobiles that suddenly seemed worthless. I glanced back through the glass doors. The ideal family disintegrates in front of 250 witnesses. They desired a beautiful wedding. They had a public execution instead. The video had gone viral by the next morning. Someone had videotaped the entire affair. My eye object moment, the text readings, Dean Dawson's public attack on Ethan, all of it. TikTok, Twitter, you name it. The title for one post read, Guy exposes his cheating brother and destroys a law career during the vows. The video had over 450,000 views before breakfast. My phone kept buzzing as I was enjoying coffee in my flat. Old classmates, co-workers, and even odd strangers texted comments like, You're a legend. Or, Bro, that speech deserves an award. My James didn't find it humorous. By lunchtime, the firm's social media platforms had been inundated with comments. People were tagging legal groups, wondering why Carter and Partners was committing fraud. Claire's family, old money, the sort that solely worried about image, discreetly withdrew their investment from James's business. Dean Dawson moved quickly. By the end of the day, he had declared an official internal inquiry into Ethan and transmitted information concerning my James to the state bar's disciplinary body. The email described academic wrongdoing and professional deception. Things started crumbling in less than 24 hours. James called me around 10 p.m. I let it ring twice before responding. Do you have any idea what you've done? He said, his voice a mix of wrath and terror. Yeah, I said. I told the truth. He breathed forcefully. You humiliated your family in front of hundreds of people. The firm is losing clients. Claire's family pulled their funding. That's funny. I chimed in. You mean the same family that helped your golden boy cheat his way into law school? He went silent for a moment. Followed by, This isn't the time for pride, Lucas. Fix this. Call Dean Dawson. Tell him it was all exaggerated. Why would I do that? Because your brother's career is over, he said abruptly. Because your mother can't show her face at the country club. Because I've spent 28 years building a firm that you just destroyed. I slumped back in my chair. Then maybe you should have spent some of those years raising decent people. He hung up. The following day, the firm's name was all over the headlines. Law student exposed for academic fraud linked to father's firm. Journalists gathered outside the premises. Clients terminated contracts. In addition, Ethan was suspended from his law program awaiting an inquiry. I heard Claire also lost her employment offer. Apparently no employer wanted to cope with the publicity nightmare that comes with being the wedding girl. The entire family went black online. Mom deactivated her Facebook account. Ethan made his Instagram private. James turned off comments on the firm's website. But the internet does not forget. Every several hours, additional videos appeared. Memes, tweaks, and even theatrical recreations of the wedding moment. My particular favorite was titled, How to Nuke Your Brother's Future in Under 3 Minutes. 3 days later, Mom arrived at my place. I nearly didn't open the door, but the knocking never stopped. When I opened it, she looked devastated. Lucas, she replied, her voice shaking. We need to talk about what? The public execution or the family cover-up? She grimaced. You don't have to be cruel. I learned from the best, I explained. She walked inside without asking. Your father is devastated. Ethan, he's not eating, not sleeping. Claire's gone. Everything is falling apart. Good, I said frankly. Her eyes widened. Good. How can you say that? You're destroying your own family. I laughed once. No, Mom. They destroyed it years ago. I just stopped pretending everything was fine. She clasped her hands as if praying. Please, Lucas. Dean Dawson respects you. If you tell him it was a misunderstanding. I ended our conversation. You mean lie for Ethan again? Tears welled in her eyes. Do you want your father to lose everything? Maybe he shouldn't have built everything on fraud. She stared at me as if she didn't know me anymore, which was strange as this was the first time I'd ever been myself. When she saw I wasn't going to give in, she softly went, saying something about shame and forgiveness. That night my phone rang again, this time with an unfamiliar number. I nearly dismissed it until I noticed the message. Lucas, this is Dean Dawson. I'd like to speak with you when you have a moment. I phoned him right back. Mr. Carter, he remarked in his normal calm voice. I'll be direct. I owe you an apology. Apology? I said, shocked. Yes, I believed the wrong person. Your father and brother presented a very different image to the academic community. You exposed what many of us should have seen sooner. He stopped before continuing. I'd like to offer you a full scholarship to our law program. You'll also receive a research position under my mentorship. No strings attached. For a little moment, I said nothing. I just sat there gazing at the wall, understanding that I had just been handed everything they had taken from me. When we hung up, I sat there for a long time. The irony was not lost on me. The same man James used to mention in every chat was now the one offering me the opportunity he had stolen. By the weekend, the business had officially lost 3 key clients. James's partners were quietly withdrawing. Ethan was suspended indefinitely from his program. Claire had disappeared totally. There are no posts or updates. That Sunday, I packed a tiny suitcase with only the essentials. A laptop, clothing, USB drives, and anything else that was important. As I zipped it shut, I reflected on the years I had spent being told I was a disappointment. For the first time, that term did not sting because I was no longer the disappointment. I was a reminder of what they'd made. Months have passed. The headlines faded, but no one forgot. James's company was losing money. Ex-clients began filing lawsuits, alleging that they had been misled about credentials and relationships. The once golden Carter and Partners emblem was removed from the building one afternoon and replaced with an unattractive leasing banner. I spotted that on my way to class and had to giggle. Mom's social circle crumbled next. The same folks who used to adore her at charity events stopped returning calls. Apparently marrying the fake lawyer did not help her image. And Ethan has become an online meme. Someone created a compilation film of his wedding breakdown. He yelled, Claire cried, and Dawson announced the probe. It was everywhere. People began dubbing him the phony groom. There were even t-shirts. His life declined quicker than his fame. He attempted to get employed by lesser organizations, but everyone recognized his name for the wrong reason. Even Claire finally abandoned him. Or maybe he dumped her. Regardless, they both lost. She tried contacting me first. It began with an email. "Lucas, I've made so many mistakes. Ethan isn't who I thought he was. I miss the way things used to be. Can we talk?" I did not react. A few texts followed. "I'm sorry. I just want to explain. Can we please meet?" I banned her phone number. I wasn't interested in rehashed apologies from folks who recognize their sins after the lights went off. Around that time, I received a message from Oliver, a family friend who had previously worked at the business as a junior partner. We were not tight, but he had always treated me well. He offered to meet for coffee and stated that he had something important. When I arrived, he appeared uneasy, his eyes darting around the cafe as if we were in a spy movie. He slipped a little flash disk across the table. "You didn't get this from me," he explained gently. "What is it?" "Proof," he stated. "Your James lied to Dean Dawson years ago." "What about you?" I scowled. "What do you mean about me?" "Back when you were applying for internships, Dean Dawson's firm considered taking you on. Your James sent them a letter claiming you had mental health issues and weren't reliable under pressure. Said it was best they focus on Ethan instead." I sat there gazing at the flash drive. He continued chatting. "Dawson never knew you applied again later. Your James buried every recommendation that didn't favor Ethan. He made sure all the attention stayed on your brother. I shouldn't even have this, but I thought you deserved to know." I did not say anything. I simply nodded and went. I returned home and plugged in the drive. There it was. A PDF of a letter on official letterhead signed by my father. "Lucas Carter struggles with emotional regulation and has demonstrated instability in professional settings. I recommend focusing mentorship resources on his brother, Ethan Carter, whose leadership qualities reflect our firm's standards." I scrolled farther. Email exchanges, meeting notes, and memoranda all confirm this. He had been undermining me for years. It wasn't that I was being too quiet. It was all about control. He did not want two sons to succeed. He preferred one golden kid and one scapegoat. I then created a new email window, uploaded the files, and submitted them anonymously to the State Bar's Office of Disciplinary Counsel, copying the Attorney General's Consumer Protection Unit for good measure. No message, no threats, only the reality. A few weeks later, the hammer dropped. The board initiated a thorough investigation into Carter and partners. They identified several fabricated recommendations, fraudulent partnership documents, and the misappropriation of client trust monies. Essentially, the entire company was designed like a house of cards. When the media broke the news, the title read, "Law Firm Under Investigation After Whistleblower Evidence Surfaces." They didn't mention me, but James did. He called once more. I didn't respond. The voicemail was precisely how I anticipated. No apology, just panic. "Lucas, I know it was you. Whatever you think you're doing, you're making a mistake. You're destroying everything this family built." He stopped before hanging up. "You'll regret this." But I didn't because, for the first time, the balance was genuine. Every lie, every cover-up, every moment he made me feel tiny came back to haunt him. 3 months later, the company formally ceased operations. A judge froze the trust accounts. The bar suspended many partners, and the firm's reputation suffered as a result. Mom moved in with her sister due of humiliation. Ethan attempted to build a consultancy firm that ultimately failed. Carter used to open doors. It helped them close faster. Meanwhile, I was finishing law school under Dean Dawson's guidance. I graduated first in my class, received a full scholarship, and moved into a new apartment and life. Every day seemed like a subtle retribution. One afternoon I strolled by the old company building again. The windows were covered. I stood there for a while, recalling how I used to walk through those identical doors, looking for acceptance that never arrived. Then I turned around and went, not looking back. He worked hard his entire life to establish himself. I ruined it with the truth. 3 years later, the truth had transformed into serenity. I was living in a peaceful apartment that overlooked the city. For once, this felt like home. There is no family name on the lease. There are no expectations hanging over me. Dean Dawson had mentored me and helped me build a successful profession. Working for a company that genuinely valued honesty above phony handshakes. There's no drama or noise, just work, exercise, sleep, and repeat. This is just how I loved it. In contrast, Ethan had become a walking cautionary tale. People continued to label him the phony groom in the comments. His social media was lifeless, with the exception of one sad photo with a motivating message from 2 years ago. I did not detest him. I had stopped caring until one Monday morning, when I opened my inbox and read the subject line. Whistleblower report. Lucas Carter is involved in file theft and professional sabotage. The email contained phony screenshots of me taking internal corporate data, as well as notes stating that I had wrecked my brother's career out of envy. The attachments appeared shoddy, but plausible enough to inflict damage. Within hours, members in the local legal community began murmuring. Some lesser pages even reprinted it, with headings like, "Exposed rising lawyer accused of corporate espionage." Dean Dawson summoned me into his office that afternoon. He appeared calm and serious. "I know you didn't do this, Lucas, but even false claims spread fast. We'll get ahead of it." "I already know who did it," I explained. He raised an eyebrow. "You do?" "Yeah," I said. "There's only one person desperate enough to dig this low." That night, I began digging. The phony screenshots were okay, but not great. Whoever produced these repurposed parts of my old email headers, which I recognized from years ago. That indicated that the individual had access to my prior communication, narrowing the choice down to one person, Ethan, who used to reside in the same house as me. But I was not guessing. I needed evidence. I ran the attachments through a check and discovered fingerprints that cannot be faked. The file properties included Ethan's name, and the firm's mail records referenced the IP address connected to his residence. In other words, the phony came directly from him. Of course it did. He hadn't even tried to disguise it adequately. I grinned to myself, not in excitement, but out of bewilderment. Despite everything, he was still striving to win a game I had already abandoned. The next morning, I printed the reports and delivered them to the firm's legal team. "This came from my brother's device," I explained, passing the docs over the table. "I'm guessing this counts as defamation." They swiped the data. The lead attorney nodded. "It does, and it's airtight." Within 3 days, the corporation released an official statement clearing my name. It provided digital proof revealing the source of the forgeries, as well as a brief statement stating, "The firm stands fully behind Lucas Carter." The internet rumor vanished overnight, replaced by a fresh headline. "Disgraced ex-law student exposed for faking allegations against brother." Ethan became silent once more. Then, a week later, his lawyer wrote him a half-hearted email promising mutual secrecy. Translation. He was afraid. The firm declined. Instead, they filed a slander and intentional interference complaint. A month later, Ethan's attorney reached a deal. Ethan offered a public apology that seemed like it was written with a pistol to his head. "I take full responsibility for circulating false information about my brother. I acted out of anger and regret, and I deeply apologized to Lucas Carter and his firm." It hardly caused a ripple on the internet, but those who recalled the event recognized the name. The comment section was filled with individuals commenting, "Of course it was him, and dude never learns." Dean Dawson summoned me back into his office a few days later. He had that tiny smile he gives when he is proud but refuses to admit it. "You handled this better than most seasoned attorneys," he told me. "Calm, precise, no drama." "Guess I learned from experience," I said. He nodded. "That's the thing, Lucas. You've become what your father pretended to be. Composed under pressure, guided by truth. You handled this like a professional, not a victim." I just grinned. "Thanks, I don't do victims." Later that night, I sat in my flat, lights down low, laptop open to the final legal notification certifying the case's end. Ethan had to pay damages and public apologies expenses. A little price for the falsehoods he attempted to promote. I did not feel triumphant. I just felt finished. I sat back in my chair, gazed out at the horizon, and realized something. They told me for years that I was too quiet, reserved, and soft-spoken to make an effect. It turns out that quiet does not mean weak. It signifies patient, strategic, and menacing and quiet. They claimed I was too silent. It turns out that stillness is what buried them. 8 years have gone since that whole disaster. Long enough for my name to stand on its own, independent of theirs. I'd established a clean record, loyal clientele, and a fulfilling existence. My flat was peaceful, and the mornings were routine. No drama, no phone calls, and no Carter family updates. Then, on Tuesday morning, I received an email from an unexpected address. The subject line reads, "Urgent about Samuel Carter." For a moment, I considered deleting it. Curiosity got the best of me, so I clicked. It came from a hospital in Florida. "Mr. Carter, your brother Samuel has been admitted for advanced kidney failure. He listed you as next of kin. He is uninsured and in critical condition." Attached was a photograph. His admittance paper, with his penmanship as untidy as usual. I looked at it for a moment, not sure whether to laugh or sigh. After 8 years of stillness, his name appeared next to the word failed. Still, something inside me wanted to be sure it wasn't some sophisticated fraud. I phoned the hospital. The nurse who responded verified everything. He had been living in Central Florida with our grandma, barely getting by. His wife had departed, leaving him with a 6-year-old boy. "His condition is severe," she stated. "Without treatment he might not make it another month." I thanked her, hung up and sat for a while. I wasn't upset, I was simply exhausted. A few days later, I received another email. This one was not from the hospital. It originated from Ethan's address. The subject line reads, "I don't deserve your aid, but I'm asking regardless. Lucas, I know I don't have the right to ask for anything. I messed up every part of my life, but my son Noah doesn't deserve to grow up without a father. If you can help, please." I read it twice. The words sounded like him. Not the cocky Ethan I knew, but the one who realized nobody was clapping anymore. I confirmed with a source in Florida that it was legitimate. The kid existed. The diagnosis appeared to be correct. And Ethan was broke. No insurance, no work, and barely hanging on. So I wrote him back. "I'll pay for the treatment under one condition. You sign a confession admitting everything. The fake reports, the harassment, the smear campaign, everything. And you agree to no further contact afterward." He did not respond straight away. It took him 3 days. Then another email arrived, brief and straightforward. "I'll sign anything if it helps my son," he said. The confession was attached. Typed, signed, and time-stamped. He did not attempt to twist words or make explanations. He admitted to the fraud, falsehoods, and slander. I immediately forwarded it to my lawyer, who established a trust in Noah's name to pay the hospital fees and future care. The money was sent straight to the facility, not via him. I wasn't going to allow him botch up even that. A few weeks later, the hospital verified the therapy had begun. Ethan did not try to contact me again. No thanks, no follow-up, just quiet. Perhaps he realized he had talked enough for one lifetime. Months have passed. One night, while checking my emails before bed, I saw a new message from an unfamiliar account. Noah.h06. It read, "Hi Mr. Carter. I'm Noah. Dad told me what you did for us. He's getting better. I don't know why you helped when you didn't have to, but I wanted to say thank you. He said, you're the smartest person he's ever known." I sat there for a long time, simply gazing at it. The words were simple, yet they struck harder than I expected. I did not respond straight away. I just closed my laptop and relaxed back, allowing the room to become silent again. Over the years, many have referred to me as uncaring, cold, disconnected, and overly calm. Maybe they were correct. But in the end, I was the only one who repaired anything. They branded me heartless because I walked away. It's funny how the one they broke was the only one who mended anything. My parents couldn't help with my daughter's treatment but spent $480,000 on my sister's kids' tuition. When I confronted them, the truth shattered me. I never imagined I'd be the sort of person to air my family's dirty laundry on the internet, yet here I am at 3 a.m., unable to sleep and thinking only about what occurred tonight. My hands are still trembling as I type this. I need to get this out because if I don't, I believe I will lose my sanity. My name is Olivia, and my daughter Sophie died 6 years ago. She was 8 years old and had acute lymphoblastic leukemia. The aggressive sort. The kind that need intense therapy, experimental medications, and round-the-clock care, which insurance companies enjoy denying payment for. My husband Daniel and I tried all we could. We maxed up credit cards, took out loans, sold our car, and even established a GoFundMe campaign, which hardly made a dent in the exorbitant expenditures. We were drowning, seeing our little child suffer, and begged anybody who would listen for assistance. I recall calling my folks in complete desperation. Sophie had been in the hospital for 3 months, and we had recently learned that the next stage of her therapy was not entirely covered by insurance. We needed $50,000 fast. I was weeping so hard that I couldn't talk. My mother answered the phone, and I described everything with weeping. I told her about the therapy, how Sophie was so courageous yet exhausted, and how the doctors claimed it may save her life. There was a long delay at the other end of the line. Then my mother added, in her quiet, measured voice, "Olivia, you know we're on a limited income, and your father's retirement isn't what we wanted. We just do not have that amount of money to spare." I begged. I went down on my knees in that hospital corridor and begged the phone. I assured her that we would repay them in full, with interest. I assured her I would sign over everything they wanted. I would have sold my soul to the devil himself to save Sophie. But my father got on the phone and said the same thing. They apologized. They wanted to contribute, but they couldn't afford it. They advised we check into medical bankruptcy and go to a social worker at the hospital. When I hung up the phone, something inside of me cracked. Sophie needed me, so I didn't have time to digest it. Daniel and I ended up acquiring the money through a mixture of his parents putting out a second mortgage, my work giving me a year's pay advance, and a loan from a medical financing firm with an unlawful interest rate. Sophie received therapy, but it wasn't enough. 6 months later, my baby girl died in my arms while weighing less than 60 pounds. Her hair is long gone. Her gorgeous brown eyes continued to grin at me, even as life drained from them. The last thing she said was, "I love you, Mommy. Don't be sad." How do you move on from that? How do you wake up every morning knowing your child is gone? My sister Lauren has 3 children, Jake, Chloe, and Mason. All are healthy, prospering, and attend Greenwood Preparatory School, one of the most prominent private institutions in the state. Tuition there costs around $40,000 per year each child. Do the math. That's $120,000 every year. I knew Lauren and her husband Chris did well. Chris is a corporate lawyer, and Lauren runs a dentistry business. They live in a gorgeous suburban home with a pool, travel to Europe, and drive matching Tesla SUVs. I didn't envy them their success. I actually didn't. Even when Sophie died and I couldn't afford to keep the lights on due to our debt, I never resented Lauren's good fortune. We hadn't been very close growing up, but she was still my sister. She sent a floral arrangement at Sophie's funeral, one of those generic ones from the internet. She didn't stay very long at the service. They said the kids had soccer practice. For 3 years, I've been reconstructing my life. Daniel and I split 18 months after Sophie's death. Grief ended our marriage. We couldn't look at each other without noticing her absence. The divorce was peaceful, if heartbreaking. We still chat and support one another while we heal, but we can't stay married. The weight of loss was too much for us to bear together. I've been working 2 jobs to pay off our medical debt and the money we borrowed. In daytime, I can hardly see my little flat. I'm a shell of who I once was, going through the motions, existing but not living. Therapy helps, but the hole in my chest will never heal. Everyone thinks time makes things easier, but they're lying. Time simply improves your ability to pretend that everything is okay. Something happened 2 weeks ago that completely altered the situation. I was having coffee with my former college roommate, Tara, who works in administration at Greenwood Preparatory School. We hadn't seen each other in months, and she was catching me up on her life when she mentioned something in passing. "It's so wonderful that your parents are able to help Lauren with the tuition," she continued as she stirred her coffee. "I simply completed a payment from their account last week. It is really a joy when grandparents can help their grandkids with their schooling." Tara looked alarmed right away, so I must have looked like I was hit by lightning. "Olivia, are you all right?" I couldn't speak or breathe. The coffee shop began swirling around me. Tara grabbed my hand across the table asking what was wrong, if I wanted water, and if I was going to get ill. Finally, I managed to pass out. "What are you referring to?" "My parents' account." Tara understood she had shared information I wasn't authorized to know. Her face turned pale, and she began backtracking, saying she could have made a mistake. Maybe she got confused with another family. But I pressed her. I needed to know. After some hesitancy and my promise not to expose how I found out, she gave me the truth. My parents had been paying full tuition for all 3 of Lauren's children at Greenwood Preparatory School for the last 4 years. Every semester, like clockwork, a check arrived from their joint account. $120,000 each year. This amounts to $480,000 over 4 years. Let it sink in. $480,000 for private school while my daughter died because they said they couldn't afford $50,000 for her cancer treatment. I can't remember leaving the coffee shop. I do not recall driving home. I just remember sitting in my car outside my apartment complex, screaming till my throat was sore. I pounded the steering wheel till my knuckles were sore. Then I sat there in quiet, looking at nothing as the sun sank and darkness fell over the automobile. That night, I did not sleep. I reframed every contact with my parents over the last 6 years in light of this new horrible revelation. Every holiday they gave Lauren's children extravagant presents while I received a gift card. Every family event, they lauded Lauren's parenting while making subtle barbs at my decisions. Every time I phoned in despair and they claimed to be poor, they lied. While I was watching my daughter suffer, selling everything I owned, destroying my life and marriage in an attempt to rescue Sophie, they were writing checks for my sister's children to attend a school with a climbing wall and a culinary arts program. For 2 weeks, I wondered how to proceed with this knowledge. Part of me wanted to confront them right away, to phone them and shout until they grasped the gravity of their treachery. But another part of me, the part that was still their daughter despite everything, wanted to think there was an explanation, a rationale for this, even though I knew there wasn't one. During those 2 weeks, I got preoccupied with putting together the timeline. I gathered old bank statements, medical bills, and anything else that may help me figure out when my parents began financing Lauren's immaculate existence. While seeing mine fall, I made a spreadsheet because sorrow and hatred had transformed me into someone who records betrayal in Excel. My parents submitted their first tuition contribution to Greenwood Preparatory School in August, 6 years ago. I know this because I performed further research, called in favors, and perhaps broke some ethical boundaries I'm not proud of. August, 6 years ago. Sophie received her diagnosis in June of that year. By August, we were drowning in medical expenses and beginning to worry about how we would fund her therapy. That implies my parents made the deliberate decision to invest more than $120,000 per year to private school tuition within 2 months of Sophie's diagnosis. They knew she was ill. They knew we were hurting, yet they opted to write those checks nevertheless. I began experiencing panic attacks throughout those 2 weeks. I'd be stacking shelves at the grocery store where I work as a second job when I suddenly couldn't breathe. I'd have to lock myself in the bathroom, sit on the floor, and attempt to recall the breathing techniques my therapist had given me. In via the nose for 4 counts, hold for 7, and exhale through the mouth for 8. However, no breathing technique could quell the wrath that was growing inside me like a pressure cooker poised to erupt. I also began to recall things I'd shut out. Things my brain had shielded me from at the depths of my grief. For example, around 5 years ago, Lauren grumbled at a family BBQ about how costly Greenwood Preparatory School was, and my mother stroked her hand and said, "Don't worry, dear. You're doing the right thing for the children." Quality education is worth any price, my mother had commented less than a year after Sophie's diagnosis, when I was already financially distraught. Quality education is worth any cost. Or the time my father lectured me on financial responsibility, hinting that Daniel and I had been living above our means, and that our financial problems were our own fault. He was aware that Sophie was in treatment at the time, and that we were selling everything we owned. He stared me in the eyes and basically blamed us for our financial collapse, all while paying large checks to Lauren's children. Sophie's last birthday party, which took place just before she became too ill to celebrate, sprang to mind. We had it in our flat since we couldn't afford anything else. It was simply family, a baked cake, and a few gifts we'd saved money for. Lauren had arrived late, grumbled about the parking, and then departed early since Mason had a tennis lesson. My parents also paid for a membership at a country club where I took tennis lessons. I subsequently realized that my parents had handed Sophie $60. Savings bond for her birthday. $60. And I was thankful for it since $60 was $60. Meanwhile, I subsequently discovered that they had given each of Lauren's children new iPads the same month. Top-of-the-line models are $850 apiece. Sophie, however, received a savings bond that she would never be able to redeem. The memories kept coming. Each one has a fresh knife wound. Lauren quietly discussed the children's school vacations to Costa Rica and France during family dinners. Trips worth thousands of dollars. My parents had paid the trips. Lauren's children unwrapped lots of costly gifts on Christmas morning, but Sophie received only a few little items. And I was glad even for it. Every family event, my financial troubles were regarded as a dirty secret while Lauren's wealth was praised. I remembered calling my mother and weeping because we couldn't afford Sophie's anti-nausea medicine, which insurance wouldn't cover. How my mother advised that I check into patient support programs. Consider talking to a social worker. Maybe try generic alternatives. All reasonable recommendations, only she was making them when she could have just written a check to remedy the situation right now. There was one time that I couldn't quit thinking about. Sophie had lost all of her hair due to chemo, and she was sad. She was just 8, and she was really self-conscious about it. We discovered a gorgeous wig made of genuine hair online that matched her natural curls perfectly. It costs $300. We could not afford it. Sophie wore inexpensive synthetic wigs that irritated her scalp and made her weep since they did not look natural. During the little time she was able to attend school, students stared at her. I mentioned it to my mother casually during a phone chat. I wasn't even asking for money. I was simply talking about how difficult it was to watch Sophie so unhappy with her appearance, on top of everything else she was going through. My mother made sympathetic comments but said nothing further about it. The wig never arrived, but Lauren's daughter, Chloe, received a $500 American Girl doll bell set from her grandparents the same month as a reward for earning the honor roll. During the 2 weeks of discovery, I also contacted Daniel's parents, Rebecca and James. They were the ones who took out a second mortgage on their modest house to assist us pay for Sophie's care. They had never been affluent, as both retired teachers relied on pensions, but they had done everything they could. I met Rebecca for lunch and informed her about my discovery. She sat in silence for a long time after I finished speaking. Her face was expressing a variety of feelings that I couldn't decipher. Finally she continued, "Olivia, I want you to know something. When we took out the mortgage, we contacted your parents. We reasoned that if we pooled our resources, we could provide for Sophie's needs without putting an undue strain on any one family." My heart has stopped. "You called them?" "James did," she responded, her eyes welling up. "He phoned your father, described what we were doing, and asked if they could help at all. Even a few thousand would have been helpful." "Do you understand what your father said?" I couldn't talk, all I could do was shake my head. He stated they wished they could help, but they had already overextended themselves by assisting Lauren with some house repairs and couldn't take on any additional financial commitments. Rebecca stretched across the table and grabbed my hand. "Olivia, we didn't inform you since you were already carrying a lot. We did not wish to add to your load. But certainly your parents refused to assist, even when we were actually mortgaging our house. Home remodeling. They informed Daniel's parents that they couldn't help due to house renovations. I subsequently went by Lauren's house and noticed the addition they built that year. A large family area with floor-to-ceiling windows. My folks didn't simply pay for it. My father boasted about it at a family event. He expressed his delight at being able to assist his daughter in expanding her home to accommodate her increasing family. I had never felt fury like that before. It was white-hot and all-consuming. I had to pull over on the way home because my hands were so shaky I couldn't steer. I contacted my therapist's emergency line and spent an hour calming her down from what she characterized as a perfectly acceptable crisis response. I also started looking at the GoFundMe page we had put up for Sophie. I hadn't looked at it in years since it was so awful, but I pushed myself to review every gift, remark and share. What struck me was how many people had done what they could. Daniel's co-workers, Sophie's schoolmates, neighbors, and even strangers had heard her story. People who evidently didn't have $7 to spare made $7 contributions. $25 here, $60 there, all accompanied by prayers and well wishes. My parents had contributed $250 to the GoFundMe. $250 with a public statement that they were praying for their granddaughter and wished they could do more. They paid $250 while writing checks for $40,000 per child every semester. The hypocrisy was astounding. But Lauren had not given anything. Not a penny. I rationalized it at the time, telling myself she was busy with her children and that she was probably assisting in ways I didn't see. But now I know the truth. She'd been too busy enjoying the money that could have saved my daughter's life to give even a little amount to her niece's cancer fund. I spent hours scrolling through the letters of support from strangers on that GoFundMe website, sobbing at the generosity of individuals who had never known Sophie. An elderly woman on a fixed income gave $60 with a message that said, "I remember when my grandson was sick. No child should suffer. Praying for your sweet girl." A youngster gave their $30 birthday money since they had read Sophie's story and wanted to assist. These strangers, with no commitment to us, had pulled together what they could as my parents sat with hundreds of thousands of dollars and said no. The wickedness was astounding. Then, yesterday, my mom texted me in the family group chat. Sunday meal at our home. Lauren and the children will be there. We haven't been all together in a long time. Please come, Olivia. It would mean a lot to your father and I. I gazed at the writing for a long time. Then I said, I'll be there. Daniel felt I was insane when I told him what I was planned. We met for coffee because I wanted someone to talk to, someone who knew the gravity of this betrayal because he had experienced it himself. When I described what I had learned and what I meant to do, he remained silent for a while. Are you sure you want to do this? He inquired, his eyes filled with the same sadness we experienced. You cannot take these things back after they have been said. Good, I said. I don't want to take them back. He nodded carefully before reaching across the table and squeezing my hand. Sophie would be proud of you for sticking up for yourself and for her. That made me cry right there in the coffee shop because he was correct. Sophie was always so bold and prepared to fight. She never gave up, even when her small body failed her. I owed it to her memory to be equally bold. So today, I traveled to my folks' home in the suburbs, the same house I grew up in with a large oak tree in the front yard and a garden that my mother is obsessed with. Lauren's Tesla was already in the driveway, alongside my parents' vehicle. I sat in my beat-up Honda for a few minutes, gathering my courage, my heart hammering so hard it seemed like it might explode out of my chest. I stepped inside without knocking. Sunday dinners were always relaxed. The family is just letting themselves in. I heard laughing coming from the dining room. I could smell my mother's pot roast. I could hear my nieces and nephew talking eagerly about something. For a brief and terrible time, I remembered Sophie as part of that noise. Her high-pitched giggle blended with her cousins' voices. When I entered the dining room, everyone looked up. My mom grinned. That was a trained, beautiful hostess grin. Olivia, we are so delighted you could make it. We are just about to sit down. Lauren was helping to arrange the table, dressed in expensive trousers and a cashmere sweater. Hello, Olivia, I haven't seen you in a long time. My father was already sitting at the head of the table and nodded to me. Hello, sweetie. The kids were in the living room, absorbed to their iPads, and didn't notice my approach. I looked at them, these healthy, fortunate children, and remembered Sophie, how she'd loved to draw, how she'd wanted to be a veterinarian, and how she'd never complained even when the chemotherapy left her so sick she couldn't walk. Let's eat, my mother replied, bringing the pot roast to the table. Everyone sit down. I took my normal seat, which I'd used for family dinners since I was a youngster. Lauren sat across from me, with my parents at each end of the table. The children soon entered, took their places, and supper started. It was all so typical, so ordinary that I wondered if I was actually going to do it. My mother served the meal, inquiring about everyone's weeks. Lauren discussed Chloe's soccer tournament and Jake's science fair presentation. My father mentioned something about golf. They inquired how my job was doing, and I provided vague, one-word responses. The meal tasted like ash in my tongue. Olivia, you seem silent. My mother noted in her characteristic manner of making an observation seem like a critique. Is everything okay? This was it. This is the moment I've been planning for. I put down my fork and stared at her squarely. Actually, Mom, I have something I need to tell you all about. The table became silent. Lauren regarded me with mild interest. My father halted, his fork halfway to his mouth. The youngsters kept eating, unaware. I had coffee with Tara Cooper a few weeks ago. I began with a fairly steady voice. Do you remember Tara, my college roommate? My mother nodded slowly, and I noticed a flash in her eyes. Fear, perhaps. Or recognition. She now works in administration at Greenwood Preparatory School. I turned to face Lauren. That's where your kids attend school, right? This is a very prominent place. It must cost a lot. Lauren looked at our parents and then back to me. Yes, it is an excellent school. We're quite blessed. Yes, you are. I agreed. Isn't it around $40,000 per child per year? So, for 3 kids, that's more than $120,000 every year. Olivia, what is this about? My father inquired, his voice seeming cautionary. I ignored him, my gaze fixed on Lauren. Tara said something fascinating. She added, Mom and Dad have been paying the tuition for all 3 kids for the past 4 years. There was a deafening quiet across the table. Lauren's face turned paler, then crimson. My mother's mouth moved like a fish. My father sat his fork down with a bang. "Olivia," my mother began. But I raised my hand. "Do you recall Sophie being sick 6 years ago? When she required care that her insurance would not cover, I phoned you, practically on my knees in a hospital corridor pleading for assistance." My voice was trembling now, but I pressed on. "Do you recall what you told me?" My mother's eyes were full with tears. "Olivia, please. You said that you were on a fixed income. You mentioned you didn't have that much money. You advised that I look into bankruptcy." I laughed, and it sounded harsh to my own ears. "I needed $50,000 to save my daughter's life. You told me you couldn't afford it, but you could afford $120,000 each year for Lauren's children to attend private school." My father's face turned crimson as he responded. "It's not that simple. The scenarios were different." "How are they different?" I demanded. "Please tell me why paying for private school is more essential than preserving your granddaughter's life." I'm eager to comprehend this rationale. Lauren discovered her voice. "Olivia, I didn't know about this. I swore. I assumed my parents were only providing minor assistance." "Do not lie," I snapped. "You knew exactly where the money was coming from. You knew they were paying full tuition. Yet you said nothing. Even during Sophie's funeral, you said nothing." "That's not fair," Lauren said. "I didn't know what happened with Sophie's treatment because you never asked. I was standing now, my chair scraping back, and you never once asked how we were doing, or how we were paying for anything. You were too busy enjoying your beautiful life with your healthy children, Tesla, and European trips." "Olivia, sit down," my father instructed. "You're upsetting the children." I looked at my nieces and nephew who were gazing at me with wide-eyed terror. I felt horrible for scaring them, but the greater part of me, the one that had died with Sophie, didn't care. "I'm disturbing the kids," I repeated incredulously. "I witnessed my child die because you prioritized a private school education over her survival." I held her as she breathed her final breath, knowing we'd done everything we could, never realizing you had the funds to assist us all along. "Do you know what it did to me? What had it done to Daniel? We dissolved our marriage due to anguish and financial disaster. I've lost everything, even myself." My mother was weeping now, mascara dripping down her cheeks. "We felt it was too hazardous." She sobbed. "The doctor stated that there was no assurance that the therapy would not work. At least with the school, we knew the money would be wisely spent. Used effectively." I couldn't believe what I heard. "You risked with my daughter's life since there were no assurances." "Every medical therapy has a risk, Mom. But she was 8 years old and struggling for her life. She deserved a chance." My father stood up and said, "You need to calm down. We made the option that we believed was best. Lauren's children required private schooling more than Sophie needed to survive." "Say it. I want to hear what you say." I was sobbing now too. Years of pain and hatred are spilling out of me. "Tell me that your other grandchildren's education is more essential than Sophie's life." Lauren interrupted. "That is not what we are saying. Olivia, you are twisting everything." "Am I?" I turned against her. "So kindly untwist it for me. Describe how this makes sense. Describe how you can live with yourselves. Any of you?" My mother shook her head and reached out to me. "Olivia, please. We adore you. We adored Sophie. We felt we were doing the correct decision. We thought—" "You thought about yourself," I remarked plainly. "You considered looks, Lauren's ideal family, and being the grandparents who could afford to send their grandchildren to top schools. You didn't consider Sophie, who was battling to breathe with her small body full of poison while attempting to kill the cancer. You didn't consider me, your daughter, breaking apart piece by piece. My father told me we couldn't afford both. So there it was. The truth was finally uttered out. We had previously agreed to assist Lauren with the school. We could not afford both." The admission lingered in the air like a noxious mist. Lauren seemed distraught. My mother sank back into her chair, and I felt something inside of me finally come apart. "You chose," I responded gently. "You had to make a choice, and you picked Lauren's children above mine. You choose private school above life itself. Sophie was going to die anyhow," my father explained. I swear time stopped. Even after therapy, the doctors gave her a 35% chance. It would have meant throwing money away. The sound that emerged from me was not quite human. Lauren gave a gasp. My mother let out a little scream. And when my father realized what he had said, he sought to backtrack. I did not mean Olivia. That turned out badly. Get away from me, I shouted, backing up to the door. Everyone, keep away from me. Olivia, please, my mother implored, attempting to approach me. Let's explain. You just did. I responded. You explained everything perfectly. Sophie's life was a poor investment. Lauren's kid's education was more valuable. 35% chances were insufficient for you to bet on your own granddaughter. I gazed at each of them, remembering their faces, knowing that this would be the final time I saw them as family. You know what's the worst part? Sophie adored you. Even at the hospital, while she was in pain, she would inquire about you. She'd want to video chat with Grandma and Grandpa. She created you drawings, which you presumably threw away. She had no idea that her own grandparents regarded her less than private school fees. That's not true, my mother sobbed. We adored her. Love is a verb. I said. It is more than simply a sentiment. It is action. And your actions demonstrated just where Sophie placed in your priorities. Dead last. I glanced to Lauren, who was silently weeping. Her pristine composure had finally snapped. I hope your children like their luxury school. I hope they appreciate the sacrifice that paid for it, even if they never learn how much it cost. Jake, the oldest at 13, had been watching everything with increasing fear. We didn't know, Aunt Olivia. I know, buddy, I said, my voice softening slightly for him. This is not your fault. None of this is your fault. But perhaps you should ask your mother and grandparents why your cousin Sophie isn't here anymore. Ask them about their options and priorities. I walked out of that house and have not looked back. My phone has been calling non-stop, but I've blocked all their numbers. Lauren attempted to enter my flat, but I threatened to call the police. I do not care about their explanations or arguments. There's nothing they can say to make things right. The day following the confrontation, I awoke feeling curiously depleted. Nor better, nor worse, simply hollow. I phoned in sick to both of my jobs because I couldn't move from my bed. I just laid there gazing at the ceiling, repeating every word from that supper in my head. Sophie was going to die anyhow. My father's comments echoed in my thoughts like a never-ending nightmare. Around midday, someone pounded on my door. Initially I disregarded it, but it persisted. Finally, I hauled myself up to peer through the peephole. It was Lauren, and she looked dreadful. Her lovely hair was a wreck. Her eyes were puffy from sobbing and she was still wearing what seemed to be pajamas. Olivia, please, she said through the door. Please, just let me explain. Let me talk to you. Go away, Lauren, I responded, without even opening the door. I didn't know, she cried. I swear to God, I didn't realize the entire amount of it. I believed they were only assisting a little, not paying for everything, and I had no idea they'd refuse to help with Sophie. I swear I didn't know. You're a liar, I stated bluntly. You needed to know. You had to know you weren't paying the tuition yourself. You needed to know where the money was coming from. Chris and I were paying a portion of it. She insisted. I assumed Mom and Dad were merely supplementing. Maybe a third or so. I did not ask inquiries since I did not want to appear ungrateful. Olivia, please trust me, but I could not believe her. I wouldn't since, even if she didn't know the specific sums, she was aware that our parents were providing significant financial assistance while I was drowning. She knew Sophie was unwell and we were struggling, but she never questioned the imbalance. She was pleased to take while her niece perished. Even if I believe you, I whispered through the door, it doesn't alter anything. You witnessed my pain. You watched what Sophie's death meant to me. You came to her burial in your fancy clothes and left early for soccer practice. You never once asked if we needed anything. You never offered. You simply took from them while I had nothing. I'm sorry, she sobbed. Olivia, I am deeply sorry. I didn't believe that was the issue, Lauren. You did not think. You didn't think about anyone but yourself and your ideal family. I put my palm on the door to feel the physical barrier between us. Leave. If you do not leave right now, I will phone the police. I heard her weep on the other side of the door for another minute before she departed. I fell to the floor, my back against the door, and sat until it was dark. Despite the fact that I had banned my mother, the SMS began to arrive. She tried many phones to reach me. Every message was a variant of the same thing. Please chat to us. We can explain. We adore you. It's all a misunderstanding. I read them all with distant numbness and erased them without responding. My father took a different approach. He contacted both of my places of employment, attempting to get me to speak with him. Samantha, the manager of the grocery shop, accepted the message and then brought me aside. "Your father called," she said softly. "He seems pretty desperate to talk to you. Is everything okay?" "Family stuff," I responded, not wanting to discuss anything. "I'd appreciate it if you could stop routing calls from him to me." She nodded with understanding in her eyes. "I will make a note, but Olivia, if you need time off or anything else, please let me know. Okay?" I almost broke down in the middle of the store, but I kept it together. Barely. 3 days after the argument, Lauren sent me an email, a long meandering email that began with more apologies and justifications before taking an unexpected turn. She talked about how she faced our parents, how there had been another major dispute, and how our father realized they had made a decision and were stuck with it since they couldn't back out of their promise to the grandchildren's education. She claimed that our mother had justified their decision by claiming that the money would be wasted on Sophie because her prognosis was so dismal, and that at least with the school, they could see actual benefits. Lauren claimed she was appalled by this statement and that she told them they were mistaken, that they had made a terrible decision. But at the conclusion of the email, Lauren said something that made my anger boil. I would ask them to cease paying their tuition. I told them we'd find out how to fund it ourselves, or send the kids to public school. "But, Olivia, they are our parents. They did a terrible mistake, yet they are still our family. Perhaps you will be able to forgive them in time for your own serenity." I read the email 3 times, each time becoming angrier. She asked me to forgive them. She assumed that discontinuing the tuition payments now, 6 years later, would somehow set things right. She still didn't get it. Neither of them did. I wrote back. It was the only message I'd sent to any of them since supper. I kept it brief. "Lauren, you claim they made an error. Mistakes are accidents. Mistakes are mistakes in judgment that occur in the heat of the moment. They made a determined, purposeful choice. They prioritized your children's private school over my child's life. They decided to lie to me while my daughter died. That is not an error. That is a betrayal so deep and horrible that it cannot be reversed. Do not contact me again." I emailed it and then banned her email address. Daniel phoned me after I texted him that it was finished. He didn't say much, just asked if I was all right and if I needed anything. Then he asked, "Sophie's medical fund, the GoFundMe. How much did it raise?" "About $15,000. I said, "Why? And how much did you say your parents spent on Lauren's children's education?" $480,000 over 4 years. There was a prolonged pause. "Olivia, I think we should speak with a lawyer. I hadn't considered legal action. But Daniel is correct. There might be a case here, especially because my parents openly refused to help while having the capacity to do so, causing Daniel and me significant financial difficulty. I'm meeting with an attorney tomorrow to discuss my alternatives. Not because I believe money will heal anything, but because they must face the consequences of their actions. People keep asking me whether I'm feeling better after the encounter and if I've found closure. The fact is that I do not feel better. I feel empty. I feel as if I'm mourning my family all over again, just as I did Sophie. But I also feel like I finally revealed the truth and stuck up for my kid, even if it's too late for her. Tonight, I visited Sophie's grave. I haven't been in a while since it hurt so badly. But I needed to tell her what I did. I sat in the dark next to her modest gravestone, which included a butterfly carving she would have adored. And I spoke to her. I told her about the encounter, the truth, and how I finally got them to admit what they'd done. I want to think she heard me. I'd like to think she understands that her mother battled for her, even if it was too late. I planted new flowers on her grave, including the yellow daisy she adored. I told her I would keep fighting. Not simply for justice, but to ensure that her memory is meaningful. If you're reading this and have children, grandchildren, or anybody you profess to love, keep this in mind. Love is more than simply words. It is a matter of decision. It's a sacrifice. It means sticking up for those that need you. Even if it is difficult, costly, or the chances are stacked against you. My parents had an option, and they chose incorrectly. They prioritized comfort over crises, image over action, and safety above sacrifice. And now they have to live with that decision, just as I must with the death of my daughter and the knowledge that she may have had a better chance if the people who were meant to love her had shown up when she needed them the most. I'm not sure what happens next. I'm not sure whether I'll ever talk with my parents or Lauren again. I'm not sure where legal action will lead. All I know is that I spoke the truth. I confronted them and did not back down. I stood firm for Sophie. That is all I have left to give her. The truth and the knowledge that someone battled for her, even if it was too late to help. Rest in peace, my dear daughter. Mommy loves you forever. My brother registered his scam business at my place. He won't make a scene, Dad said. But I did, and federal charges were just the start. Let me know if I overreacted. I'm Ryan, a 29-year-old guy, and I was midway through debugging a mess of legacy code when I checked my apartment security camera and noticed my parents allowing themselves in. Is this a normal Wednesday afternoon? I had given them a backup key for emergencies, but my father was clutching a tape measure. I watched from my phone as he began measuring my walls, not just glancing about, but aggressively measuring. My mother was taking notes on her phone while tilting her head and squinting as if she were visualizing new furnishings. Then my younger brother Jackson strides in behind them, as if he owns the place. He smirked. "This is perfect," Jackson remarked, sinking into my leather sofa and placing his feet on my coffee table. "Way better than that dump I've been crashing at, and Ryan's never even here. He's always at the office." My mother nodded, continued taking notes. "We'll need to move the desk out of the second bedroom, which can be Jackson's. Ryan may work from the office just like everyone else." "I'm sorry, what?" My father measured the doors, the hallway, and the entire 9 yards. "Once Jackson's stuff is moved in, Ryan won't make a scene. He'll understand family comes first. We just need to do it while he's in San Francisco for that conference next month." I sat at my workstation, watching these people plan to take my residence in real time. I began laughing. That frigid chuckle that makes your coworkers look at you as if you've gone insane. My business colleague Daniel looked up from his monitor with a, "Should I be concerned?" face. Maybe he should be, because I just witnessed my family plotting a hostile takeover of my place. And instead of being startled or upset, I felt something quite different. Relief. Because now I had them all on video. And I was going to make them regret every decision that led to this point. See, I am a software architect. I own 30% of a business that recently raised Series B investment. I make decent money. Very nice money. And 4 months ago, after my mother took my grandfather's antique Rolex from my apartment, which was the only item I had from my father's father who cared about me, I put a comprehensive security system, cameras, motion sensors, and everything. 3 weeks later, an Instagram shot revealed the Rolex on Jackson's wrist. He informed his pals that he purchased it with his company revenues. Jackson's business revenues came from whatever MLM scam he was presently failing at, while mom and a dad supported his lifestyle. I have been chronicling everything since then. Every talk, every time they picked Jackson over me, every contemptuous remark about how I should support my family while Jackson drained them. They simply gave me enough proof to bury them all. I emailed my brother, "Hey man, wanna grab dinner this weekend? It's been too long." 3 dots emerged, faded, and reappeared again. They were undoubtedly conversing, wondering if I knew. "Yeah, dude. Sounds good. Mom and dad free too? Bring everyone. I'll cook at my house on Saturday." I had 4 days to prepare and 4 days to set the trap. And Jackson, that arrogant idiot, marched right into it, convinced he'd already won. I grew raised in Seattle, the oldest son of George and Margaret Kowalski. Dad had a profitable import business. Mom oversaw the rental properties they owned. We had money. We had a wonderful home in Bellevue. We had everything, except that my parents did not see me. I had investors who quit investing as soon as Jackson was born. I was 8 when my brother came. And I went from firstborn to forgotten suddenly. The accountable one. The one who didn't require assistance because he was extremely skilled for his age. It's funny how an 8-year-old becomes self-sufficient when no one is watching. Jackson attended basketball camp, whereas I was told sports were a waste of time. He received a brand new Audi for his 16th birthday, while I labored at Best Buy to purchase my own used vehicle. When I got into MIT, they indicated that state school might be more practical. Jackson barely finished high school, and they applauded as if he had conquered cancer. I bought him a condo near UW despite the fact that he dropped out after 1 semester. I worked hard at MIT, in tech firms, and on my own startup. I acquired this flat in downtown Seattle 3 years ago. Corner condo with floor-to-ceiling windows overlooking Elliott Bay and the whole flex. It was my proof that I didn't require their approval or money. I gave them the extra key because, deep down, I wanted them to be proud of me. That key was going to cost them everything. The day after witnessing them measure my furniture, Jackson contacted me. "Hey bro, I need to ask you something important." I grinned at the phone. "Sure. Why don't you all come over Saturday? I'll make that Korean BBQ you guys like." I spent the next 4 days planning, but not cooking. I was gathering proof, bank papers for every loan I'd given Jackson that he never paid back, and screenshots of the 7 various company projects my parents had supported for him that all failed. Bank accounts show that I paid for family dinners, trips and presents, whereas Jackson contributed nothing and took everything. However, the real job had been ongoing for months. See, Emily, Jackson's current girlfriend, contacted me over LinkedIn 12 weeks ago. The communication was professional and pleasant. She saw we shared a last name and decided to take a chance. Jackson had been using her credit cards to pay his new business venture, a cryptocurrency trading course and MLM crap. He had maxed up 3 of her credit cards, totaling $35,000, while assuring her he was putting their money in a guaranteed opportunity. The opportunity involved him purchasing bottle service at clubs and attempting to recruit others into his downline. Emily had all of the receipts, and she'd been working with me to record everything, because Jackson had also informed her that I was a trust fund child who'd never worked in my life. Meanwhile, he had informed my parents that Emily's family was affluent, and he was looking for business opportunities. All falsehoods. Emily was a nurse who worked double shifts as Jackson emptied her accounts. But the best part was that Jackson had lately started using my flat as his business address for his LLC. He used my address for company registration without asking, most likely to appear more credible to whichever targets he was now defrauding. That meant that every piece of mail, every legal document, and every indication of his questionable business practices was now linked to my property. And that was going to be helpful. Saturday arrived, and the weather was magnificent. I grilled Colby and had Benchen set the table nicely. My flat seemed tidy, professional, and successful. Everything they had attempted to remove. The folders sat in my home office, waiting. The trap had been set, and Jackson was about to discover that the brother he'd discounted his whole life was far more intelligent than he appeared. They arrived at 6. Mom brought refreshments. Dad instantly began looking at the walls he had measured 3 days previously. Jackson strolled in with a grin, already acting like he belonged here. Emily followed him. She caught my glance and offered a little nod. She was in on it. "Ryan, man, this place looks great," Jackson replied, sliding into my couch just like he did on TV. "You're keeping it clean for once?" I asked, smiling. "Special occasion." Mom went directly to the kitchen. "You should really get better knives, sweetie. These are dull. I like them sharp enough to cut through nonsense, but thanks for the feedback." She blinked, unsure whether I had insulted her. We ate supper. Jackson dominated the conversation as usual, discussing his new business idea, how he was ready to blow up, and how he had investors lined up. Dad nodded along, as if he were the next Elon Musk. Mom continued replenishing his glass. Emily remained quiet. "So brother," I replied, putting down my chopsticks. "How's the apartment hunting going?" He exchanged stares with our parents. Dad jumped in as effortlessly as always. "Maybe you could help your brother out. You've got that extra bedroom collecting dust." "The office," Mom explained. "You could work from the company office like everyone else. Jackson needs a stable address for his business. Family helps family, Ryan." I took a leisurely drink. "That's interesting because I could have sworn I saw you all in here earlier this week measuring my walls, planning where to put Jackson's stuff, without asking me, without even telling me." The stillness was amazing. Jackson's sneer wavered. Dad's jaws clenched. Mom opened her mouth. "I have security cameras," I explained. "Full coverage. Installed them after Mom borrowed Grandpa Kowalski's Rolex from my bedroom. Remember that, brother? The Rolex you told your friends you bought with your company profits?" His cheeks turned crimson. "You said those were just for the front door." I lied. "And I have footage of you 3 preparing to move Jackson in while I am at a conference. Dad, do you want to hear your precise words?" I took out my phone and played the audio. Dad's voice filled my flat as clear as day. "Ryan will not cause a scene. He will understand. Family comes first. We only need to do it while he's in San Francisco next month. Emily moved in her seat, and I saw wrath flash over her face. She'd been duped about so many things, and now she was seeing it all come together. Dad began to bluster. Now Ryan, you're taking this out of context. Context? You broke into my friggin' house and planned a hostile takeover. That is the context. We're your family, Mom said, her voice rising. How can you be so selfish? Your sibling needs assistance right now. He's creating something significant. I chuckled. Is it important? Jackson, what business are you in again? What about this week? Cryptocurrency education, he stated defiantly, is going to be huge. Emily murmured quietly. It's a pyramid scheme. And all eyes went to her. He maxed out 3 of my credit cards. $35,000 for what? Photos from the Bottle Service Club on Instagram. Your business opportunity does not exist. Jackson's face changed from crimson to pale. What the heck, Emily? Don't, her voice was cold. Ryan phoned me 2 months ago. We've been comparing notes. What the heck is going on? Dad inquired, perplexed. Mom gazed at them in confusion. Ryan, what is she talking about? I'm talking about your son being a fraud. Emily, would you like to show them the credit card statements? She took out a folder, as I had taught her, and spread the statements on my table. Nightclub charges, designer clothes, and costly dinners. There wasn't a single justifiable business cost in the lot. Jackson told me he was investing our money, and Emily claimed he assured me we'd be millionaires by the end of the year, but now I'm $35,000 in debt, and he's been living like a trust fund child on my credit. That's not, Jackson sputtered. I can explain. Explain what? I cut him off. Explain how you've been using my apartment as your business address without asking. Yeah, I know about it as well. You registered your LLC at my address without I obtained the public documents and contacted the firms you were interacting with. Kowalski Capital Ventures, LLC. That's your firm, correct? Which one are you using to trick people into buying your cryptocurrency course? He got up, knocking his chair back. You had no rights. You had no right to use my address. And do you know what else I discovered in those public records? You are under FTC investigation for misleading business practices. You are being sued by 3 distinct persons for fraud. And you've been hiding all of this by using my address so Mom and Dad wouldn't find out. Dad's face was stoned. Now Jackson, is this true? It is all crap. Ryan is just envious because what? I stood up. Because I created something real while you were conducting frauds. Because I worked hard while you lived off your parents' money. Because I paid for this home with money I earned, and you assumed you could simply take it. Mom was crying now. Ryan, please, he's your brother. He made mistakes, but his family forgives. Forgives. Right. Wait a second. I strolled to my office and returned with additional files. Let me tell you what I'm forgiving. Jackson has borrowed $65,000 from me over the last 6 years, and you two have borrowed another $40,000. Jackson is living off Emily's credit cards, using my address for his scam business, and you 3 were planning to illegally move him into my apartment. I dropped the folders on the table, and this is everything. Every loan, every lie, every time you chose him over me. Jackson was sweating every time you told me to be more understanding while he took advantage of everyone around him. Now that you can't prove anything, I can prove everything. Bank transfers, text messages, emails, recorded conversations, and, best of all, Emily's lawyer has filed a civil suit against you for fraud. The FTC is looking into your fraudulent business methods, and you've been using my address as your business registration without my permission, which will look really nice when the feds start inquiring about mail fraud. Dad finally found his voice, but it was wobbly. Ryan, son, I believe you are overreacting. This is still family. No, I said. Families do not break into each other's houses. A family does not spend 3 decades teaching one child that he is worthless while the other child can do nothing wrong. I approached the door and opened it. Get out. All of you, leave your keys on the table. If you contact me again or come near this apartment, I will seek a restraining order. And Jackson, Emily's lawyer, is questioning me about everything. I am going to watch you burn. Jackson clutched his jacket, his face contorted with wrath. You are going to regret this. You think you're so clever with your job and expensive abode. You've always been a smug jerk, and now everyone will know it. Better a smug jerk than a fraud living off other people's credit cards. He rushed out, followed by Emily, who hesitated at the door and glanced back at me. Thank you, she said, and I nodded. She'd get her money back. I'd make sure of it. My parents departed slowly, my mother still sobbing, and my father wearing the controlled fury mask I remembered from childhood. You're going to regret this, your dad whispered gently. When you're alone and need family, we won't be there. Good, I responded. I've been alone all my life. I won't bother. After they went, I shut the door, turned the padlock and strolled to my window where the cityscape stretched out in front of me, lights reflecting off Elliott Bay. My apartment, my refuge. Daniel contacted me as I was shutting up the office. How'd it go? We burned every bridge. It feels amazing. Drinks tomorrow? Absolutely. I just nuked my entire family in one meal, and for the first time in my life, I felt really free. On Monday morning, I received 17 messages from my mother, each one more frantic and guilt-ridden than the one before it. After reading the first one, I blocked her phone, as well as my father's and Jackson's, and the stillness was wonderful. Emily called that afternoon. Her lawyer had filed charges, Jackson had been served and was blowing up her phone, and I encouraged her not to respond since the material spoke for itself. She thanked me again for believing her and assisting her in building the case. Most individuals wouldn't have had the guts to contact their scammer's family, but she knew I'd listen. The following week was chaotic, but in a good way. Jackson had been conducting his business from 3 distinct addresses, mine, Emily's, and a P.O. box in Tacoma. The FTC had been working on a civil complaint based on deceptive trade practices for months. However, after my paperwork and Emily's proof arrived, the DOJ initiated a criminal investigation into wire and mail fraud. On Wednesday, federal authorities executed a search warrant at his flat. The evidence they discovered, fake testimonials, stolen course materials, and records of people he had scammed, sealed the case. Daniel forwarded me the news report with the heading, "Local man charged with wire fraud and crypto education scheme." Jackson's mugshot looked precisely like what you would anticipate. I was stunned and startled to learn that there were consequences. Your brother? When I arrived at the workplace, Daniel questioned me. Not anymore. The greatest thing was watching Jackson's Instagram shift from flaunting lifestyle to utter radio silence. His fans began posting and asking concerns, then someone linked to the fraud accusations, and Emily put a statement about financial abuse. Jackson's $1,800 cryptocurrency masterclass, which was basically YouTube videos he had stolen and repackaged, had about 40 students who had paid him, and none of them had learned anything but how to lose money. They all started coming forward and the lawsuits began to pile up. My parents took a new strategy after that, sending my uncle, Dad's brother, to talk to me. Uncle Richard was a decent person who never played favorites and always treated me fairly. We met for coffee on Friday and he told me straight out that his father had begged him to interfere, but he'd told him he was an idiot. He'd seen them screw me up for years. I had warned them they'd lose me, but they hadn't listened. Jackson had been a pampered brat since infancy, and everyone but my parents knew it. He took out his phone and informed me that Emily had contacted him and requested him to be a witness in her lawsuit against Jackson, and he had agreed without hesitation. That youngster needed to learn consequences, and my parents needed to learn that they couldn't allow their way out of this one. He pushed a business card across the table, including the contact information for his lawyer, who was already familiar with my predicament. I accepted the card and thanked him for his assistance in obtaining restraining orders or property protection. Don't thank me, he added, but don't allow them get back into your life. You are better off without them. He was correct. Jackson's arraignment was scheduled for the following Monday, and Emily kept me updated along the way. Jackson arrived in a cheap suit, accompanied by a bus bench lawyer, and his parents looked sad in the gallery. The court set bond at $45,000, and Dad had to use the home as collateral. Jackson scowled at Emily throughout, as if she had engineered his collapse rather than just chronicling it. Daniel, who had been my business partner for 4 years and had never criticized my family issues, asked me what I was going to do now that my family was collapsing and Jackson was facing federal charges. We were drinking at a Capitol Hill pub that night. I told him the truth. Nothing changes. I simply keep living my life. They were never really a part of it anyhow. Then my phone rang, an unknown number. Ryan, it's your mother. I borrowed your father's cell phone. Kindly call me. Jackson needs assistance. He might be imprisoned. You are his sole family with the means to employ a skilled lawyer. I beg you. I showed Daniel the text, and he asked what I was going to do. Jackson had no money, but my parents did. They paid $35,000 to avoid Emily's civil action from going to trial, presumably expecting it would make the federal charges seem better for sentence, but it didn't work. I erased it and blocked the number. He made his decisions. 3 weeks later, Emily's civil claim was resolved. Emily sent me a message stating she had received the money and was paying off the cards. She noted that Jackson had attempted to put everything on me during depositions, claiming I had set him up out of jealousy, but nobody believed him because I had documentation for everything. Meanwhile, my startup achieved a significant milestone. We closed a deal with a Fortune 500 company, which meant my equity was now worth serious money, like retire at 40 money. Daniel and I celebrated by upgrading our office space and hiring 3 more developers. My life was objectively better without my family in it. After 6 months, I built a life most people only dream about, and my apartment remained mine. I'd started dating Olivia, an Amazon product manager who hailed from a healthy home and couldn't understand the dynamics I'd grown up with. She fit into my life simply and organically, like partnerships should. Jackson's trial was scheduled for November, and the FTC accused him of wire fraud, deceptive business practices, and identity theft. Jackson's defense attorney attempted to negotiate a plea agreement, but the prosecutor was uninterested. They wanted to set an example. Jackson was living with my parents in their house, which they'd had to remortgage to pay for his legal fees and Emily's settlement. Dad's business had suffered, and Mom had to sell 2 of her rental properties. I didn't care about their situation. They'd made their decisions. Then, between code reviews on Wednesday afternoon, I received an email with the subject line, "We need to talk," and no sender name, but I recognized the sender and opened it nonetheless. Ryan, it's your father. I am using a corporate email because you have blacklisted our phone numbers. I realize you don't want to hear from us, but I need you to know what you've done to this family. Jackson faces a jail sentence of 3 to 5 years. His lawyer claims that the only way to avoid it is to pay reparations to everyone he defrauded, which amounts to approximately $190,000. We don't have that much money anymore. We had to mortgage our home, sell assets, and deplete our retirement savings. Your mother's health is deteriorating. People in our community have stopped talking to us. Do you understand how it feels to be treated like criminals because of your own son? Ryan, I raised you better than this. I taught you to stand by your family no matter what. Where has that youngster gone? Your brother committed blunders. Yes, but he has paid for them 100 times over. He's attempting to rebuild his life and find genuine job, but no one will hire him with pending federal accusations. He's alone and suffering, and all he gets is criticism. Your uncle advises me to accept that you are no longer among us and have changed. But I can't believe that since honestly, I'm not going to read the entire newspaper he sent. Anyway, he closed with, "Please call me. Let's get this fixed before it's too late." I read it again and recognized the manipulative patterns. The old Ryan, who had spent years trying to win bits of acceptance, would have felt crushing remorse. But the present Ryan saw it for what it was. I forwarded it to Uncle Richard with one sentence. "They're still at it." He answered within minutes. "Don't engage. They're desperate. Your brother is undoubtedly going to prison, and they are searching for someone to blame." I did not answer to my father's email because doing so would just confirm that this strategy worked. The second email arrived a week later, this time directly from Jackson. "Ryan, I know Dad wrote you. I understand you disregarded him, not surprised. Ignoring those in need is one of your specialties, right? You sit in your luxurious apartment, appearing to be superior to everyone else. Meanwhile, your family is breaking apart. Do you know how my life is right now? I can't obtain a job. I cannot leave the state. I'm trapped living with my parents as if I were 16 again. You are the reason why everyone in town knows about my business." Emily received her money back. The FTC is pleased. Everyone got what they desired, except me. And you? You have everything. Money, success, independence, and a lover who may be unaware of your true personality. You ended the life I could have had. You ruined my business. You turned everybody against me. You ended my romance. And for what? Because you were envious, because Mom and Dad loved me more. I know you believe you're really clever. Okay, congrats, brother. You won. But here's the deal. One day you'll be in that apartment, which you defend like Fort Knox. And you'll learn that no amount of achievement is worth anything without family. You chose vengeance over loyalty. You chose money over blood. I hope it was worthwhile. By the way, I know your routines. I know everything about your idyllic little existence. Don't believe you're untouchable just because you have money and cameras. Karma is a beach, big brother. I read the last paragraph twice, and it was a threat. I forwarded both emails to the lawyer for review, and he called me within an hour. The threat in the second email gives us what we need, and when combined with their documented trespassing 4 months ago and this escalating pattern, we can file for a restraining order, but we must document everything going forward because courts like patterns. How quickly can we move? I will file tomorrow. With the explicit threat and your documentation, we should get a temporary order within 72 hours and a full hearing in 2 weeks. I began keeping a detailed log of everything, every email, every blocked call, every social media interaction, to build an airtight case. 3 days later, the temporary restraining order came through. Jackson was ordered to stay at least 500 feet away from my home and workplace, and to stop all direct or indirect contact. The full hearing was scheduled for 2 weeks later, but the temporary order was enforceable immediately. Violation resulted in arrest and criminal contempt charges. My mother attempted one last email through her work account, claiming I was tearing the family apart for nothing. Richard's lawyer responded, stating that any future contact would result in harassment charges and evidence submitted at the restraining order court. The complete restraining order hearing took place 2 weeks later, and Jackson did not attend, most likely on the advice of his federal defense counsel. The judge made the order permanent based on the documented threats, the trespassing attempt, and the pattern of harassment. Violations resulted in immediate arrest. I updated building security with the court order and Jackson's photo, and Andrew, the head of security, flagged it in their system with instructions to call police immediately if he showed up. After 3 weeks, my mother wrote a last email, this time from her work account. Ryan, you are making a tremendous mistake. Getting a restraining order against your own brother for what? An email. You are pulling this family apart for no reason. We have lost everything. Your father may have to declare bankruptcy, and you are concerned about an email. Jackson has suffered enough. You have already wrecked his life. Isn't this enough? I am your mommy. I gave birth to you. I raised you. Doesn't this signify anything? Uncle Richard's lawyer responded, making it plain that any additional contact will result in harassment charges. We never heard from them again through official means, but my brother wasn't done. 3 weeks after the restraining order was made permanent, Daniel contacted me late at work. Dude, you need to get home like right now. What's wrong? Jackson is at your building. When security couldn't contact you, they phoned me instead. He's in the lobby, wanting to see you. I am on my way. I made it to my building in 15 minutes, speeding the entire way, and when I got into the garage, I contacted building security. Mr. Kowalski, he's still here, said Andrew, the night security guard. He arrived about 40 minutes ago, stating there was a family issue. We informed him you were not here and he wasn't on the approved list, but he refused to go. He says he'll wait all night if necessary. Call the cops. He is not permitted to be within 500 feet of this structure. Already finished. They are on their way. I simply wanted you to know before you showed up. I am in the garage. I'll stay here until he leaves. Through the phone I could hear Jackson's voice in the background. Come on, dude. I only need 5 minutes with my brother. There has been an accident. This is an emergency. Andrew replied calmly and professionally. Sir, I confirmed with Mr. Kowalski personally. There is no emergency. You are breaching a restraining order by being here. The police are on their way. This is he. He is my brother. He cannot just cut me off like this. Sir, you need to leave the premises immediately or you'll be arrested. Let him arrest me then. At least I'll be able to see his face when they bring me out. He thinks he's untouchable up in his tower. I waited in my car and listened. Part of me wanted to walk up there and confront him, but I knew that was precisely what he wanted. There was a scene, and the cops arrived 8 minutes later. Through the phone, I heard them try to reason with him, and I heard him shift tactics from aggression to playing the victim. He fed them a story about trying to fix his family, about me turning everyone against him, about just wanting to talk, but the officers didn't buy it. They told him he was trespassing, that I'd confirmed there was no emergency, and that he needed to leave or face arrest. His voice changed again, this time filled with hate. Fine. Tell Ryan that his little tech bro existence will not endure forever. Tell him that people who burn bridges often end up alone. Tell him I am not done. Footsteps, voices, And then Andrew came back on the line to say he was gone. Officers had walked him to his car and watched him go. They were filing an incident report and Andrew urged I take extra precautions since the person appeared unstable. He was correct. I stayed in my car for another 20 minutes before going upstairs, locking my door and standing in my living room, feeling something I hadn't felt in years. Fear, not of Jackson, but of what he may do. He was desperate, and desperate people do dumb things. Olivia arrived almost an hour later. I had contacted her about what occurred, and she drove straight from her house. "Are you okay?" she asked, throwing her arms around me. "Yeah, I was just irritated off. That's acceptable." She moved back to look at me. "What are you planning to do?" "Lawyers filing a violation report." We didn't talk much that night, but having someone there, someone who chose to be there without obligation or manipulation, reminded me of why cutting off my family was the right decision. Jackson might go to jail just for showing up here, and then he won't be able to come back. The violation report was filed the next morning. Jackson's bail was revoked, and he was taken into custody pending his fraud trial. Uncle Richard called me that afternoon with an update. My mother had called him crying, asking if he could talk to me about Jackson's legal situation now that he was in custody. He'd told her Jackson had violated a court order, and he'd been warned several times. She didn't take it well. He also mentioned Jackson's defense attorney was scrambling for a plea deal. The restraining order violation, on top of the federal charges, killed any sympathy angle they might have had. Jackson's federal case moved quickly after that. His attorney negotiated a plea of guilty to wire fraud and mail fraud in exchange for 18 months in federal prison and 5 years of supervised release with full restitution to victims, which the prosecutor accepted. My parents would spend years paying off his debts while he served his sentence, and I would spend that time living my life completely free of them. After 15 months, Jackson was released. Federal inmates typically serve about 85% of their sentence with good behavior, so the timeline tracked. Uncle Richard informed me a week before his release date. "He has been inquiring about you. Apparently attended a rehabilitation program in jail. He says he wants to make apologies." "Amends?" I laughed. "That's extravagant." "I am simply telling you what I heard. Do with it what you will." I did nothing with it. I just ignored it. My life had become precisely what I want, and the business was lucrative. Olivia and I had moved in together, and I'd totally recreated my social network with the appropriate people. Then Jackson showed up at my workplace, and Daniel entered my desk looking uneasy. Your brother is in the lobby. Security stopped him, but he wants to talk to you." I looked at the clock. 2:40 p.m. "Tell security I'll come down, but I won't allow him up here. Let us get this over with." I rode the elevator down to the lobby, where he was standing by the windows, as if jail had hollowed him out. When he spotted me, he said, "Ryan, thank you for coming down. You've got 5 minutes." He surveyed the foyer. "Nice place." Daniel commented, "You guys are doing great." 4 minutes. He took a breath and began his apologies. He said he understood he had fouled things up and wanted to apologize, but I cut him off after about 90 seconds. "Nah," I said. "You're sad you were caught. Not because of what you did." His expression hardened. "But jail transformed me. I had learned and grown." I reminded him that prison did not change him. It only eliminated his access to victims. He pushed back. "You are being unjust." "I'm trying to make amends here." "Don't," I replied, going closer. "You're attempting to use me again. I can't be fooled anymore, brother." His mask almost fell for a brief moment, and he caught himself. "I should have known you'd be like this," the man remarked. "Richard warns me. You said you would never forgive me." "He's a smart man," I remarked. That's when the real Jackson came out, with the same diatribe about how I believed I was better than everyone, how my parents were broke, how he couldn't find work, how Emily stole everything, and how I looked down on them all like garbage. "You know the difference between me and you, brother," I remarked as he ran out of steam. "I learned from my failures. When you fail, you blame everybody else." He tried the familial responsibility argument, asking if I was going to hate him forever and never give him another chance. "I'm not going to think about you at all," I told you. "That's the point you're missing. You're just some guy I used to know who kept making bad decisions. You cannot say that. I am your brother. No, you are someone who carries my DNA. And here's what happens next. You're going to leave, never contact me again, Never visit my workplace or residence, and never reach out via anybody else. You got out of jail. Good for you. Now go establish your life somewhere distant from me. I mean, if I don't, you will keep making the same mistakes. But you keep away from me while you do it because I'll make sure you always face the repercussions. He attempted to call me out. When I said that his probation officer could be extremely interested in hearing about him bothering the sibling he was ordered not to see, his expression altered dramatically. He clutched his jacket, his face contorted in fury. You are a cold jerk. Do you know that? Yes, I know that. We aren't done, Ryan. One day you'll need us, but we won't be there. Promise? He gazed at me for a long time. Screw you, he eventually muttered. Right back at you, little brother. He turned and walked out. I saw him cross the street, get into a beat-up automobile, and drive away. I went back upstairs, where Daniel was waiting at my desk. Do you think he will try again? Nope, he knows I'll arrest him. He's not stupid enough to return to prison. Daniel nodded. Good, because we have that investor meeting in an hour, and I need you focused. I will be. I hung up and glanced around. This was my life now, built from the ground up and secured by limits I'd learnt to set. My brother would most likely try again, either through my parents, a common acquaintance, or a desperate email or phone call years later, and I would ignore, block or delete it because I had learned the most crucial lesson. Some individuals will take all you have and yet feel they deserve more. The only way to defend yourself is to entirely block them off, build a life they can't access and thrive in regions they can't enter. That was the only manner of retaliating that counted. My sister asked me to co-sign a $120,000 loan. I said, no, I won't fund you. Mom cried. Dad threatened. 58 calls. Later, I booked a flight to Dublin. My name is James. I am David Pierce, the oldest child. First to leave home, first to earn a consistent income. If you ask my relatives, they would say I'm financially responsible. If you asked me, I'd say I'm a background man. Helpful, unobtrusive, and there to hold the ladder while others ascend. My younger sister Lily is the golden one. Different rules, different tones of speech. The same home, two worlds. When we were youngsters, I did chores for money. She received surprises for doing her best. In high school, I purchased my own second-hand laptop using tips from bussing tables. She bought a new phone for safety. That trend never ended. It just learnt greater numbers and better reasons. I work in operations for a multinational logistics firm. It's not spectacular, but it's reliable. I track shipments, repair procedures, and ensure that everything operates on schedule. I want figures that add up, invoices that are transparent, and calendars that are genuine. My life fits into a spreadsheet. My family lives in a group chat. The last Sunday dinner I attended was a month ago. Mom had a roast in the oven. Dad's game was on mute. Lily arrived 20 minutes late, wearing an enormous sweater that likely cost a car payment. She kissed Mom's cheek, sat down, and immediately inquired, "Do we have lemon water or just regular?" I was chopping parsley. "Sink works?" I said. She made an expression as if I had advised drinking from a puddle. Aunt Claire leaned over the table. "James, you are not still renting. Are you in? That's simply setting money on fire." I said, "I'm working on it." Mom did not glance up from basting. "He loves to be cautious." She stated he's fine with it. Our planner. Then she tapped the oven door with the back of the spoon and added very softly, "Besides, James is comfy. He is not like Lily. She is creative, she is intended for more." Lily tucked her chin into her palm and grinned without teeth, like a magazine ad. "I'm figuring things out," she explained. "It's a journey." I continued cutting. Dad cranked up the noise for a repeat and added, "James, grab the bill when it arrives." "I forgot my wallet in the car in the kitchen," I said. Everyone chuckled. It was an easy joke since it was a simple assumption. Of course I would pay the bill. I always pay the bill. Later, in the living room, I told Mom that I was considering accepting a short-term assignment overseas. 6 months, I said. Perhaps 1 year. She waved it aside with the hand that wasn't holding the glass. "Sweetie, it is not practical. Your sister needs you right now." "What does this mean?" I asked. "Don't be defensive," she said. "You're familiar with Lily's personality. She only needs a little runway." Lily walked in, looked at her image in the dark TV screen, and murmured to me, You'll understand when you let go a little. Something little and ancient shifted inside my chest. It wasn't rage. It was the same heavy old sensation I used to get as a youngster when the teacher mentioned group project and everyone glanced at me because they wanted an A without doing any effort. I put down the knife. I brought dessert. I claimed it was in the refrigerator. Aunt Claire called from the table. "You're an adult." Then softly to Mom, hoping I wouldn't hear. "You are blessed to have him." Mom responded without dropping her voice. "Of course we are. That is what family is." There was a pause. The sort in which you're expected to nod, agree, and express gratitude for being required. I nodded anyhow, and that was all. That little moment. No yelling, no commotion. Just a quick reminder of the rules. Lily dreams. I do the dishes. Lily discovers herself. I found my wallet. That night I laid on my couch, looking at the ceiling, and felt the old egg sink in. The one you confuse for love since it began in the same home. I slept poorly. I kept hearing Mom's phrase in my thoughts. "She needs you right now." I was about to become a number. I could feel it. The money didn't start out enormous. It began with putting on your card. "We'll come to an agreement." The first time was with a 1-year family phone plan. Mom stated that 1 year equaled $7,250 each month. Then Netflix charges $12.99. "So, can you add your sister to your auto insurance for the time being? $110 more." I assured myself everything was good. I could afford it. It maintained the calm. After graduation, I stayed at home for 2 years to assist out while my father's hours were reduced. I paid half of the mortgage temporarily. Temporary became, "Don't rock the boat." When I eventually moved out, I left my name on the power bill because autopay had already been set up. "We will switch it." Mom mentioned next month. Birthdays, and your grandmother's knee, have pushed next month forward. I was quite busy. I had a list on my phone. It included dates, sums, and confirmation numbers. It resembled a typical person's notes app and a little account, with a baby within. Meanwhile, Lily attempted other things, including a bakery internship, a travel blog, and a wellness coaching certificate that she never paid off. I loaned her $500 for books once, then $900 as a deposit that she would forfeit if she backed out. Then $1,500 when the vehicle died. And it was somehow my fault because I used it last winter. I recorded the amount in my notes and marked those that I felt would never return with 2 stars. She calls money energy. I call it rent. "Why are you pushing back?" Mom indicated these were minor issues. When I sent Lily a Venmo request with the polite phrase, "Hey, can you tackle this week?" she responded with a heart and no money. "Don't be transactional," she said in person. "It's disgusting." Dad's motto was always, "Family is family. It evens out." It didn't. It simply became cleaner. The requests were presented more effectively. We figured it would be easier if one person handled the payments. Mom once emailed me a snapshot of our water bill with my old account number marked in blue ink. "You're organized," she wrote. "We'll get you next time." I'm not a saint. I'm not a martyr. I'm just someone who can add up numbers. I kept assisting since resisting felt more difficult. It was like keeping a lamp on for folks you didn't expect to see again. Last winter, I was given a rotation in our Dublin office. A year of accommodation, travel expenses, and a raise. When I'm honest, I mean all I say I desire. I partly accepted, then paused. I informed them that I needed time with my family. Leaving wasn't simply leaving. It was abandoned. It was done to make you feel superior to us. I told Mom in January. She said we'd chat when Lily decides on her next step. The following stage resulted in Ryan living in an apartment that they could not afford. He's okay. He donned a beanie during Thanksgiving and addressed my mother as ma'am, which she enjoyed. In March they had a dog. By April Lily had resigned her job. Her employer was poisonous. In May, the group chat became active. Renting is robbery. Landlords are bloodsuckers. Capitalism is violent. I muted it for 8 hours and went for a stroll. By June I had already contributed to 3 modest projects. The phone bill incurred when Mom's automobile malfunctioned. When Lily reached her Venmo limit, she purchased vehicle insurance. Daisy required veterinary care, so she received a surprising charge. $250. $110. $380. The numbers seemed light until they began to mount. Mom's words switched around. Then we were thinking that we could all chip in. If I inquired who we were, she would sigh. Oh, James, do not start. Do you understand what I mean? And I accomplished it the first time. $120,000 appeared. It was not in a text. The binder was white with tabs. Mom moved it across the table as if it were a college brochure. Lily is opening a studio, she stated. A comprehensive strategy with a year of runway. She only needs a guarantor to get better terms. A guarantor? I repeated. Dad cleared his throat. It's only your name. It demonstrates confidence. It indicates liability. I remarked, and Lily twisted her hair. It's not very profound. It is precisely that deep. I responded, $120,000 is a lot. It's an investment in the family. Mom said we would do it for you. They would not. They never had. I closed and slid the binder back. Lily, I can't co-sign for you alone. I adore you. But no. She rolled her eyes, as if I would refuse to share fries. Wow, you're really tight. That night, Mom sobbed on the phone. Dad did not. Aunt Claire left a voicemail on seasons and abundance. Lily shared an Instagram tale about financial abuse and siblings hoarding cash. Ryan sent me a thumbs down. I placed my phone down and glanced at the ceiling fan, which was whirling sluggish circles in the dark. The Dublin offer lingered in my inbox like a partially open door. I felt air passing through it. Then came the ask inside the ask. I am quitting my work. You will support us as I sort things out. Not in words yet, but I could hear it approaching like a train on the tracks. And it came on Wednesday at 8:12 a.m. I was brushing my teeth when my phone vibrated on the sink. Lily, I'm quitting today. I can't handle the tension any longer. You will support us while I discover myself. There is no question mark, only the assurance of someone who has always landed on a cushion. She did not. So I washed my mouth, gazed in the mirror at my sleepy regular self, and typed with my thumbs. Me? Not my problem. I pressed send. My hands remained steady. I was not harsh. I was direct in less than a minute. Imam, please call me M right now. Lily, are you serious? Ryan. Brother. The Dublin email was still open on my PC. I scrolled to the bottom and hit accept. Start date. Monday. Flight is booked. Apartment is allocated. It was like putting a plate back in the cupboard where it had always belonged. Mom texted her all caps classic, banned from Thanksgiving until you sign your sister's $120,000 loan, 88 minutes later, which made me giggle. Not loud, but a quiet intimate sound I hadn't made in years. Relief clothed as something else. 10 minutes later, my phone lighted up with a FaceTime from Dad. I responded. They were on speaker. Behind them, the kitchen, the fridge calendar, everyone's name but mine. Mom didn't spend any time. You'll apologize to your sister. You'll repair it. No, I said. What do you mean no? Her voice became sharper, then thinner. I mean, no, I will not be supporting two adults. I won't be co-signing anything, and I won't take on six figures because you're rewriting reality with emotions. Dad leaned nearer the phone. Watch your tone. My tone is calm, I told you. Lily barged into the picture. And it's going to stay calm. Mascara smeared like a live performance. You're really selfish. You are punishing me for being different. I am not punishing you. I'm establishing a boundary. You have never believed in me. I believed in you when I purchased your books, when I covered your auto insurance. I added you to my phone plan. When I paid your veterinary cost. When I sat through 3 project launch parties, you quit before the next week. She gulped in breath. Are you keeping score? Yes. Because I'm the one who pays the tab. Mom attempted a different perspective. If you leave now, you will forsake this family. I depart on Monday, I said. For labor, not spite. Oh, he believes he is superior than us, Lily remarked, teary and dramatic, so I straightened up and talked as I did in the workplace, where I learnt clarity. This is not vengeance. It's over. Silence. Then Dad chuckled, the cruel laugh he does when he believes he is the brightest person in the room. What is closure from? From doing your part. From being the plan, I explained. From being a silent solution. They all talked at once. Mom is to blame. Dad's got loudness. Lily makes charges. Ryan made such one-note macho sounds off camera that I didn't raise my voice. I repeated myself as a policy. I am not your guarantor. I am not your salary. I am not your emergency fund. Dad poked his finger at the screen. You will come to regret this. I already regret not doing it sooner. I said. I then ended the call. I placed the phone on the counter like a hot skillet and stared out the window. Across the street, my neighbor was watering his tomatoes. The sun reached the side of the building, casting a dazzling rectangle of light across my floor. Nothing burst. The city continued moving. 15 minutes later, a group text. Family meeting tonight. Me. I will not be there. Mom, you'll come. No, Lily, I loathe you. I adore you. I will not fund you. Blue bubbles, gray bubbles, and finally plain gray. Long words on sacrifice and how I communicated with my mother. I put my phone down, forwarded my signed acceptance to HR, notified my landlord, booked the airport train, and created a checklist. It felt like constructing a raft as the tide shifted. That night, I closed all accounts under someone else's name. Phone plan, delete Mom and Lily. Unlink Lily from her car insurance. Change the password for your streaming services. Utilities in my parents' house. Turn off autopay. My card was deleted. Emergency funds. Transfer to a new bank. Credit is stopped. Spreadsheet created. Exit. I untied one rope every row. By the end, there were 37 missed calls. Angry pleas. Silent voicemails. Aunt Clara. Sweetheart, may we talk? I didn't respond. The morning total was 58 calls and 142 texts. Ryan writes on masculinity. Lily posted Daisy with a safety message. Mom posted a meme about ungrateful children. I packed my luggage, rolled my socks and wiped my calendar clear. Dad arrived up and knocked on the door. I did not open. He texted coward. I answered with limits. He emailed, you think words protect you? I responded, policies are due at 3 p.m. Lily sent a contract. Need your signature by 5, dummy. Read the line that says joint and several liability. You not love me. I love you enough to not drown beside you. Love is on a payment plan. Therefore I organized my storage unit. Keep, donate, trash. The keep pile was modest and mobile. Passing by a pub I noticed Ryan narrating a story with his large hands. I continued walking. Back home I printed out my travel information and tacked it on the door. Train at 6:20 a.m. Seat 21A. Housing near the office, clean, dull, and no one requested for a login. 7 p.m. My phone buzzed while the family gathering was taking place without me. Mom, this is the final offer. Sign the loan. Keep your phone number. Thanksgiving at Aunt Claire's, dude. No, Mom. Why are you doing this? Me. Because there is only one way to quit being the plan. Cease being the plan. We will not forget this, Mom. I don't either. I washed, set alarms and texted Mike my flight information. He said, proud of you, man. I laid in bed, listening to the dishwasher next door. It was not quite peaceful, but it was quiet. Thanksgiving arrived early. Monday at 7:35 a.m., under a dreary Dublin sky, a corporate flat with a kettle and a plant near the window. 5 bills with my name exclusively. There were no group chat fires. Instead, meetings finished on time. I strolled canals, cooked for one and counted dogs. In the middle of the week, my credit app stopped an inquiry. I smiled at my plant. Lily sent a turkey emoji. Are you happy? Me. I hope you find what you're searching for. I am unable to afford the search. She didn't respond. On Thanksgiving I prepared a little platter. Chicken, potato and green beans. Mike held up the pizza. We laughed. Later I opened the Notes app. Ancient numbers and ancient rescues. I wrote at the bottom, I won't co-sign chaos, I won't call neglect help, I won't trade peace for access, I won't apologize for keeping what I earn, and I won't be the plan. One more thing. I'll adore you without paying for you. It's one you'll cease holding open. I have not been barred from participating in any meaningful activities. I eat everything I cook. I respond according to my preferences. I save. I sleep. This was never about vengeance. It is about not confusing being required with being loved. Not being a wallet with emotions. Let's go on to story 2. I refused to fund the wedding. My sister cried, my mom raged, and my fiancé smirked. But when my father took me aside, he finally understood. You're not here to clean up their mess. My name is Ethan. I am 35 years old, the oldest child and the designated driver. When the Wi-Fi indicator blinks, make the first call. I work full-time as an inventory coordinator for a home appliance warehouse. Serial numbers, shipping labels, and forklifts that only start when you speak politely to them. I make additional money by doing phone repairs at night. I reside in a one-bedroom apartment above a barber shop, which plays the same music every day at 7:30 a.m. My receipts are kept in a shoebox and I use a spreadsheet called Keep Breathing on my phone. 4 tabs: rent, food, gas, and surprise. Surprise is unbeaten. Lily, my beloved sister, is 30 years old. Mom says she brightens a room. What she truly creates are plans without finances. If I say how much, Mom says, don't be small. When Lily declares, I have a vision, Mom applauds like a studio audience. Our father departed while I was in high school, leaving us with his toolbox and a propensity of not returning phone calls. I retained the toolkit. Lily became engaged to Zach in July. Zach is the type of man who wears sunglasses indoors and calls waiters bosses. He posts Rise and Grind at 12 o'clock. He has tremendous ideas but less respect for invoicing. Mom adores him since he calls her Ma and delivers flowers he does not buy. The engagement celebration was held at a banquet hall that you've undoubtedly seen on Instagram. Chandeliers with 2 small light bulbs, gold seats, and a photo wall featuring artificial flowers. I donned the only suit I had. I brought a tiny present since that's how I reconcile with rooms that never did. They seated me at a big table near the speakers. The DJ had the noise up and we didn't want to hear ourselves think. Toast started. Someone tapped the glass with a fork. The Godfather narrated a story that was actually about him. Everyone laughed pleasantly. I sat, smiled, drank water, and considered how many hours it would take to replace my car's brakes. When I pulled in my chair, it moved away. Not a wobble, but a yank. I lost my equilibrium and landed hard. The room saw it before I did. A little gasp and a wave of giggles. My elbow smacked the tile. I tasted metal. Ryan stepped behind me, holding both hands up like a magician, displaying an empty hat. Your seat is on the floor, brother. He spoke into the microphone as if it were a roast, not a banquet. Guests laughed harder. The bridesmaids laughed. The way people chuckle to maintain calm. Lily covered her lips, as if tick chatter was nice. Mom's expression changed from one of dissatisfaction to one of satisfaction. I sat there for a second, staring at the grout. I could have created a scenario. I could have tossed the chair. Instead, I returned the chair to its proper location, sat down, and rested my hands on the table. I was not going to act fury in front of an audience that would label me theatrical, and then pose about love. I felt someone looking at me. A man in a black suit gazed out from the head table, as if solving a conundrum. Square jaw, old money watch, superior stance to the rest of us. I recognized him from photographs. Ryan's father, George, owned stuff. When the family spoke his name, they muttered contracts. He leaned forward. He squinted. His face shifted. Then he rose up and moved over, avoiding a server holding a tray. Sir, is that you? He inquired. He called me sir. The room was not designed for that word to land on me. Ryan chuckled, as if he could reuse this. Dad, this is Ethan, he explained. Comic relief. George did not glance at his son. He still looked at me as if I had walked out of another narrative. What are you doing here? He inquired. Too loud for a whisper, too low for a microphone. It's my sister's engagement, I said. I'm the brother. He blinked, as if the sentence didn't make sense, and his gaze shifted to Zach. Come back to me. We need to talk, he said. And the way he said need got attention. Dad, Zach said, stretching the word like gum. What happened next isn't in the photos. I would later tell a friend. In the photos, you can see a chair, a smile, a toast. You can't see a file folder on George's desk with my name on it. You can't see a line item labeled Application Miles, a heart joint line of credit colon Lily Hart initiated by Zach R. You can't see how many times surprise wins. The chair wasn't the first time I'd been under a table for this family, it was just the first time they laughed out loud. If you rewind our house, you'll find small money and big stories. At 1 a.m., I saved coins in a jar for a used bike, And at 10 a.m., Lily borrowed bills from Mom's purse to buy glitter pens. Mom said, "Don't be petty." When I asked for them back, we learned our roles early on. I could hold weight, Lily could hold attention. At 16, I got a job at a grocery store and bought a beater Honda Cash. When I scraped the bumper, Mom called me reckless. When Lily wrecked her borrowed car, Mom replied, "These things happen." I learnt that you may be wrong out loud since you are expected to be correct. Lily discovered she could be completely honest since she was supposed to be loved. College was not for me. I finished one semester but the money ran out while the math did not. I began piling boxes. I enjoy the sensation of solving an issue that is so solid that it might be taped up. I appreciate how a palate doesn't mind if you grin. Lily attempted majoring. Then she attempted to influence. She then tested males who liked the concept of attempting. She grew skilled at asking for aid in ways that made you feel unpleasant for declining. She texted, "Just until Friday." Card was flagged. "Could you please connect your card to this app so I may purchase cosmetics for my brand? I'll remove it straight after. Mom's power is due. I'm done investing in myself. You are the rational one." I have an Excel spreadsheet titled Family. It started as a joke to keep me from becoming angry. It became a ledger because numbers serve as anchors in an otherwise weather-related report. Lily's phone costs $175. Her mother's petrol costs $150. Her tire costs $125. And she rents a bridge for $1,500. In 4 years, that list expanded from 3 lines to $135. I will not write at all. The number is not the villain. Lily's inquiries became more smooth after meeting Zach. He doesn't ask. He frames. We could work better together if we pooled our resources. Why pay rent if you can invest? We will register your name on an LLC, it will repay you in equity. He remarks. Synergy like it's a finish line. He and Lily organize the engagement party using other people's goodies. We'll get compensated. Exposure is sufficient. Zach once quipped, "Exposure is what broke people say when they want to avoid paying their bills." The venue still required a deposit. Guess who received the SMS at 11 p.m.? I answered, "No." It was like lifting a stone I'd been carrying for too long. "Don't be cruel," Mom said. "We'll pay you back," Lily said in her usual tone. "I'm not your sponsor," I said. They discovered that someone else or their mother had discreetly covered it, or that the venue had offered them a discount. My phone was quiet for 3 days. Then, around 2 weeks before the party, a local number was contacted. "Hello, this is Megan with Maple Valley Bank. I'm phoning to confirm that you began the joint line of credit this morning and that I did not initiate anything." My stomach fell as if an elevator was skipping floors. "You are listed as the lead applicant, with Lily Hart as a co-applicant. It appears that the process will begin online and end in branch." "Which branch?" I asked. "Silverwood is near Zach's gym and Isla's apartment. I instructed her to report it as fraud and stop all movement." She talked me through the script. Fraud Detection Bureau freeze report affidavit. They gave me a phone number for their regional officer, George Russo, but I didn't call straight immediately. I was at the port when a trucker yelled about a missing pallet. Identity theft has no place in real life. That night, I called. A man answered with a calm voice. I explained. He did not ask me to repeat myself. "We will prevent any attempts from this branch. We will need your affidavit to finalize this." His tone was unmistakable. "There is no mistake, no confusion." "Crime D. Do you know who would have done this?" he asked. "My sister and her fiancé." I mentioned that the sentence tasted like pennies. "A D. Do you have a plan on how to play this with him?" he asked. Unexpected from a banker. Calm. Written. No shouting in the kitchen. Good. He sent paperwork in less than 10 minutes. I completed the affidavit, froze credit, created a secret password, removed my card from Mom's applications, printed the branch camera policy, and printed my family tab. Sometimes math is the only way to stop hating others. Point. 2 days before the celebration, Mom called. "We need you to pick up ice." As if nothing had been stolen under my name. "I'll bring ice," I explained, since malice has no bounds. Paperwork is. The celebration day arrived. Shoes that hurt. Jokes I had heard. A chair was dragged out. I sat on a tile. Everyone laughed. Then George spotted me. My phone buzzed at 5:20 Maple Valley, which you couldn't hear in the video. The attempted in-branch finalization was prohibited due to a fraud flag 2 hours later. What you didn't hear was the sharpness in a father's voice as he recognized the person his son attempted to utilize. George led me to a side room. He gazed at my elbow as if he were apologizing for his son's hands. "You're Ethan," he remarked. "The fraud alert is on my desk. Your affidavit. Your sister and my son." "Yes, indeed." He scratched his jaw, then inquired directly. "Do you authorize any Maple Valley credit lines? Number. Do you give your son or sister permission to create any accounts in your name? Number. Do you wish to engage in this police pursuit? Not yet. Make sure you document it. Lock it. I want a paper wall that cannot be dismissed as a mood." That he nodded. "Good, it's frozen. We'll review every touch made in the past 70 days. He observed me. "Have you told your mom?" "Not yet. She will call me harsh. That is her term." He cocked his head. Money causes people to label boundaried men harsh. He had learned his lesson too late. "George, I do not want to cause a scene. I do not want to spoil her celebration." "You did not." He said they did it. He handed me his card. "If there is one thing I can do as a parent who failed to raise a trustworthy son, this is it. I'll stand next to you if you refuse to walk back." The DJ was playing indefinitely as if it were promised. I sat. George stood behind his kid, hand on his shoulder, as if he was deciding whether to press down or draw back. Zach spoke as calmly as a laden table. "You and I need to discuss. Not later." Zach attempted to play it off. "Dad, don't ruin the atmosphere." George did not move his hand. "Which of your vibes led you to open a line of credit in another man's name?" The entire room tried not to listen. Zach laughed. "It was a present for Lily. Family." George stared at me and then at him. "Family is not a debit card," he stated. George did not raise his voice. "You are going to apologize for the chair, son." Zach glanced around the room and realized the concert had ended. He turned to me and whispered, "Sorry, bro." He did not meet my gaze. "Now the other thing," George explained. Zach bristled. "You're actually doing this here." "You did it here," George said. Lily cut in. "Ethan, please do not be like this. It is a misconception." "There it is," I remarked gently. Mom walked forward. "We do not take our family to the cleaners." "I'm not," I replied. "I'm removing my name out of your shopping basket." I stood, voice low but steady. "This is what's occurring. You will not utilize my name, social security number, payment card, or address. There are no accounts with my name on them. No consents without my signature. You constantly make it about yourself. Lily claimed it's about me." "That's my name." Zach started again, but I raised my hand. I then passed an envelope over the table. "Affidavit, fraud notice, and a printed tab for each only till Friday." Mom snarled, "Petty." "No, precise," I said. George's fingers tightened around his son's shoulders. "You will not touch another of his lines. You won't ask your mother. You will not ask anyone to co-sign your persona." Zach blushed. "You are embarrassing me." "You did it." George mentioned that I left my present on the table. "I'm not trying to be a monster, so I'm sending a check to Isla's seamstress. I am not kind, I am clear." Then I pushed my chair in, folded my napkin, and went out. George followed me to the door. "You're doing something I've never learned. Say no and do not perform it." Living outside smelled of lemons and was chilly. My phone vibrated. Maple Valley's bid has been thwarted yet again. The next morning, there were 30 missed calls from Mom and 12 from Lily. Zach's voice mentions how I embarrassed him. Mom's texts fluctuated like the weather. Rage, syrup, guilt, and family come first. I sent one reply. "No money or housing over the phone. Please use email exclusively. There are no accounts with my name." She responded, "This isn't about money, that it's always about money." I assumed Lily had shared a childhood photo with the message. Some people never grow up. I removed the app for a week. My heart enjoyed the calm during lunchtime. I called George. I responded, "You don't have to stay in this." "Yes, I do. He's my adult son." He exhaled. "Fair." He revoked Zach's access to family accounts and issued me a formal notification that Maple Valley had declined the application. I placed it in a folder labeled My. Life proceeded at a rapid pace. I repaired a squeaking pallet. Jack trained a listener, stopped memberships, blocked my credit, and set up alarms. 3 days later, Lily texted, "We need the photographer's deposit by Friday. You promised," so I browsed. No promise. "No," I responded. She flooded me with a minor power trip, "Please. Only this one." I switched on Do Not Disturb and ate my eggs standing up. On day 3 my aunt called. "I wasn't there," she explained, "but I heard things and she asked whether I was all right." "I'm okay," I said. "You know, Mom will blame you." She nodded. "I understand. She taught me long division and how to accept guilt." She laughed like she was crying. "Write down your rules. Tape them inside a cabinet. Read them aloud. Dot." I did. 5 lines. "I do not transfer money that I cannot afford to lose. My family does not know my name. I do not explain arithmetic to individuals who are more interested in magic, money, and writing. No conflicts in the kitchen. Locks are not cruelty. Locks provide clarity," which I read with my morning coffee. It seemed ridiculous at first, but then steady. George requested to meet. We sat outside a cafe. I made things simple for him. I called it love. It was laziness. He gave me a letter with bank letterhead. There are no open applications. The Silverwood effort was disallowed. Only I am authorized. I am not pressing. I stated I was going to build a fence. He nodded. Fences are better than battles. Blowback appeared in new forms. Zach posted that true guys provide. His pals have messaged me. He is using your name. I did not react. Mom showed up unexpectedly. I only texted emails. She left oranges. Bitter and excellent. Isla's fiancé attempted charm. "Let us meet one-on-one, brother." I wrote no. He wrote that you're afraid. I wrote no. Lily submitted a spreadsheet including 3 vendor payments. "We are handling it." Good. Handle the rest. I claimed the engagement was twisted, not broken. The guest list shrank. Roses appeared thinner. Mom shared a sunset. God provides. I hearted it. Even criminals enjoy the sky point. 3 months later. Life is dull in a therapeutic manner. Scam calls have slowed. Bank alerts seem more like neighbors than alarms. I froze my credit, enabled warnings, canceled memberships, and deleted my card from Mom's applications. Lily and I text as siblings, not sponsors. Dresses, not money. That feels mature. Mom softened. Sends bird images and food discounts. When she mentions family first, I switched the topic to blueberries. My family took a luxury trip without me, while I stayed in a hotel room. I packed up, left the key, and moved to Seattle, without looking back. The envelope arrived on Tuesday morning, thick cream paper with embossed writing that screamed luxury. My mother clutched it like she was holding something important, her fingers quivering slightly as she slipped the invitation. Grace's wedding is 6 months away. Destination wedding on the Amalfi Coast. Because of course it was. "Emily, honey, have a look at this." Mom called from the kitchen, her voice sounding an octave louder than usual. It only happened when she was ready to ask for something or give news that she knew I wouldn't like. I was 30 years old and living in the guest home behind my parents' house since Los Angeles rent was exorbitant and my graphic design freelance profession was still gaining traction. Grace was 32 years old, a trauma surgeon married to James, a cardiothoracic surgeon, living in a 4-bedroom mansion in Pacific Palisades with a view of the ocean, the golden child who had done everything right. I entered the main home via the back door, still wearing my paint-stained sweatpants and an enormous college sweatshirt. Mom was already dressed for her tennis lesson at the country club, with a pristine, pleated white skirt and her highlighted hair put back into a tidy ponytail. "Look how lovely this is," she said, presenting me the invitation. Italian writing, gold foil, and a watercolor image of the venue. "James's parents are covering the most of the expenditures, but we will need to contribute to part of them. Your father and I have been speaking." The way she said it made my stomach sink. "We want to do something special for Grace before her wedding. A sister excursion with just the 3 of us. A week at a resort, preferably somewhere tropical. Spend quality time before things become wild with wedding planning." "That sounds good," I responded thoughtfully. "I was thinking we may visit this new spot in Turks and Caicos. 5-star all-inclusive. Grace has been extremely anxious due to her trauma cases and preparations. She deserves something spectacular." There it was. The pivot. Not a sister trip, but a Grace trip that I would be attending. "When were you thinking?" "Next month." I've previously looked at dates that are compatible with Grace's surgery schedule. Mom poured herself more coffee without looking at me. The truth is, Emily, the rooms are rather pricey. We discovered this lovely 2-bedroom cottage, and your father and I would take one room while you girls shared the other. It has an amazing view, a private pool, and everything. I waited. There was more coming. However, there is a smaller room, similar to a typical hotel room, at a separate facility on the island. Still great, but not at the same level. And we were thinking that perhaps you could stay there instead, and Grace could share the villa with us. She's been working so many hours at the hospital, and James has been traveling on his consulting assignment, so she desperately wants this trip to be pleasant. The coffee maker gurgled behind her. Outside, a gardener was trimming the hedges, the sound of his shears cutting through the morning air with mechanical precision. So, let me get this straight, I began carefully. You want to go on a sister vacation where Grace stays in a 5-star villa with you and Dad and I stay alone in a hotel room at a completely different property. It's still a very good hotel, honey, 4 stars, and we'd all spend the days together, of course. It's only about the sleeping arrangements. Why can't Grace and I share the second bedroom as you initially suggested? Mom's expression became troubled. Well, she truly needs her own area to unwind. You know how she is. She wants quiet time in the mornings and prefers to have her own restroom ritual, so I am less essential. That is not what I am saying. Mom placed down her coffee cup with a crisp snap. Emily, you are being tough. This is not about importance, it's about Rebecca's difficult job, which involves saving lives in an emergency room. She is planning a wedding. She's under a lot of strain. You are still finding things out. You have greater flexibility. You're 4 years younger. I am not a child. You'll understand when you're older, Mom says. And something in my chest became cold and hard. When you have more obligations and have constructed the sort of life Grace has, you will understand why she occasionally requires things to be a specific way. I looked at my mom. Really stared at her. At 58, she was lovely in that meticulously kept way that necessitated dermatological treatments, personal trainers, and 6 weekly standing hair appointments. She'd never worked outside the house, had married my father immediately after graduation, and had dedicated herself to being the ideal corporate wife and mother. She put everything into us, particularly Lily, living vicariously through her accomplishments. I needed to return to work, I replied. So, you're coming on the trip? I'll book a hotel room for you today. The resort is said to be excellent, even if it's not the same property. They have a terrific pool bar. Okay, Mom. Book anything you desire. Her face brightened instantly. Oh great. This is going to be quite spectacular. It's just us gals. We can get massages and shop in town. I went away before she could continue. Back over the wonderfully maintained yard, past the pool where I'd spent countless childhood summers watching Grace perform flawless dives while I swam in the shallow end. Past the tennis courts where Grace had won junior championships, I sat in the bleachers pretending to read. It wasn't until I was halfway across the yard that the memories came pouring back, uninvited but unrelenting. I was 14 years old again, standing in our living room on Christmas morning. Grace had just opened a professional-grade camera system after mentioning her desire to pursue photography after dinner. I'd been snapping pictures with a disposable camera for months, filling albums with shots of our neighborhood, sunsets, and everyday occurrences that I felt were lovely. That year, my present was a sweatshirt and a Target gift card. Emily also takes great photos, Dad stated almost as an afterthought. Mom smiled absently. Yes, she does. Perhaps we can get you a real camera next year, dear. Next year never arrived. Grace's photography period lasted 3 weeks until she switched to something else. The equipment lay in her closet, gathering dust, while I continued to buy disposable cameras with my allowance money. I was 14, auditioning for the school musical. I'd been practicing my audition song for weeks. Had really grown very proficient at it. Mom and Dad couldn't make it since they were attending Grace's volleyball competition 3 hours away. She didn't even play volleyball consistently. It was merely a summer league, yet they set aside the entire weekend for it. I received a call back for the musical. When I informed them, Mom remarked, "That's great, honey." She then spent 20 minutes showing me recordings of Grace's serves. I was 17 when I got my driver's license. Grace had received a used BMW for her 17th birthday. Silver with leather seating. I got to share the family Honda Civic with Mom, but only when she didn't need it. Grace drives to UCLA every day, Dad stated. She need dependable transportation. You are merely going to high school down the block. I was 20, returning home for Thanksgiving during my sophomore year in college. I had just gotten my first serious design client, a small company that needed a logo change. I felt very proud. Can't wait to tell everyone. When I stepped in, the home was decked with a banner stating, "Congratulations, Dr. Grace." She had been accepted into medical school. The customer I was so enthusiastic about was never mentioned. When I tried to bring it up at dinner, Mom responded, "That's nice, dear," and quickly returned to discussing Grace's admission letters. 24. Graduating from college. Grace was completing her residency. My graduation happened on a Saturday afternoon. Grace had a thing at the hospital. It wasn't her shift, but rather an optional networking event. Mom and Dad discussed for days whether they could skip it to attend my ceremony. In the end, Dad arrived alone. Mom stayed to encourage Grace at her networking event. She is building valuable contacts for her job. Mom had remarked, "You understand, right, Emily?" I was always understanding, adaptable, and capable of handling this appointment since I was used to it. The guest house was modest, but it was mine. I painted the walls myself, a lovely sage green that reflected the early light. My design work was stretched across 2 monitors on a desk that I had renovated from a yard sale. I sat down and gazed at the screen, but I didn't see the logo I was supposed to be working on for a startup client. Every birthday Grace received a larger present. Every Christmas, my presents were thoughtful, but hers were excessive. Every school play, they attended all of her performances but missed mine since Grace had a conflict. Every college graduation, they hosted a celebration for Grace at the country club and treated me to supper at Olive Garden. You'll understand when you become older. I understood totally right now. That night I began making arrangements. My laptop screen shone in the guest house's darkness. I had been sitting there for an hour, gazing at a blank page, trying to figure out what would happen next. The cursor winked at me, patiently and persistently. What did I really want? The question felt larger than it should have. I was 30 years old. I should have known the answer by now. But I'd spent so long being whomever my family wanted me to be, the understanding one, the flexible one, the one who didn't raise a fuss, that I'd never asked what I needed for myself. I opened a fresh browser tab and entered Best Cities for Graphic Designers. Seattle popped up instantly. Portland, Austin, and Denver were locations I had never truly considered since leaving Los Angeles meant leaving my family. Despite everything, the concept of it had always seemed unfathomable, like chopping off a limb. Painful, lasting, and irreversible. But as I sat in that guest home, looking at the walls I had painted, the furnishings I had chosen, and the life I had created in the shadow of my parents' land, I understood something. I had already been cut off. I just hadn't been the one with the knife. I clicked on Seattle. The design community was booming there. Tech firms were omnipresent, which meant money for creative services. The city was magnificent in a far different way than Los Angeles. Green, gloomy, and melancholy opposed of brilliant, bright, and unwaveringly hopeful. It rained a much. I enjoyed rain. I never liked rain in LA because there wasn't enough of it. And on the few occasions when it did rain, Grace would whine about her hair frizzing, Mom would cancel plans, and everyone would act as if the world had ended. An article about Seattle's greatest design businesses attracted my attention. I clicked through to learn about agencies I'd only heard of in passing. Zenith Creative, Cascade Studios, and Elevation Design House. They all seemed professional, established, and absolutely out of my league. But I wasn't out of their league, was I? I had been freelancing effectively for 3 years. I had a good portfolio. I'd worked for both startups and established firms. I had built brand identities, marketing materials, and website designs that my clients genuinely utilized and enjoyed. I was good at what I did. I simply never had anyone in my family recognize it. My phone vibrated. A text from Grace. Mom showed me the resort pictures. It looks incredible. I can't wait for our trip. Perhaps we can get matching swimwear or something nice like that. I gazed at the message. Matching swimsuits? Like we were close enough for that type of sister thing, as if she hadn't just agreed to a vacation arrangement in which I'd remain alone at a different location while she lived it up in luxury with our parents. Did she know how twisted up that was? Or had she been the golden kid for so long that she simply couldn't see it? I set down my phone without replying and returned to my laptop. I found Nadia's phone number in my contacts. We'd met at a design conference in San Diego 2 years prior. We're both attending alone. We both ended up in the hotel bar after a particularly dull session about brand synergy or some such corporate drivel. She had been witty, bright and refreshingly candid about the difficulties of working in creative industries. We've remained in touch intermittently since then, largely through Instagram comments and the occasional text. She had suggested numerous times that I consider moving to Seattle. The environment here is great, she'd observed during our previous phone chat, maybe 6 months ago. And honestly, you're too talented to be scrambling for freelancing work in an oversaturated market. The agencies up here would recruit you in a heartbeat. I blew it off, then made excuses about family duties, existing client relationships, and my unwillingness to start over someplace else. How cowardly I had been. First, I contacted my friend Sophie, who owned a boutique real estate office in Seattle. We met at a design conference 2 years ago, bonded over bad hotel wine, and shared our dissatisfaction with family expectations. She had been trying to get me to go to Seattle for months, claiming that the design scene there was thriving, and that she knew at least 3 companies that would hire me. Emily, please tell me you are finally ready to leave Los Angeles. What would it take for me to relocate there in the next month? There was a pause. Are you serious? Completely. Okay. Let me think. I have a pal that is seeking for roommates. Great Capitol Hill. Unit. Regarding work, I can make introductions tomorrow if you provide me an updated portfolio. Are you actually doing this? I am. What happened? I informed her about the vacation, the different hotel, and what my mother had said. Sophie remained silent for a long time. You know what? Good. You've made excuses for them for far too long. Come up here. Create something truly unique to you. Stop living under their shadows. I will email you my portfolio tonight. Send it now. I am messaging David at Zenith Creative. They are desperate for someone with your drawing abilities. We spoke for another hour, planning logistics. Sophie was the type of person who made the impossible seem doable, transforming fear into action items. By the time we hung up, I had a phone interview arranged for Friday, and a video tour of the flat planned for Saturday. I did not inform my parents. The next morning, I awoke with a sense of purpose that I had not had in years. My phone showed 3 missed texts from Mom concerning the vacation, restaurant reservations she was making, and if I wanted to go snorkeling with them or do my own thing. The subtext was plain. They'd be doing the enjoyable activities as a family, and I could join in if I wanted or keep myself entertained if not. I erased the texts without replying. My first interview with Zenith Creative was planned for 10 a.m. I spent an hour preparing by examining my portfolio, studying the company's latest projects, and practicing responses to common interview questions. By the time the video chat went through, I felt secure in a manner I seldom did among my family. The interview went really well. Claire, the creative director, had purple-framed spectacles and an engaging enthusiasm. She appeared thrilled about my work. She posed serious questions about my method, influences, and objectives. She never made me feel like I needed to justify my professional decision or explain why I wasn't pursuing something more prominent. We've been looking for someone with your specific skill set for months, Claire explained, sitting forward in her chair. Your illustration work is exceptional, and the way you integrate it with brand identity is exactly what we need for our boutique clients. When could you start? I blinked. You're offering me the position pending a second interview with the team and reference checks. Yes, but between you and me, I've already decided. You're exactly what we're looking for. So, timeline? My heart pounded against my ribcage. I'd need to relocate from Los Angeles, provide notice of my existing living arrangement, and migrate my freelancing clients. Maybe in 7 weeks. 7 weeks works. Can you come up for an in-person interview next week? We'll cover your flight and hotel. Absolutely. When the call ended, I sat gazing at my blank computer screen, scarcely breathing. It had been that easy. One phone call, one chat with someone who recognized the value I brought to the table. And immediately, I saw a way forward. Why was I waiting so long? The vacation was 7 weeks away. I went through the motions. I assisted Grace when she contacted and asked me to create unique welcome bags for her wedding guests. I showed up for family dinners. I smiled as Mom chatted incessantly about the resort, the spa treatments she'd scheduled, and the restaurants they'd try. Did you book any spa treatments? Grace said over Sunday supper, slicing her grilled salmon into exact pieces. I'm not sure they have a spa at my hotel. Oh, she said, appearing uncomfortable for about 4 seconds before Mom jumped in. I'm sure they have something, honey. Maybe a massage on the beach or something casual like that. James, Grace's husband, cleared his throat. He was attractive in that bland Kendall way, with a strong jaw and excellent teeth but no personality that I could ever discover. Actually, I believe Emily's hotel has a tiny spa. I checked it up after Sarah stated the plans. Seems like a nice place. I admired his effort, even if it didn't alter anything. That's great, I responded. I'm sure it'll be fine. My phone interview resulted in a second interview, which led to an offer. 4 weeks before the trip, I began quietly moving my belongings out of the guest house. Not all at once, as that would be too obvious, but a box or two every few days. Loading them into Grandma Evelyn was the only person in the family who had never compared me to Grace. She had been Mom's mother, but she had escaped the need to live vicariously through her children and grandchildren. When I was a kid, she used to take me to art museums while Grace was at soccer practice, debate club or whatever activity she was excelling at that season. We'd stand in front of paintings for hours, and she'd ask me what I saw, what I felt, and what stories I imagined behind the brushstrokes. "You have an artist's spirit," she told me once when I was around 13. We were staring at a Monet, the water lily, which was blurring into impressionist visions. "That's a gift, Emily. Don't allow anybody tell you it's less valuable than a medical degree, a legal degree, or whatever practical career they believe you should follow." I said, "Mom thinks art is a hobby," and Grandma Evelyn clasped my hand. Just because your mother believes something does not mean it is true. Do you know what makes you happy, sweetie? Don't forget that. When I was 17, Grace died of a sudden heart attack on a Tuesday morning. I was in school at the time, and by the time I arrived at the hospital, she was gone. Grace had been studying for the MCATs. Mom had called her first, even though I was closer to Grandma Evelyn. Even in death, the hierarchy held. The quilt had been left to me in her will, and Mom had seemed surprised. "I thought she'd give it to Grace," she'd said, actually said aloud. "Grace is the one getting married and starting a family someday." But Grandma Evelyn had known. She'd always understood which of us needed that tactile reassurance that someone had noticed us and cherished us for who we were. I packed that quilt first, carefully wrapping it in tissue paper and placing it in a box called Necessities. The in-person interview in Seattle had gone even better than the video chat, and the staff at Zenith Creative was collaborative and brilliant, challenging each other without tearing each other down. That quilt would accompany me wherever I went. Claire had introduced me to everyone, and I felt instantly at ease in a way that I had never felt at a family gathering. They understood what it meant to obsess over color palettes, typography, and the tiny details that made a design sing. The office was in a converted warehouse in Capitol Hill, with exposed brick, industrial lighting, and plants everywhere. The break room had floor-to-ceiling windows that overlooked the city, a coffee bar with an actual espresso machine, and a design library loaded with books I'd been wanting to read for years. "So, what do you think?" Claire inquired as we finished the tour. "I think I'd be an idiot to say no," she joked. "A good answer. We will deliver the formal offer before the end of the week. Welcome to the team, Emily." I walked out of that building feeling 10 feet tall, grabbed coffee at a nearby shop where the barista had tattoos down both arms, and recommended an absurdly good lavender oat milk latte, and wandered through Pike Place Market, watching tourists photograph flying fish and street musicians playing for tips. I found a bookstore that smelled like old paper and possibility, and Seattle felt like a place where I could breathe. 4 weeks before the trip, I informed my clients that I was relocating and would be transitioning my work. Most were supportive, and one even offered to keep me on retainer for remote work. I organized my files, backed everything up, and created handoff documents for the few projects I couldn't bring with me. Mom asked me to go wedding dress shopping with her 3 weeks before the trip, and I went. I smiled and nodded as I watched my sister try on gowns that cost more than my car. When Mom cried, I agreed that yes, the Vera Wang was stunning, yes, she looked like a princess, and yes, James was a lucky man. The bridal salon was in Beverly Hills and they served champagne and had private fitting rooms the size of my entire guest house. Mom had made appointments at 3 different salons because apparently one wasn't enough when you were marrying a surgeon. I sat on a white velvet couch, sipping overpriced champagne I didn't want, watching Grace model dress after dress. She did look beautiful, tall and slim with a kind of effortless elegance that made everything appear expensive. Mom continued blotting her tears with the tissues offered by the salon attendant, most likely for this precise purpose. "Emily, what do you think of this one?" Grace inquired, twirling in a ball gown with enough tulle to furnish a small apartment. "It's gorgeous," I remarked. And it was. But do you love it? Like, is this the one? I examined her carefully. The dress was objectively magnificent, but Grace's expression was hesitant. I think you should wear what makes you feel like yourself, I continued. Not what looks good in pictures or what mom wants. Something flickered across her face, perhaps understanding or realization that I had just pointed out the pattern we'd been following our entire lives. The problem is that I don't know what I want, she said gently. I just know what I'm supposed to want. Mom was preoccupied talking to the attendant about altering time frames and didn't hear. But I did. For a brief moment, I saw past the golden kid veneer to the person beneath, and she looked worn. Then maybe take some time to figure it out, I said. The wedding is in 7 months. People postpone weddings. People elope. People perform a variety of activities that are not the large-scale productions that everyone anticipates. James's parents had already made deposits on the location, and I placed down my champagne glass. Do you want to marry him? Of course I do. Do you want this wedding? She opened and closed her mouth as she peered in the mirror, encased in thousands of dollars worth of silk, tulle, and expectations. I don't know, she muttered, and before I could react, Mom came over with another outfit. Try this one. It is much more striking than the last. Oh, you're going to look like royalty. Belle took the dress and disappeared into the fitting room. The moment was gone, but I kept thinking about the look on her face. That flash of uncertainty. My sister, who'd always known exactly what she wanted, or at least what she was supposed to want. Perhaps she was as trapped as I was, just in a prettier cage. Grace grabbed my arm as we were leaving. Hello, are you okay? You seem distant lately. I'm just preoccupied with work. Isn't the wedding things too much? I understand Mom can be intense. It's fine, Lily, I promise. She looked at me for a while, and I saw something flicker over her face, maybe concern or remorse. But then Mom beckoned her over to talk veils, and the moment passed. I gave notice to my landlords 1 week before the trip. They were technically my parents, but I wrote my father's assistant with an official letter giving her 35 days notice that I'd be leaving the guest home. She answered with a puzzled email asking if I wanted her to transmit this to my father, which I agreed to. Dad phoned that evening. Emily, honey, what's this about moving out? I landed a job in Seattle. I am relocating. When did this happen in Seattle? I've been working on it for a while. Does your mom know? Not yet. He groaned deeply. You should tell her yourself. Do not do this through my assistant. Okay, Emily. His voice softened. Is this about the trip? It's about so many things, Dad. Your mother loves you. Do you know that? She cares about you. She wants you to have what Grace has. Maybe I want something different than what Grace has. That's fair. He responded gently. When do you leave? 6 days. Jesus, that's soon. I start employment in 2 weeks. I wanted some time to settle in. You aren't coming on the trip? That wasn't a question. No, Father. I am not. Another lengthy pause. I think part of me knew the way you've been acting lately. Okay, sweetheart, I understand. But you must inform your mother and sister yourselves. They deserve it. I will. But I didn't. 3 days before the trip, I completed packing. My car was loaded with the necessities. Everything else was either in storage or had been donated. The guest home looked virtually identical to when I had moved in, generic and impersonal, as if I had never lived there at all. 2 days before the trip, I had one last dinner at the main house. Mom made her famous lasagna. Grace came with James, and we sat around the table like we'd done 1,000 times before, talking about the resort, the wedding, James's new surgical technique that was about to be published in some medical journal. Nobody asked me about my work, my life, or the way I was memorizing everything. The chandelier Dad had brought back from a business trip to Prague, the wine glasses Mom had gathered from every holiday, the sound of Grace's giggle as James recounted a joke about a colleague. This was my family. I adore them, but I can't keep drowning in their apathy. I can't wait for this trip, Grace said, reaching out to grasp my hand. Sister time. No boys allowed. Sorry, James. I think I'll survive a week without you, he said dryly. We should make it a tradition, Mom said. An annual girls' vacation. Wouldn't that be great? Sounds perfect, I said. The day before the trip, I thoroughly cleaned the guest house, Fixed a loose handle on one of the cabinets, replaced the air filter, and left it better than I found it. On the kitchen counter, I placed a single key on top of an envelope, which contained a letter that I had rewritten 7 times, trying to find the right words. In the end, I kept it simple. Mom and Dad, by the time you read this, I will be in Seattle. I took a job there and have already transferred most of my belongings. I am not going on the vacation. I'm not attending the wedding. I adore you both. I adore Grace. But I can't keep being the consolation prize in my family. I can't keep being the one who's expected to understand, be adaptable, and accept less while being grateful for it. You taught me to understand my value. Therefore, I'm choosing to go somewhere that acknowledges it. I'll email you my new address once I've settled. I hope that eventually we may have a connection in which I am recognized as more than just Grace's younger sister. Love, Emily. I read it again, sealed the envelope, and left it there. The key would let them into the guest house when they returned from their trip and realized I wasn't answering my phone. The letter would explain the rest. I loaded the last box into my car and took one last look at the property I'd grown up on. The sprawling house, the perfect landscaping, the pool house, and the guest cottage that had been my cage. The sun was setting, painting everything in tones of orange and pink that were almost too beautiful, when my phone buzzed with a text from Mom. Can't wait for tomorrow. Flights start at 10 a.m. Do not forget. I replied, have a fantastic trip. I love you. Then I turned off my phone, got into my car, and drove away. I made a playlist of songs I'd loved as a teenager. The kind of music Grace had always said was too weird, too indie for me. I stopped at roadside diners and strange tourist traps, took pictures of mountains I'd never seen before, and cried somewhere near the Oregon border. When I arrived in Seattle, it was gray and drizzly, just as everyone had predicted, and I loved it right away. I burst into big ugly sobs that made my chest ache, mourning something I'd never really had, but I also laughed. I called Sophie and told her I was really doing it, sang along to music at the top of my lungs, and felt lighter than I had in years. Sophie had left a bottle of wine and a welcome basket on the counter. I unpacked my grandmother's quilt first, spread it across the bed, and lay down on top of it. My phone was still off, and I knew what would be waiting for me when I turned it on. Panic, anger, guilt trips. But they wouldn't find the letter yet. They were still on their luxury vacation, probably assuming I'd had some kind of emergency or breakdown. Let them wonder. Let them. And I eventually turned on the phone, but right now I just wanted to exist in this new space, in this new life, without the weight of their expectations crushing my chest. After a week and a half, I finally turned on my phone, which had 62 missed calls, 38 text messages, and 17 voicemails. I skipped the voicemails and went straight to the texts. Mom and Emily, where are you? We are at the airport. Mom, Emily, this is not amusing. Please call me as soon as possible. Mom, Emily, we will board without you. You'd best have an excellent explanation. There was a brief period of silence while they were on the plane, followed by messages from their journey. Grace. What the heck, Emily? Mom's freaking out. Grace asked. Emily, if you're mad about the room situation, you could have just talked to us like an adult. Grace. Emily, seriously, where are you? This is scary. At the very least, let us know you are still alive. Mom. Emily, please send just one text to let us know you're safe. We can discuss anything else later. Dad. I phoned the police to do a welfare check. They stated that the guest house is unoccupied and closed up. Emily, whatever's going on, please contact us. Then from 2 days ago, when they arrived home. Dad. We found your letter. I am unhappy you were unable to face us directly, but I understand why you fled. Call your mother when you are ready. She is devastated. Grace. Emily, I can't believe you are doing this before my wedding. This is the most selfish thing you have ever done. Mom. How could you, Emily? How could you do this to our family and your sister? Do you know what you've put us through? The text continued in same vein, with anger, guilt, and accusations, but there were a couple that made me stop. Dad. I'm sorry we made you feel like you needed to disappear. You deserve more from us. And shockingly, starting yesterday, Grace. Preston, Grace and I spoke. He expressed several things that got me thinking. I apologize, Emily. I'm sorry I let Mom place you in a different hotel. I am sorry I didn't see how much we take you for granted. I want to repair this. Please call me, I didn't call yet. Instead, I sent a group SMS to all three of them. I am safe. I'm in Seattle. I began my new work and I'm loving it. I'm not ready to discuss yet, but I will be soon. I need time to figure out who I am beyond being the understanding daughter and flexible sister. I hope you can respect this. I love you all. I then switched my phone off again. The first week at my new job was intense in the best way. The team was talented and collaborative. My boss actually listened to my ideas, and the project I was assigned to, rebranding for a sustainable fashion startup, was exactly what I wanted to do. I discovered a coffee shop near my apartment that made the best oat milk lattes. I explored the city, got lost in Pike Place Market, and took a ferry to Bainbridge Island just because I could. Sophie introduced me to her friend group, and suddenly I had people to get drinks with on Friday nights who didn't know anything about my family, just knew me as Emily, the California designer with a strange sense of humor and a habit of sketching on napkins. 2 weeks in, I checked my phone and found a voice message from my father. Emily, honey, I just want you to know I understand. I truly do. Your mother and I have had a lot of conversations this week. She is still upset, but she is beginning to understand. Grace has also been thoughtful. Surprisingly, I believe this rocked all of us in the way we needed. I applaud you for selecting yourself. I should have told you that more frequently. I adore you. Call when you're ready. His voice trembled at the end, and I sobbed in my new apartment. But these were different tears. Relief, regret for what we'd never been, and optimism for what we may become. 4 weeks in, Grace wrote me a long email instead of a text, and she apologized for real this time, with no explanations or justifications. She acknowledged she'd always knew she was the favorite, felt awful about it, but also loved the perks too much to resist. She claimed Preston had pointed out that she was becoming like Mom, planning her entire life around being the center of attention, and that she was working on it. She said she missed me and hoped I'd still come to the wedding, but she understood if I couldn't. P.S. She added at the end, I excluded Mom from my last dress fitting and requested the planner to spare you a space if you want it. No pressure, but I'd really want to have you there as my sister. Not as my assistant or cheerleader, but just you. I read the email 5 times. 5 weeks in, I finally called my mother. She cried. I cried. We both said what needed to be said. She apologized, really apologized, and admitted she'd been projecting her own unmet ambitions onto Grace, measuring both of us against some impossible standard she'd never achieved herself. She said she was going to therapy. She stated she was attempting to figure out why she had always needed one of us to be extraordinary while casting the other as supporting cast. I kept telling you that you'd understand when you were older, she continued quietly. But you already understood. You were only waiting for me to catch up. Yes, I said. I was. Are you happy there? I gazed around my apartment, at my art supplies strewn out on the dining table, at the view of the city through my windows, and at the life I was creating brick by brick. I really am, Mom. Good. That's okay. Her voice was low. Will you come to the wedding? I'm thinking about it. That's all I can ask. 5 weeks later, I booked a flight to Italy, not because I had to, but because I wanted to. Grace was my sister, flawed and complicated, but trying because my parents were also flawed and complicated, but trying because family was messy and painful, and sometimes you had to leave to figure out how to come back on your own terms. The wedding was lovely. I stood by Grace as she married James on a terrace overlooking the Mediterranean. Mom sobbed, Dad cried, and I may have cried a bit too. At the reception, Grace took me away. Thanks for coming. Thank you for truly wanting me here. I've always wanted you here, Emily. I just didn't know how to have you here without making everything about me. She clasped my hand. How is Seattle? Amazing. You should pay a visit. I'd enjoy that. She stopped. James and I are considering having children soon. I want them to know their aunt, the real you, not the part you had to play for us. I'd like that too. We stood there for a while, sisters for real, perhaps for the first time, watching the sunset over the Italian shore. For what it's worth, Grace murmured gently. You were correct to leave. I'd have suffocated if I were you. You might still suffocate if you aren't cautious. Don't let Mom arrange your entire life. Working on it, she grinned. Learning from the best. 6 months later, I was still in Seattle, and my flat was completely furnished with my own artwork and furnishings. I got promoted at work. I was casually dating a marine biologist who made me laugh and didn't care about status or success metrics. I had friends who knew me as Emily first and foremost, not as anyone's little sister, and my family paid us occasional visits. We were creating something new, something more honest. It was awkward, unpleasant, and immeasurably better than what we had before. Mom still occasionally lapsed into old habits, comparing us without trying to, but Grace called her out on it, as did Dad. I'd learned to set boundaries without guilt, to say no without justifying myself to death. Grace phoned last week to tell me she was pregnant. I'm going to be an aunt. She asked if I'd create anything for the nursery, and I could tell she was asking, not expecting, and that she appreciated my work, my skill. Me? I'd love to, I said. Really? Really. After we hung up, I went to my favorite coffee shop and got my usual. The barista recognized my name and inquired about my weekend. I sat by the window and drew ideas for my niece or nephew's bedroom, using soft watercolor animals, stars, and ocean tones. In the back of my mind, I heard my mother's voice from the kitchen that morning. You'll understand when you're older. I grinned to myself. It turned out that I had always understood quite well. All I had to do was leave to show it, and I would do it again in a heartbeat. My sister racked up $46,000 in debt, borrowed from dangerous people. When I refused to pay, my family turned on me, and I had to cut ties for good. I am Jacob, a 32-year-old guy. Anyone who knows me would tell you that I've been on my own since I was 20, paid for my own education, worked hard, and never asked my parents for anything. But evidently, it doesn't mean I can live my life in peace. Nope. It just implies that I am the family issue solver by default. It all began when my mother phoned me out of nowhere. My mother, Catherine, never longer initiates a conversation. She's not the type of mother that calls to ask about your day or what you ate for lunch. If she calls, it means something is wrong and she needs me to repair it. So when her name came up, I knew it wasn't going to be good. I responded, and she rushed right into awkward small chat, which is not her style. Hey Jacob, how's work? Still doing finance stuff? She inquired, as if she hadn't been ignoring my job description for the past decade. I played along out of curiosity. Yeah, Mom. Still doing finance? What's up? That's when she let go. Your sister is in trouble. I'd want to say I was startled, but I wasn't. Megan, my 29-year-old sister, has a history of causing turmoil and expecting others to clean it up. Her mishaps have not always been small inconveniences. They have been complete disasters that always seem to fall on my shoulders. Take the time. She took my car without asking and crashed it while texting. She contacted me in a panic, weeping because she didn't know what to do. Like a fool, I dropped everything to aid her. I handled with the insurance, paid the deductible, and even let her off the hook for the damage she caused since she promised she would never do it again. But she did, or when she persuaded me to co-sign for her first apartment since she only needed a little help getting started. 4 months later, she stopped paying rent, ghosted the landlord, and left me to deal with the consequences. I spent months attempting to repair my credit while she moved back home with our parents and pretended it was no big issue. Not only does she make mistakes, the problem is that she is never held accountable for her actions. Every time she makes a mistake, someone, usually me, has to intervene to correct it while she plays the victim. The saddest thing is that she doesn't even express thanks. It's as if she believes the world owes her a safety net. So when my mother called to tell me Megan was in trouble, I didn't panic or get concerned. I felt exhausted. I'm tired of getting pulled into her problems. I'm tired of being the one who has to pay the consequences of her foolishness. To be honest, I was astonished it had taken so long for something huge to happen. I sighed, fearing what I was about to hear. What kind of trouble? I inquired. I didn't ask because I wanted to help. I asked because I wanted to know how horrible this one would be. Then she struck me with it. Megan had accumulated $46,000 in debt. $46,000. I had to repeat it in my brain in order to absorb it. How does one reach to that point? Apparently, she had spent money she didn't have again. This time, however, she owed more than just credit card companies. She'd borrowed money from some unscrupulous folks, the sort you don't just ignore as the bills build up. And now they were after her. He presented my mother's amazing answer to this situation. Of course it's me. Why shouldn't it be? In her eyes, I was the one with a solid career, the responsible sibling. The man who could always be relied on to fix the unfixable. Megan's mistakes didn't matter. That was not the issue. The problem was that I didn't hurry in to help her. You need to help her, she continued, as if my job as the family ATM was already determined. I sat there for a second, allowing everything to sink in. I inquired. Help how exactly? You've done so well for yourself, Jacob. You can pay it off for her. She added casually, as if she were inviting me to stop over and get some takeout. I genuinely gave a little laugh. Not because it was humorous, but because I couldn't believe what I was hearing. Mom. I did not borrow that money. Why should this be my responsibility? I am not paying anything. The stillness that followed was heavy, as if she was absorbing the fact that I had simply refused. Then she snapped, going into full guilt mode. She's your sister. Family helps each other. Do you want her to get hurt? Is that what you want? Her remarks were quick and almost frantic, as if she couldn't believe I wasn't instantly leaping in to save Megan. It was not a request. It was an accusation, as if my reluctance was the true issue here, not Megan's decisions. I took a big breath, hoping not to lose it. Mom. I've helped her before, multiple times, and what did she do? Blow it all on designer bags, fancy vacations, and God knows what else. She doesn't take responsibility for anything, because you and Dad have always bailed her out. I'm not doing it this time. Evidently that logic didn't register. Megan's struggling, Jacob, she said. She's not like you. She's not strong enough to handle this. Struggling? I asked again. She's reckless. She spends money she doesn't have, and now she's in deep with some shady people. And instead of dealing with it herself, she's expecting me to swoop in and clean up her mess again. Babe Ra, she's your sister, Mom said abruptly. Family looks out for each other. No, Mom, I said, my voice strong. Family doesn't take advantage of each other. This isn't me turning my back on Megan. This is me refusing to enable her bad decisions. She needs to grow up and face the consequences for once. Ibrahim wasn't having it. Do you want her to get hurt, Jacob? Do you want that on your conscience? Look, I am not heartless. I don't want anything bad to happen to Megan. But let's be honest. She's an adult, a 29-year-old adult who knew what she was getting herself into when she borrowed that money. I told my mother this, but she wouldn't hear it. She's not as strong as you, Jacob, she said. You've always got things together, whereas she hasn't. You can afford to assist her. It is the least you can do after everything we have done for you. Ibri, I began. Done for me? Like what? Making me pay rent the minute I turned 20, refusing to help with my college tuition. Yeah, thanks for all that support, Mom. She remained silent for a second, but then she came back swinging. If you don't help, we'll have to cut you off. Do you want that? Daniel. I couldn't help laughing. Cut me off from what? You do not support me. I've been on my own for more than a decade. Your threats do not work on me. With that, I hung up. They were all silent after that day, and while I wish I could tell you that was the end of it, it was only the beginning. The stillness did not last long. I believe I misjudged my mother's determination when she wanted anything. After I shut her and my father down, they changed gears. If the direct method didn't work, they planned to shame me into surrender. And when I say they went all out, I mean it. It began with the texts. At first, the comments were simple, such as, I just don't understand how you can let this happen to your sister. But as time passed, they became more dramatic. Do you know the type of folks Megan is dealing with? They are hazardous, Jacob. I can't sleep at night because I'm worried about her. I disregarded them at first because I just didn't have the energy to deal with the manipulation, but they did not stop. Instead, Mom used voice messages. And, let me tell you, she has this gift at seeming like she's holding back tears when she's actually not. She told Jacob, Megan might not make it out of this if you don't assist. I don't believe I'll be able to live with myself if something happens to her. It was a master class in guilt tripping. If there were trophies for this, she'd be a 3-time champion by now. Isaac. Then my father David decided to get in. He's generally a background player in these family dramas, but not this time. He left me a voicemail that began off calmly enough. Hey Jacob, just calling to check in. But then of course it changed. Look, I know your mom can come on a bit strong, but this is serious. Megan's in deep, and we can't fix this without you. You've always been the strong one, the dependable one. Don't let us down now. That sentence, the one that's trustworthy, set me wrong. I've spent my entire life being the trustworthy one, and all it has ever resulted in is increased duty and decreased appreciation. Dependable doesn't imply I'm a doormat either. Apparently, they missed the memo. A Benji. But the guilt avalanche did not end there. They decided to bring in reinforcements, the extended family from God knows where. I began hearing from my Uncle Jake, whom I had not spoken to in years. He phoned me out of nowhere, as if we were closest buddies. "Hey Jacob, long time no talk. How's life?" I understood right away why he was calling, but I let him ramble for a while before getting to the point. "You know, family is important," he continued in that too sincere tone you get when someone is about to offer something you don't want to hear. "And Megan's she's struggling. We all go through rough patches, and sometimes we need a little help." "Ethan, Jake, listen," I blurted out. "Did my mother put you up to this?" He chuckled uncomfortably, as if I had caught him. "Well, she might have mentioned it." I stopped him before he could finish. "Look, I appreciate you reaching out, but I'm not repaying Megan's obligation. It's not my duty." You'd think that was the end of it. But no. The following day, it was my Aunt Lindsay, then my cousin Sarah. They all used the same script. Megan is in trouble. She needs help, and I am the only one who can save her. I don't see why they are all so concerned about Megan. It's not as if she were a defenseless child who made an honest mistake. She's a grown-up who spends money like it's Monopoly money and then appears surprised when the bill comes due. What made matters worse was that none of them even attempted to comprehend my perspective. When I stated that I was unwilling to waste $46,000 on someone else's faults, they acted as if I was speaking a different language. They'd remark, "But she's your sister," as if that would miraculously change my viewpoint. The worst aspect, however, was the slander campaign. My mother, in her great wisdom, decided that if guilt-tripping me directly was ineffective, she'd try to turn the rest of the family against me. She began informing everyone in the family group chat, which I had abandoned long ago, that I was self-centered, ungrateful, and a complete piece of work. According to her, I had forgotten where I came from and was too preoccupied with my glamorous city life to worry about my family. I learned about it when my cousin Ryan phoned me. He's one of the few family members I get along with, and he let me know. "Dude," he said. "Catherine's been talking mad crap about you. She informed Aunt Lindsay that you claimed Megan deserved whatever happened to her." I was outraged. Not because I care what Lindsay thinks, but because my mother was just lying about me to make herself appear like the victim. I told Ryan the truth. I had never said anything like that, and he believed me. "Yeah, I thought she was exaggerating." He remarked, "It's just messy, man." Messy didn't even begin to cover it. But the real drama began when Megan decided to join the ruckus. Until then, she had remained silent. Not a single text message or phone call. I suspected she was ashamed for once. It turns out she was simply waiting to attack. And when she did, it was not subtle. She texted me one night, and it was not a plea, but an allegation. "I can't believe how selfish you're being, Jacob. You know I'm in serious trouble and you're just sitting there doing nothing. You're supposed to be my brother." Selfish? That's absurd. That was funny coming from her. Megan's entire life has been a series of terrible mistakes, with someone else cleaning up the damage. I did not react. Honestly, I didn't believe it deserved one. The next morning, she increased the ante. "You have the money. Stop acting like it's such a big deal. Just pay it off and I'll pay you back when I can." As if that was a realistic answer. Like I was the unreasonable one for not handing over $46,000 to fix her mistake again. I did not bother to react. I was aware that this would not go well. She went into complete meltdown mode, sending me long rambling texts about how I was abandoning her, and how I'd never understand what it's like to suffer. And then, just to make matters worse, she added, "Mom and Dad always said you'd come around eventually." Guess they were wrong. That sentence impacted me differently. Not because it made me reconsider anything, but because it reaffirmed what I had always believed. This wasn't simply Megan acting recklessly. My parents had been hyping her up, convincing her that I would always be there to mend her disaster. Benji. I'd had enough by then. I stopped responding to texts, ignored phone calls, and concentrated only on my own life. Just when I thought they couldn't get any lower, there were guilt trips, ambushes and smear efforts. I realized I had misjudged how far they were willing to go. My dad and Megan had played every card from their deck. Or so I thought. Turns out they had one more ace up their sleeve, and it crushed whatever illusions I had about them not crossing any lines. I received a call from my bank, and everything went into full mayhem. The bank's fraud department notified me of questionable behavior on my account. Apparently someone attempted to gain access to it using fake documents that did not match their data. They attempted to modify my contact information and remove monies, but the system recognized the transaction as suspicious and stopped it. While the bank could not provide precise information, they did say that the evidence indicated it was someone close to me. Anyone near to me. I didn't have to inquire about it. I already knew. Megan, who else could it be? The time was far too convenient. She had just texted me about how desperate she felt. And what occurred when I refused to give in? I was boiling within, forging papers to gain access to my account. That's not just desperate. It's criminal. I could not let this go. That evening I drove straight to Megan's apartment, barely suppressing my rage. Without a phone call, of course, because I was done being nice. She opened the door. "What are you doing here?" she demanded. "You tried to steal from me," I remarked, getting right to the point. Her countenance changed for a single second before she folded her arms. "I don't know what you're talking about." The boldness, however. I cautioned her, "Don't even attempt that, Megan. The bank reported your little scam. They told me that someone used fake paperwork to gain access to my account. Do you know how terrible that is?" She put out an exaggerated sigh, as if I were being overdramatic. "Oh, relax, Jacob. It's not like I actually got anything." I blinked, surprised by how easily she dismissed it. "Relax? Are you seriously trying to defend this by saying you failed? You tried to commit fraud, Megan. That's a crime. A brew." She shrugged, fully unconcerned. "What else was I supposed to do? You left me no choice. You refused to help me when I needed it." I couldn't believe what I heard. "No option, Megan. You had every choice. You could have admitted your faults, accepted responsibility, and found out how to repair it yourself. But instead, you felt taking from me was the answer." "Isaac," she sneered. "Don't act all high and mighty. Mom and Dad said you'd never let me struggle. They told me you'd come around eventually if I pushed hard enough. I just had to wait for you to get over your little tantrum." I stood there, astonished. Little tantrum. That wasn't frustration building up in my chest. It was outrage. It wasn't simply her being careless. This was years of my parents coddling her, feeding her delusions, and treating me as if I only existed to clean up her trash. "Unbelievable," I said, to myself rather than to her. "Do you even understand what you've done, Megan? You crossed a line. A big one." She rolled her eyes, doubling down rather than retreating away. "I'm not the villain here, Jacob. You are. You've turned your back on family. If you just helped me in the first place, none of this would have happened." That was it. The last straw. I took a big breath. Not because I wanted to remain cool, but because I wanted to avoid saying something I might later regret. "I'm done," I murmured, heading towards the door. But before I went, I gazed at her one final time. "If you ever try something like this again, I won't just cut you off. I'll make sure the cops know exactly what you did. Grow up, Megan. You're not a child anymore." I did not wait for her response. "Benji." I returned to my car, my mind racing. How did things become this bad? How had my family become so poisonous that my own sister believed it was acceptable to take from me and blame me for it? I knew this was it. There was no going back from this. I needed to cut ties for good. But I knew it wouldn't be so straightforward. My folks were not about to let this go. Megan wasn't about to let this go. And if they thought I was going to lay over and accept it, they were mistaken. Bro. And I was correct. The next day, my mother called. I didn't answer, but she left a voicemail. "Jacob, your sister told me what happened. I can't believe you threatened her like that. She's struggling, and instead of assisting her, you're making it worse. You should be ashamed of yourself." I replayed the message 3 times to ensure that I heard her correctly. Megan attempted to steal from me, and I somehow became the bad guy. It was so ludicrous that I did not answer. What was the point? They were not going to see reason. But that didn't mean I was going to let it go. I phoned my bank and requested them to increase the security on my account. Password resets, 2-factor authentication, the works. I wasn't going to allow Megan or anybody else another chance to muck up my money. For a few days, Everything was calm. Too quiet. But if there's one thing I've learned about my parents, it's that they won't accept no. At least not the first 100 times you say it. Don't tell me in the comments that I can just say no since they don't get it. So when I got home from work a few days later and saw their car parked in my driveway, I wasn't surprised. Annoyed? Sure. Shocked? Not at all. A bokeh. I took a big breath, parked behind them, and sat in my car for a minute to mentally prepare myself. I realized they weren't there for a casual conversation. They were not coming to apologize or make apologies. No. It was going to be another round of guilt, manipulation, and emotional blackmail. And I was already fatigued just thinking about it. When I eventually got out of my car, my mother was waiting by the front door, appearing as if she was prepared to give a lecture. My father stared at the ground as if he'd rather be somewhere else. My mom remarked, "We need to talk," as soon as I got near enough. "I don't think we do, Mom. I think everything that needs to be said has already been said." She ignored me. Of course. This nonsense has gone on long enough. We are your parents. Megan is your sister. This isn't how families behave. I opened the door and went inside, fully expecting her to follow me. Of course she did, with Dad following behind her like a lost dog. "You're just going to walk away while we're talking to you," Mom said. "No. I'm going inside my house so I don't have to stand outside listening to more of your nonsense," I told you. "If you're going to lecture me, you might as well do it where I'm comfortable." She didn't like my tone, but I honestly didn't mind. She'd already crossed every line I'd tried to draw, so why bother pretending I was cool with it? My mother wasted little time getting into her normal speech. "Jacob, you need to stop this stubbornness. Megan is struggling, and it's your responsibility as her brother to help her. She's family." "Debbie, family," I answered. "I completely understand." "So, Mom, let me tell you something about family. Family does not lie, steal, or manipulate to get their way. Isaac, don't come in here lecturing me about family. Family doesn't demand one person to give up all while another goes through life without consequences." My father eventually spoke up. "This isn't about taking sides, Jacob. It's about fixing things. You're the only one who can do that." I laughed bitterly. "Fixing things? You mean paying Megan's debt, covering up her fraud attempt, letting her get away with everything as she usually does? No thanks. I'm finished repairing things for her." "She's your sister," Mom explained, her voice rising. "Do you know what it would do to her if something happened? How would you live with yourself?" "And how do you live with yourselves?" I responded. "You've spent her entire life indulging her, making excuses for her, and blaming me whenever it's convenient. You created this problem, not me. So don't attempt to make me feel bad about not cleaning up your mess." Mom's face became crimson. I thought she was about to burst. "If you're not going to help, then we'll have no choice but to cut ties with you. No holidays. No family gatherings. Nothing." I gazed at her, trying to determine if she felt that was a threat. "Mom, I've been on my own my whole life. You cutting me off is like firing someone who already quit." She opened her mouth to argue, but Dad stopped her. "Catherine, stop. This isn't helping." He looked at me, his gaze softening. "Jacob, we just want what's best for everyone. Megan's made mistakes, sure, but she's still family. Can't you just meet us halfway?" Grew. I could not take it anymore. "Do you even hear yourselves? You're asking me to shell out $46,000 for someone else's mistakes. How is that halfway? What is Megan contributing to this so-called compromise?" I could feel the wrath rising in my chest, and my thoughts were rushing faster than I could say. Every sacrifice I'd made, every time I stood up when others refused, every incident of their putting Megan first hit me all at once. I pushed off the counter with methodical motions and proceeded to the door. My heart was hammering, but my face remained serene. No screaming or arguing. They no longer deserved that much attention from me. I flung the door wide open and yelled, "Get out!" My mother blinked, taken off guard. "Excuse me?" "Get out," I repeated. "This conversation is over. You're not going to guilt me into paying Megan's debt, and you're not going to manipulate me into feeling bad about it. So, unless you have something productive to say, you can leave." Mom seemed to want to quarrel, but Dad gently grasped her arm. "Come on, Catherine. Let's go." She scowled at me as she passed by, her speech venomous. "You'll regret this, Jacob. Mark my words." I closed the door behind them and stood there. It was silent. It's finally calm. A brew, but the silence did not endure long. The entire issue had been bothering me, and against my better judgment, I resolved to find out what was going on with Megan. Maybe it was curiosity, or perhaps I just wanted to see how far things had gotten. I contacted a mutual acquaintance who still maintained in touch with her, thinking they might fill in the gaps. "What's going on with Megan?" I inquired. "I haven't heard anything since." "Well, you know," the friend said without hesitation. "Oh, you haven't heard? It's bad. The people she owes money to aren't messing around. They trashed her car, completely destroyed it. Windows, tires, everything. She's freaking out, saying she doesn't feel safe. I should have felt something. Pity, worry, or whatever. However, all I felt was tiredness. She had put herself into this predicament, and now she was paying the price. Of course, I knew it could only mean one thing. More pressure from my parents to intervene and save her. After a few days, there was still no direct communication from Megan or my parents, only quiet. It seemed peculiar, like the quiet before the storm. And sure enough, the storm arrived. A letter from an attorney. When I opened it, I could not believe what I was reading. My parents threatened legal action, alleging that I had a moral duty to help my family. They wanted me to repay Megan's debt, and they were even prepared to take me to court over it. I could not believe it. After everything they'd done, they were willing to go this far. Part of me wanted to chuckle at the ridiculousness of the situation, but largely I felt numb. This was no longer a family. It was a battleground, and I was finished battling. What shocked me was the sheer chutzpah of the situation. It was nearly remarkable. Look at how stupid it sounds. My own parents threatened legal action because I refused to clean up Megan's $46,000 mess. It was as if they had abandoned all pretense of being a family in favor of open animosity. I didn't have to think about what to do next. My initial call was to my lawyer, who fortunately has a good sense of humor. When I recounted the issue, he grinned and said, "Jacob, they don't have a leg to stand on. Let them file if they want. It'll get laughed out of court." Their threat never materialized, but it was a reminder of how poisonous they were, and it further strengthened my resolve to go no contact. That they were prepared to go that far was plenty for me. I knew I couldn't keep the door open any longer. Not even a crack. I had been holding out hope that we might somehow mend things, but this was the final straw. I banned my parents' phone numbers the same day. No calls, messages, or voicemails. I blocked them on social media as well. I repeated the process with Megan as well. If they were going to treat me like an enemy, I'd treat them as strangers. I also had to inform the wider family of what had transpired. I knew my parents would twist the tale to make me look like the villain, and I was not going to let them get away with it. So I contacted my cousin Ryan, one of the few family members I trust, and explained everything. "Dude," Ryan remarked once I finished explaining. "That's insane. They seriously tried to sue you?" "Not yet," I said. "But they're threatening to. I wanted to give you the heads up because I'm sure they're going to start spreading lies about me." "Don't worry," Ryan said. "I've got your back. And honestly, good for you for cutting them off. They sound toxic as hell." That discussion gave me the confidence to contact a few additional relatives. Some, like as Ryan, were supportive, while others were less so. My Aunt Lindsay, for example, was a fervent Catherine supporter. "Jacob, they're your parents," she explained, as if that pardoned all they'd done. "You can't just walk away from them." "Yes, I can," I said firmly. "And I have. They've crossed every line imaginable, and I'm not going to let them keep dragging me down." I knew Lindsay felt I was a disappointment. "Family is family, Jacob," she explained. "You'll regret this someday." "Maybe," I answered, not believing it. "But for now, I'm choosing peace." And tranquility was precisely what I received. Only for a few days, however, since about a week after I banned them, I received a call from an unknown phone number. Against my better judgment, I responded. "Jacob," my mother said, her voice stern and accusing. "You blocked me?" I groaned, already regretting the decision to pick up. "Yes, Mom, I blocked you." "Why?" "Why would you do that?" she screamed, as if the answer wasn't so clear. "Because I'm done," I explained. "I'm done with the manipulation, the guilt trips, the lies, the demands. I'm done with all of it." She scoffed. "You're being ridiculous. Do you really think you can just cut us out of your life like this? Yes, I answered simply. I can, and I have. She attempted to argue, of course. She labeled me selfish, ungrateful, and cruel, as usual. But I did not take the bait. I simply stated politely that I was not interested in extending the conversation, and hung up. I then blocked the number. Aber-free. After that, I doubled down on the no-contact strategy. I instructed Ryan to notify me if my parents or Megan attempted to contact me. Through him, but otherwise, I did not want to hear anything about them. For the most part, he respected it. However, he would sometimes slip in an update. Ibra, as the months went and I remained out of contact, I realized how much I'd been losing out on without the constant turmoil. I had a lot more time and energy to devote to the things that were most important. Of course, there were still times of uncertainty. Every now and then, I'd hear a voice in the back of my mind say, "What if they're right? What if you're being selfish?" But then I'd remember myself of all they'd done, everything I'd gone through, and the doubt would go. Up until today, I had no idea what had happened to Megan. I just received another call from Ryan. "Hey, just thought you'd want to know. Megan filed for bankruptcy." I paused for a moment to take in the news. "Well," I concluded. "Maybe now she'll learn to take responsibility for her actions." Ryan responded, "Maybe, but we both knew that was improbable. Megan wasn't the learn from your mistakes kind." My parents continued their slander campaign for a time, but it appeared to burn out. I suppose even their most ardent followers grew bored of hearing the same tale again and over. By the time the holidays arrived, I was relieved, because I wouldn't have to spend Christmas pretending everything was good when it wasn't. Instead, I celebrated the holidays with friends, my chosen family. And for the first time in years, I didn't feel as if I was walking on eggshells. I could just be myself without feeling weighed down by my parents' expectations, or Megan's demands. It wasn't simple to cut them off. It was one of the most difficult decisions I'd ever made. But looking back, I know it was the right decision. Sometimes you have to distance yourself from poisonous individuals, even if they are relatives. And while not always easy, it is worthwhile. Ryan still sends me periodic updates, but I've made it obvious that I don't want to hear anything more. My parents were still attempting to recover their image, and Megan was fighting to regain her feet following the bankruptcy. I wish I felt awful for them, but I don't. They made their decisions, and now they are dealing with the repercussions. As for me, I refuse to be a fool who dances on the strings of all those powerful figures. I'm going ahead, and I've surrounded myself with individuals who genuinely care about me and honor my limits. I'm concentrating on my profession, interests, and personal happiness. And while I'm not sure what the future contains, one thing is certain. I will never allow anyone, family or otherwise, bring me down again. "You're a disgrace," my dad yelled as I was kicked out of my own home. 15 years later, my cousin's lie unraveled, but it was too late. My name is Nathaniel Hayes, and when I was 22, one falsehood broke everything I believed I understood about family, love, and trust. I was a senior in high school, with my entire future ahead of me. My parents, David and Martha, were always proud of me for aspiring to the profession of architecture. At least, I think they were. Then one night, my cousin Chloe sat in our living room, her hands trembling and tears streaming down her face. She turned to my parents and stated, "Nathaniel got me pregnant." I recall giggling in surprise. "Chloe, stop. That's not true, and you know it," I pleaded, my voice cracking. But Chloe buried her face in my mother's arms, sobbing. My father stood there, his face contorted with wrath. "Pack your belongings, Nathaniel. You will not disgrace this family any longer." I went to my knees. "Dad, please. I didn't do this. Just give me a DNA test when the baby comes. You'll see the truth." My father looked away. My mother screamed, "How could you do this to your own cousin?" Then, with tears in her eyes, my girlfriend Sophia murmured, "I can't believe you. I don't even know who you are," as she walked out. By the morning, everyone at school knew. The stares, whispers, predator, manipulator, and liar. Each phrase pierced deeper than the previous. I couldn't handle it. I dropped out of school only weeks before graduation, leaving town with only a duffel bag. I drove 4 states away, stayed in inexpensive hotels, and found employment on construction sites. Long, terrible days in the sun, but I was determined to survive. Years passed and I worked my way up. I saved every dime, learnt every trade, and started my own business, From the outside, I seemed like a success story. But inwardly, I felt the weight of betrayal. When my father died, no one contacted me. I discovered out a week later while going through Facebook, gazing at images of a funeral I hadn't been invited to. Meanwhile, Chloe thrived. My parents, out of remorse, paid for her education. She married Alex, a polished lawyer, and they created the ideal life. Holiday greetings, happy family photographs, all I had hoped for. Then, just weeks ago, their son Max became seriously ill. He required a liver transplant. Chloe was not a match. Desperate, my brother James offered. Seeing as we have the same blood type. He contacted later and said, "I figured if he's really your boy, I had to step up." However, when the physicians tested him, bewilderment filled the room. The doctor added, "You're not a match, and there's no biological relationship between you and the child." That's when the truth hit. Max is not my son. He never was. Chloe had lied. And for 15 years I bore the consequences for something I never did. Now my phone won't stop buzzing. My mother is weeping on voicemail. "Danny, please come home. We made a mistake." James implored. "You were right all along, man. Please, let's fix this." Even Sophia, after all these years, messaged me. But I do not respond. I made my existence without them brick by brick, scar by scar. Now they want me back. And it isn't the worst part. It's only been one day since my cousin Chloe's life shattered under the weight of reality. For 15 years, I carried it like a stone chain around my chest, pulling me down into quiet, resentment, and a life I made on my own as my family turned away. I believed exposing her lies would set me free. Instead, I feel as if I'm trapped in a strange limbo, neither vindicated nor at peace, but somewhere between wrath and tiredness. I had a terrible time sleeping that night after learning the truth. My phone flashed up constantly on the bedside table, buzzing so often that it banged against the wood like an incessant alarm. Calls, voicemails, messages, and my mother, brother, uncles, aunts, and cousins, who had not spoken my name in over a decade, all remembered my existence. I left it there and gazed at the ceiling, my chest tight with the flow of memories. The sharpest of all was the night when Chloe, teary and shivering, said the words that destroyed my life. "Nathaniel got me pregnant." At the time, I was 19. 19. With my entire future ahead of me, grades good enough for scholarships, and admission letters ready to be opened. Within weeks of her deception, it was all gone. I dropped out of school because I knew no one would believe me. That the murmur of a DNA test was drowned out by a flood of fury. My father's displeasure was the loudest. He spit my name as if it were garbage. My mother wailed, as if she had lost her son. My brother stared at me as if I were a stranger who had entered our home. Sophia, the girl I loved, gave me nothing but a look of disgust. At the age of 19, I walked out of that house with a single duffel bag and slept wherever I could afford. I toiled hours stacking shelves and days lugging bricks, my hands blistered, while Chloe attended college, her tuition paid for by the same family that had abandoned me. The resentment has never left me. Not in 15 long years. And now, a day after the truth is revealed, they stand outside my door. When I drew back the curtain that morning and saw sunlight carving sharp lines across the blinds, I froze. My brother James's old truck, the rusted one he drove in high school, was parked at the curb. My mother stood beside it, resting against the hood. Her shoulders were slumped, and her arms were firmly wrapped about herself, as if she was bracing against more than just the chilly morning breeze. "Danny," she shouted, her raspy voice echoing across the street. "Danny, please open the door and let us talk," James said, his voice calmer but tinged with desperation. "You don't have to say anything. Just give us a few minutes. That's all we want." I remained in the hallway, gazing at the door, my fingers quivering as it approached the handle. For a brief moment, I wished to open it, go outside, and feel my mother's arms wrap around me like they had when I was a youngster. But then came the flashback. My father's eyes were full of fire as he labeled me a disgrace. The anger in Chloe's voice. My relatives whispered behind closed doors that I was a monster. Where were the voices then? I took a step back, my heart hammering. I would not respond. My mother's voice trembled as she tried again, tears spilling through her words. "Danny, it wasn't your fault. We know that now. Please don't shut us out." James opened the door. Not too hard, but enough to have the sound reverberate in my skull. "Danny, I beg you, don't let this be the end." I remained mute. I heard muffled weeping, shuffled footsteps, the bang of a truck door, and the roar of the engine as it rolled down the street. Only then did I allow myself to breathe, and what came out of my lungs was more bitter than air. I persuaded myself that was the end of it, and that I could resume my normal life. I was mistaken. Later that day, I arrived at the construction site where I work. Dust hung heavy in the air, and sunlight glinted off the steel beams. I'd rolled up my sleeves, perspiration soaking my back. When I heard it, it was James's voice. "Danny." I looked around, and there he was, standing in the center of the site, his face tired but resolute. The workers halted their work. Metal clanged to quiet, and drills sputtered and stalled. Every eye was on us. James came carefully, hands raised, as if he was scared I might flee. "I know you don't want me here, but I had to come. You don't understand how sorry I am. How sorry we all are." I clenched my teeth, my voice low and fierce. "You shouldn't be here." He continued to approach. "We were wrong. I was wrong. I should have stood by you. I should have fought for you. Instead, I stayed quiet while you lost everything. While you were 19 and begging us to believe you. I just stood there, and I'll regret it for the rest of my life." My crew shuffled uneasily, watching the heat rush through me, embarrassment and rage entwined. I turned aside and walked back to the house's half-built structure. James yelled, "Danny, don't do this. Just one conversation. That's all I'm asking." I paused, whirled around, and my words cut like glass. "One conversation. You had 15 years, James. 15 years while I clawed my way out of the dirt, while I slept in motels and worked myself bloody. You could have asked for one conversation then, but you didn't." His eyes shined as his lips parted, but I turned back and went away. Dust whirled around my boots, and behind me, stillness hung thick as stone. That night, news began to spread around the family. Chloe, previously known as the Golden Girl, was condemned in every whispered talk. Relatives who had previously praised her bravery mocked her name. They dubbed her a liar and a thief who drained their money for her studies while I struggled to make ends meet. The tide had changed, but it was too late for me to care. Chloe's world was disintegrating. Her son Max deteriorated in the hospital, his tiny body waging a hopeless struggle. Her spouse, Alex, couldn't take the falsehoods anymore. As a lawyer committed to the truth, he packed his things and departed, unwilling to stay in a house based on falsehood. Even though she had damaged me, I couldn't harden my heart against Max. He was innocent, a youngster caught up in the aftermath of his mother's falsehoods. That notion seared me from within. Calls poured in from uncles, aunts and cousins. Their comments are sickly sweet with remorse. We always had doubts. We never believed her, not fully. Lies, all of them. Where were these doubts when I was 19 and begging for a test? Where were they when I had to leave my school, my future, my life? And then came a shock. My email pinged that evening as I sat at my computer, the lamp's faint light throwing shadows. An email. The sender's name made my blood run cold. Uncle Richard is Chloe's father. My palms shook as I clicked it open. His comments were brief, yet they struck like a hammer. "Nathaniel, I know you have no reason to hear from me. I know the damage is irreversible, but you should know that your father left something for you in his will. I will not tell you what it is, but I beg you. Come home and see for yourself. If you want to go again later, no one will stop you." I sat back, my chest tight, my mind racing. My father, the guy who had dismissed me and refused to even look at me after Chloe's remarks, had left me something. Why was there guilt? A harsh reminder of what I'd lost. Was it anything else entirely? For the first time in 15 years I felt unsure. Should I go? Should I check what he left me? Should I let the past rot where it belongs? I don't have the solution yet. But I do know this. The narrative isn't over. And for all of you who have been following me thus far, I guarantee there will be more updates. Please like, comment, and subscribe to see more videos like this one. And just hitting the notification bell. You'll never miss a video. The first update concerns the falsehood that robbed my family. Driving back into the place I departed when I was 19 was like walking into an overexposed snapshot. Everything looked the same. Faded, washed-out stores, crumbling pavements, and the same rusty water towers standing vigil against the sky. I'd spent 15 years erecting barriers around me. I believed the walls would keep this place out of my life forever. But here I was, crossing an invisible boundary that I had promised myself I would never cross again. The air seemed thick, like if the town knew my past. My phone buzzed constantly on the seat behind me, the screen flashing with texts and missed calls from my mother and brother. "Danny, please pick up. We need to talk. Just give us a chance." The words gleamed on the glass, but I didn't pick up the phone. Every vibration felt like a knock on a locked door in my chest. I drove by the cafe where Chloe used to giggle with her companions while I walked by with my head down, burning beneath the steps. It was still there, with its neon sign shimmering in the twilight. And suddenly, as if fate were testing me, I heard my name. Danny. Nathaniel Hayes. I turned and froze. Tom Harris and Caleb Reed, two faces I hadn't seen since high school, were heading down the sidewalk toward me. They were once pals and teammates, the type of lads who pledged beneath the lights of Friday night that they would never desert one another. Tom paused a few steps away and scratched the back of his neck. His hair had thinned, his waistline had grown, but his eyes still conveyed the remorse I remembered from the night Chloe's lie destroyed me. "Man, I can't believe it's really you." Caleb shuffled nervously. "We heard you'd left town for good." "Danny, listen, we're sorry. Back then, when Chloe said what she said, none of us." He trailed off, shame heavy in his voice. "You didn't believe me." I concluded for him, my tone harsher than I had intended. Tom's jaw stiffened. "We should have. I knew it didn't feel right. We didn't want to get in the middle of it. Everyone was against you. We went along and we shouldn't have." I studied both. Watch how their wedding bands gleamed beneath the street lamps as they talked about their wives, children, and the small lives they'd made while I was struggling to survive 4 states away. Every word drove the chasm between us greater. I mustered a faint grin. "I'm glad it all worked out for you." I walked away, their voices following me down the street until they gave up. That evening, I met Uncle Richard in a little cafe on the outskirts of town. The aroma of coffee and fried food hung in the air, while the talk of residents echoed in the background. When I saw him, my chest clenched. He had gotten older, with largely gray hair and a slimmer body, yet his eyes retained a sadness that appeared to empty him out. When I approached, he stood and grabbed my hand with both of his. "Danny," he murmured. Quietly, as if he worried it would shatter. "I'm glad you came. I wasn't sure you would." I sat across from him, the weight of years pushing down. "Why did you reach out after everything?" His shoulders dropped. "Because someone has to tell you the truth about your father. He wasn't the man you remember at the end." Danny carried regret every single day. "He never stopped thinking about you." I felt the old rage stir. "He threw me out. He looked me in the eye and told me I wasn't his son anymore. He didn't even ask me if it was true." Bob's eyes clouded with sadness. "You're right. He failed you. But in his later years it tore him apart. He searched for you, Danny. He even hired a private investigator last year. He bought a plane ticket. He was going to see you, face you, beg your forgiveness." The word hit me like a hammer. My breath caught. "That's not possible." "It is," Bob muttered. "But a heart attack took him days before he was meant to leave. He died before he could make things right." I slapped a shaky hand on my face, my eyes blurred by the tears I couldn't stop. For years I convinced myself that my father despised me and died unaware of the reality. And now for the horrible twist. He hadn't loathed me by the end. He had wanted me back. My voice cracked. He never knew I was innocent. He died thinking I was guilty, but willing to forgive me anyway. Bob leaned across the table and squeezed my hand. Yes, he wanted peace. He wanted his family whole again, even if he couldn't undo the past. Then he drove me to the lawyer's office. The structure was tiny and brick-faced, with windows that glowed softly in the twilight. Inside, the lawyer sat across from us, a somber man with narrow spectacles and a file ready on his desk. He gently opened it, slipping documents toward me. "Your father made arrangements. He wanted you to have this, Nathaniel." My hands trembled while I read. A bank account with $300,000 saved and expanded throughout the years. Beyond there, a deed, A lakeside house, a sight I recalled as a youngster, where I used to run barefoot over the grass, the water glistening like liquid glass in the sun. My throat constricted, and tears flowed freely. My father, who had abandoned me, had left me this, a lifeline, an opportunity to start again. He died believing I was guilty. But Dad still wanted me to have a future and be connected to this family in some way. I buried my face in my hands, sobbing. He never knew the truth. He never knew what she did. Bob's voice was kind. He knew he loved you. That was enough for him in the end. That night, I couldn't stomach returning home. Instead, I sat in a tavern on the outskirts of town, the lights dimmed, the air dense with smoke and the whispers of strangers. A tumbler of whiskey remained untouched in front of me. I looked into it and saw not my mirror, but the boy I had once been, broken and sent out at 19. The scrape of a chair interrupted my thoughts. I turned and felt my chest constrict. It was Alex, Chloe's husband. His face was creased with tiredness, and his eyes were piercing with purpose. He drew closer, his voice calm but with a hint of urgency. I need the truth, Nathaniel. All of it. Tell me what she did. I met his gaze, as solid as steel. She lied. She ruined me. At 19 I had to drop out of school. I lost my family, my future. I left this town in disgrace while she went to college on their money. And for 15 years, the weight of her lie crushed me. Alex's jaw tightened, and his hands clenched against the bar. She destroyed everything for you, and she thought she'd never have to pay for it. His voice sank to a snarl. You can't let her walk away from this, Nathaniel. You need to hold her accountable for what she did. Sue her and drag her into court. Don't let her wreck your life, and then rebuild hers as if nothing happened. His words pierced me, triggering emotions I hadn't felt in years. The desire for justice, retaliation, and regaining what was stolen. Now, as I sit at my computer with the deed to the lake house beside me and the screen's glow lighting my face, I can hear Alex's voice ringing in my thoughts. For so long all I wanted was distance. But maybe distance is no longer enough. The narrative is far from done. And for those who are following along, I guarantee additional updates. The second update sees the mysteries finally being revealed. Sleep eluded me that night. I tossed and turned on the mattress of the half-renovated lake cottage. The ceiling fan clicked quietly above me, like a ticking clock that I could not stop. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw my father's expression. Lines deeper than I recalled, eyes clouded with the despair that had followed me to exile. He had gone to his grave believing I was guilty. That was the fact that choked me more than anything else. Another fact was making its way to the top. One of my cousins had been hiding for almost a decade. The storm broke the next afternoon. Gossip spread rapidly from the hospital halls, whispered by nurses, overheard by guests, and carried like wildfire across the little town. It came to me via a late-night message from an old high school friend, Matthew, whom I hadn't spoken with since I was 19. Dan, the note stated, you need to know this. She tested 7 men. 7. They eventually located the genuine father. I'm Halverson, the gym teacher. Can you believe it? I dropped the phone and stared into the dark light of the room, the name ringing in my head. Mr. Halverson, our gym instructor, the man who had yelled at me to sprint until my lungs burned, smiled at me when I struggled with the pull-up bar, and lived on the outskirts of town in that dismal house with peeling siding. My cousin had shattered my life by pointing a shaking finger at me despite the fact that she had always been with him. Rage, icy and suffocating, rushed through me. I remembered my father's face, my mother's angry remarks, and my brother's quiet. Everyone believed her. And all this time, the truth had been simmering below the surface. The next morning, I found myself in the office of Richard Crowley, a lawyer suggested by a former colleague. His office smelled of dust and leather, and the walls were lined with heavy volumes that had not been touched in years. He urged me to a chair and looked at me with piercing, searching eyes. Tell me everything, he asked. I did. Every information poured forth. The allegation, my family's treachery, the lover who fled, and the years of exile. Richard listened attentively, his pen scraping over a yellow legal pad. When I finished speaking, he leaned back and tapped his pen against the surface. Nathaniel, you have a case. This isn't just a personal tragedy. This is defamation, libel, and damages stretching over 15 years. Your cousin's lie cost you your education, your reputation, and your family. Now with the DNA evidence and the hospital gossip confirming the truth, we have leverage. A strong case. If you're willing to fight, I can help you." I gulped hard, my hands shaking. For the first time in years, I felt a fire inside me. Not just wrath, but purpose. I left his office and headed to the lake cottage, my father's final present. It appeared weary, as if waiting for someone to love it back to life. Cracked shutters hang freely. The porch steps sagged, and ivy climbed the walls as if it had taken control. I stood there, the key in my palm, talking into the still air. "You wanted me to have this, Dad. Maybe this is where it begins again." Renovating my home became my therapy. The smell of sawdust, the sensation of sandpaper polishing aged wood, and the gratifying thump of a hammer on nails. It kept me calm, but it also brought me face to face with spirits. One afternoon, I went to the local hardware shop to get paint and tools. And there she was, Laura, my ex. The girl who had once held my hand under the bleachers, promised me forever, and then dropped me like a stone when my cousin's falsehood poisoned the air. Her hair was short and nicely groomed, and a gold wedding band glistened on her hand as she rang up a customer. She halted for a second, gazing at me as if she'd seen a ghost. "Nathaniel." Her voice broke, the same voice that had once murmured love in my ear. I didn't know you were back." I clasped the goods in my hands, every muscle tense. "Laura," I said bluntly. She took a step closer, her eyes sparkling. "I'm so sorry for everything. I was 19. I didn't know what to believe, and I was scared. I should have stood by you, but I—" Her words became noise. The betrayal still stung too deeply. I dropped the products on the counter, slipped the cash over, and turned away. "Nathaniel, please," she pleaded, despair in her voice, but I walked away without looking back. My chest felt like it was collapsing in, but I refused to let her have the joy of seeing me crumble. That night, in the stillness of the study facing the dark lake, I unlocked my laptop. I had been carrying the weight of quiet for 15 years, but I was tired of hiding. My fingers trembled as I typed, describing every aspect of my trauma. The allegation, the exile, the years spent rebuilding my life while my cousin profited handsomely from my parents' guilt. I finished with the truth. The DNA test revealed that I was never the father. Then I pushed the publish button. By dawn, my phone had exploded. Notifications came in by the hundreds. Old classmates, who I hadn't heard from in years, were tagging, commenting, and sharing. "Nathaniel, I'm really sorry. We should have known better. You did not deserve this. She completely damaged your life and got away with it." Unbelievable. Even those who had formerly mocked at me in the corridor expressed regrets. Some tagged my cousin personally, demanding answers. Then I saw it. My younger brother James had said, "I'm sorry, Dan. I should have been there. I should have told you about Dad. I don't expect forgiveness." His words cut me like a razor. That evening, he arrived to the lake home. I saw him standing by my truck, the setting light throwing a golden shade across his face. He looked older, burdened down by remorse, and his voice was barely above a whisper. "Dan," he answered. "Please, can we talk?" I crossed my arms and tightened my chest. "What's left to say?" He gulped. I was a youngster too. I didn't know how to handle it. I accepted what everyone was saying. I thought, "You felt I was guilty." I snapped. "And instead of staying by me, you abandoned me. You let me to rot. Do you know what it's like to sleep in a vehicle at 19 because your family thinks you're a monster?" His eyes were filled with sorrow. "I regret it every single day. I swear I do, but I can't undo it." "You can't," I said coldly. "And you can't give me back what I've lost. My education, my father, and my life. You didn't even tell me he was dead. Do you know how much I hate you for that?" James's shoulders dropped. "I was wrong. I was a coward. I don't expect forgiveness, but please don't shut me out forever." I turned away from him, the agony in my chest terrible. "You're 15 years too late, James." I entered the home and shut the door. The stillness was terrible. My hands shook as I sat at my father's desk and opened the laptop once more. I had more to say. The world needed to hear. And as I typed, one thing ran through my head. This was not over. Definitely not. There will be further updates. Final update. Finally, justice was served. The courthouse was full, with every seat groaning from the weight of individuals who had formerly murmured about me, averted their heads as I passed, and crossed the street rather to meet my gaze. I could feel their glances on the back of my neck as I sat at the plaintiff's table, hands flat on the beautiful mahogany surface, throat dry, chest heaving with each breath. The study had been 2 weeks. I spent 2 weeks hearing my life examined in cold clinical terms. For 2 weeks, attorneys referred to me as the plaintiff, the accused turned victim, rather as Nathaniel Hayes, the guy. Claire avoided my eyes for 2 weeks. Her once sharp jaw dropped in embarrassment, and her husband sat stiffly at her side like a stranger. And now the moment had arrived. The judge's voice sounded out through the silence, calm and methodical. In the matter of Hayes versus Hayes, the jury finds in favor of the plaintiff, Nathaniel Hayes. The defendant was forced to pay $1.5 million in damages. Gasps echoed around the room. My knees almost crumbled under the table. I held the edge so firmly that my knuckles became white. The words had sunk into me like sunlight after years of darkness. I'd won. But it wasn't just about money. It was about being vindicated. It was about finally bringing the truth to light. Ms. Hayes, the judge added. You will also publish a public apology to Mr. Hayes acknowledging your false accusation and the damage it has caused. Claire stood slowly, her hands quivering as she unfolded a piece of paper and began speaking. I, Claire Hayes, fraudulently accused my cousin Nathaniel Hayes of fathering my kid, even though I knew he was not the father. My actions resulted in him being downed, losing his degree, family, and years of his life. I genuinely regret the pain I caused him. Her words rang around the chamber, thin and brittle. No one applauded. No one expressed compassion. They merely looked, their judgment as solid as stone. Claire's voice cracked with the final phrase, and her head bowed low. When she glanced up, her spouse had left. Robert had slipped out of the courtroom before she could begin. When the judge dismissed us, I rose, my legs shaky and my pulse racing. As I went out of the courthouse, the spring air hit me hard. The crowd outside dispersed, and there they were. My family. My mother stood in front of me, her hands knotted as if she were keeping herself together. Her face was pale and her lips trembled. Behind her James hovered, his face filled with shame, his gaze locked on me. Nathaniel, my mother said, edging closer. Nathaniel. Please. I came to a stop right before her, the courthouse doors still slamming shut behind me. The air smelled vaguely like cut grass and automobile exhaust, but I could only taste bitterness. You threw me out, I said, my voice angry but firm. 19 years old. I beg you to believe me, and you call me a liar. You didn't just turn your back, you kicked me out. Do you have any idea what that did to me? Her face collapsed, and tears flowed freely. We were scared. We thought. You thought I was guilty. I snapped. And instead of standing by me, you destroyed me. You let me starve. You let me freeze. I was a boy, Mom. Your boy. Her shoulders trembled from sobbing, but I felt no relief. Only the empty agony of years lost. James moved forward. Dan. He spoke quietly. I should have been your brother. I should have told you about Dad. I should have been there. I turned on him, my words burning and searing. You weren't. You stayed. You kept your head down while I fought to survive. You sat at the dinner table while I was sleeping in my car. You didn't even tell me when he died. My voice cracked. Do you know how much I hate you for that? He flinched as though I had hit him. I know, he muttered. And I'm sorry every day. I'm sorry. I shake my head. You're 15 years too late. The quiet between us was agonizing. I turned aside and walked past them both, my chest tight and my breathing ragged. Chloe's life rapidly crumbled after that. Alex filed for divorce within a month, and their custody fight was ugly. The truth of her falsehoods, the public apologies, and the harm she had inflicted all came tumbling down. Ultimately, the judge gave Alex full custody of Oliver. Witnessing her breakdown in court was like witnessing a house of cards crash, unavoidable and permanent. Oliver's procedure was successful. I paid him a visit in the hospital shortly after. The aroma of antiseptic lingered in the air, and the repetitive beeping of machinery broke the calm. He looked pallid and smiled faintly, his little hand grasping an action figure. "Hi," I replied quietly, drawing up a chair. "I'm Nathaniel, your cousin." He looked at me attentively. "My dad says you're good." "Are you?" The question nearly destroyed me. I swallowed hard. "I try to be," I explained. "And if you ever need someone, you can call me anytime." His eyes brightened and he nodded. For a brief time, the years of bitterness faded. I relocated my construction company back home, spending the losses in expansion. New trucks, new equipment, and new contracts. The social media post that began as a cry for justice became the cornerstone of my future. People wanted to see me succeed. Jobs flooded in, and within a year, my firm was one of the most reputable in the state. I drove past the lake house one evening, the porch lights shining brightly against the water. I thought about my father. He didn't survive to see me vindicated, but his dying gift gave me the opportunity to rebuild. I muttered into the darkness, "I'm trying, Dad. I'm really trying." Chloe, meanwhile, became a pariah. In town, she went by the moniker Poison. She lost her position at the legal firm. Her friends stopped calling, and her relatives murmured her name in hatred. She went through the streets, her head lowered. The once proud woman is reduced to murmurs and pitying looks. As for me, I began therapy. The first session was difficult. I sat stiffly on the chair, looking at the clean clock ticking on the wall, the aroma of lavender thick in the air. But gradually, I began to process the years of wrath, sadness, and shame. Slowly, I started to heal. My family is calling me rather frequently right now. I let the phone ring before responding, keeping talks brief and polite. I wasn't prepared to sit across from them. Wasn't prepared to share a table or a meal. But I said, baby steps. It was the first time in 15 years that I wasn't defined by a falsehood. I wasn't the boy who was kicked out. I was Nathaniel Hayes, a guy who had endured, fought back and succeeded. My sister faked Grandpa's health, stole his inheritance, and used lies to keep me away, until the truth was exposed in court and shattered her world. I never imagined I'd be the man publishing one of these. Yet here I am. Let's just say that my family managed to make greed into a full-time career, and I was the only one who didn't participate. What began as a way to aid the family quickly devolved into falsehoods, fake documents, and a will that changed everything. I walked away once, but when they crossed the line again, I resolved to complete what they began. This time, the correct way. I, Ethan, a 30-year-old boy, grew up in a family where favoritism was not veiled. It was a tradition. Madison, my 31-year-old sister, represented the family's future. And I was a supporting character who existed to make her seem nice. She could burn toast and yet be considered clever. I could fix the dishwasher, and I was somehow bragging. When I got older and started working, the guilt trips started. My parents used this phrase for the entire family. It sounded noble until I understood it meant my salary was for their benefit. Ethan, your sister is still finding her way. Can you assist her with the rent? Ethan, we are short this month. Can you cover the bills? Ethan, we are arranging a family trip to Miami. So, you can't come, but you'll help, right? I went along with it for a while, mainly out of habit. That is what occurs when you are raised to believe that you must earn affection. But one night, when my father told me I owed them for raising me, something inside me simply shut down. I did not shout. I did not argue. I just looked at him and said, "You're correct. I owe you nothing now." Then I packed up, moved my work to another branch out of state, and vanished from their life. Cutting them off was not retaliation. It was about survival. My grandparents, Henry and Evelyn Cole, were the only people who gave a damn about me. I spent the most of my childhood summers at their property. Grandpa was a retired engineer who felt that with patience and duct tape, everything could be mended. He had a workshop behind the barn that resembled a crazy scientist's garage. Half tools, half pandemonium. But he dubbed it the Henry Cole Innovation Center, as if it were NASA's backup lab. For an elderly man with a toolbox, the projects were wild. Solar-powered irrigation pumps constructed from scrap metal, handmade soil moisture sensors, and a Frankenstein contraption that transformed agricultural waste into fertilizer pellets. He did not worry about money. He cared about concepts that would make people's life simpler. As a youngster, I'd sit on a stool next to him and doodle ideas on scrap paper while he described everything in clear English. People think farming is luck, he'd add, tightening bolts with his large worn hands. It's just engineering with dirt. I was fascinated. I started carrying my own small notebooks, charting rainfall, designing pump designs, and asking silly questions that he always replied as if they were brilliant. Those summers gave me more problem-solving skills than any degree could. One night, I recall sitting outside the workshop. The sky was clear and the air smelled like hay and engine oil. Grandpa, wiping oil off his hands, continued. One day, this will all be yours. You'll make it bigger, smarter, and better. I assumed he was joking. I was 16 and had no idea he meant it literally. When I reached my mid-20s, work took over. I grew busy, traveled around a lot, and life became that pattern in which you blink and 6 years had passed. I continued to contact the ranch from time to time, but the phone number eventually stopped functioning. They had moved the ranch line, and I had no idea. I suspected they had removed the landline. I texted my mom and asked for Grandma's new phone number. 4 days later, she responded with a reply that may have been created by an automated system. They are now in a care home. They do not want guests. Instead of dwelling on the past, you should focus on your own life. They're also upset in you because you abandoned the family. There are no images or addresses, just that. I tried sending letters, tiny presents, and even asking old neighbors whether they had heard anything. Nothing came back. Every dead end made me feel a bit stupider for trying. I'd imagine Grandpa sitting at that workbench, discussing something about gears or sunshine, and wonder if he assumed I'd disappeared. Months stretched into years, and I finally stopped asking. It was not giving up. It was self-defense. You can only pound on a closed door so many times until you realize it isn't yours to unlock. Then, one afternoon, while I was wrapping up an assignment at work, my phone rang with an unfamiliar number. Normally, I ignore those, but something compelled me to answer. Is this Ethan Cole? A man's voice inquired. Yeah, I said warily. I'm phoning about Henry Cole. I'm sad to inform you that your grandfather passed away last week. I said nothing. I just sat there, gazing at the wall. The man started babbling about arrangements, a reading, and some paperwork I needed to sign, but my mind went blank. My initial thought was not sadness. It was fury, not at Grandpa, but at my parents. Because if what that lawyer said was correct, it meant they had lied about everything. They told me he was in a home, that he didn't want to see me, and that I was the one who left them. Now he was gone, and I never had the opportunity to tell him the truth. The man closed the conversation by giving me an address that I was all too familiar with. The ranch. This is where I used to spend entire summers making garbage machines with the one guy who ever believed in me. For the first time in years, I was returning home. The trip to the ranch seemed longer than it used to. The ranch looked largely the same. I parked, waited for a few seconds, and tried to be ready for whatever was waiting inside. When the door opened, I was not greeted with warmth. This was Grandma's voice. So, you finally showed up. Her tone was harsher than I expected. She appeared older, thinner, and sharper all at once. The same gray eyes, but this time they were carrying something heavy behind them. Hi, Grandma, I responded with a little grin. I came as soon as I heard. She crossed her arms. You didn't come when he was alive. That stings. I tried, I said gently. I called. I sent an SMS. I even mailed letters. No one ever told me what was going on. Her eyes narrowed. Do not lie to me, Ethan. Henry calls you every week. Each week. And you never responded. This threw me off guard. He called me? She turned and entered the living room without waiting for a response. I followed her. Everything inside looked the same. Same images, same furnishings, yet the atmosphere felt different. Heavy. She approached the ancient phone table and took out a little spiral notebook, its corners crumpled and yellowed. This, she added as she turned the pages, is the number he dialed every time until the day he couldn't anymore. I snatched it from her. The handwriting was unmistakably Grandpa's, sloppy yet confident. But the number was not mine. Not even close. I gazed at it for a long moment. This isn't my number, I said. It never was. Her face faltered for the first time. What? I've had the same phone number since high school, I responded, bringing out my phone to show her. Look, I even texted Mom, asking for your contact information. She informed me that you were both in a care facility and did not want visitors. Grandma's mouth moved slightly, as if she wanted to say something but couldn't. She slid into the recliner, grasping the edge of the notepad as if it were confirmation of something that no longer made sense. They told us you changed your number, she eventually said. That you said you didn't want to be bothered, that you were ashamed. I laughed. Not because it was humorous, but because it was too absurd to comprehend. Are you ashamed of whom? You and Grandpa were the only ones to ever believe in me. Her gaze flew to the window, caught somewhere between amazement and rage. Henry called you from that phone once a week, sometimes twice. When you didn't respond, he'd sit on the porch and remark, maybe you were too busy. Perhaps it was a good thing. I instructed him to come when he was ready. I massaged my cheek. He died thinking I didn't care. She didn't respond. For a few minutes, stillness spoke for itself. Neither of us moved. I just stood there gazing at the notebook as if it had the entire truth. Everything fell into place in between the bogus number and the fake tale about the care facility. My parents did not simply lie to me. They lied to both parties. They created a wall between us so cleanly that we each assumed the other did it. Grandma eventually glanced up, her voice calm. Who told you about the will reading? The attorney. He called me directly. Good, she murmured, putting the notepad down. Then you'll be here when they show up. I frowned. Who are they? Your parents, she replied bluntly. And Madison. The sound of her name alone caused my jaw to stiffen. Are they coming here? They were going to come anyway, she explained. But now I want them here. Every single one of them. I watched her approach the phone and pick it up. Her palm trembled slightly as she dialed the phone, but her voice remained solid. It's me, she said when someone answered. Yes, tomorrow at noon. Bring Madison. She stopped. No, I am not asking. You will come. She hung up and stared at me. They think they're coming for the will reading, she murmured. But they're coming for something else too. I raised an eyebrow. Are you planning anything? Not planning, she responded calmly. Finishing what they started. I didn't inquire what she meant. I did not need to. Whatever was about to happen, I could tell it was going to burn years of falsehoods to the ground. For the first time since I went through that door, I caught a glimpse of the old grandma, the one who used to stand behind Grandpa in that workshop, obstinate and keen. I nodded. All right, I said gently. Let's end this right. She didn't grin, but something about her countenance relaxed somewhat. He would have wanted you here. Tomorrow was not only a will reading. Payback day has arrived. I got up early, before the sun even reached the windows. Grandma was already in the kitchen, brewing coffee as if she hadn't slept either. She seemed different today, colder, sharper, and more focused. Sleep? I asked. I didn't try, she said, pouring coffee into 3 glasses. We've got a lot to get through before they show up. When I was 10, Grandpa and I sat at the same table and worked on arithmetic problems. No small chat, just the facts. They lied for years, Grandma said. They told us you were ashamed of us, that you didn't want to be tied to farm people. I nodded slowly. They told me you were both too unwell to have guests. You said you didn't want to see me. Her jaw stiffened. Your granddad quit eating right about then. He kept repeating, he'll come around. He just needs time. I slumped back in my chair. They are expert liars. They probably had a tale prepared for each query. They did, she answered. They told everyone you fled to pursue money. You stated that you were embarrassed by your grandfather's little workshop. I laughed, short and dry. Yeah, because God forbid anyone think I admired the only man in this family who actually worked for something. Her gaze softened. I believed them for a while, she told me. Not because I wanted to, because they made it sound so certain. I did not blame her. Manipulation was my parents' first language. By lunchtime, the driveway was crunching with tires. I peered out the window and noticed the identical automobile they used to drive to family meals I hadn't been invited to. Madison was the first to walk out, wearing fancy sunglasses, bright red heels, and a perpetual expression of gratitude to the world. My parents followed, Dad still in his nice casual clothes and Mom seeming to be modest. Let them in, Grandma replied, her voice composed but laden. The door opened, and the air altered immediately. My mother's phony grin looked to be scripted. Ethan, she whispered, her voice sweet enough to ruin teeth. You really came? Yeah, I said bluntly. Miracle, correct? Dad offered me a courteous nod. Good to see you, son. Can't say the same, I said. Madison did not bother faking. Wow, you look average, she observed, glancing up and down. Guess city life didn't make you rich after all. I grinned. Guess family life didn't make you decent. Her jaw twitched, but she did not react. They strode into the living room as if they owned it. Mom sat down first, crossing her legs. I'm glad you're here, Ethan. Today is crucial. We'll finally have some closure. Closure? I repeated. Is this what we call greed now? Dad disregarded it. You see, your grandfather's inheritance is tricky. We have been managing things carefully. Madison will, of course, receive her fair portion. I looked at him. Her share is what exactly? He leaned back as if explaining something to a kid. About 12 million, according to the last draft he gave me some years ago. We will manage the rest. You have your own life, right? You can create something for yourself. There it was, the family slogan. Take everything, leave nothing, and explain it with a grin. Grandma remained silent throughout, watching like a referee who had already chosen who would be ejected from the game. Madison leaned forwards, arrogant. You shouldn't be here, Ethan. You made your decision when you ran away. Grandpa was disappointed, you know. Funny, I remarked. I heard he spent his final days contacting a bogus number to attempt to reach me. Who gave him the number again? The hush that ensued was piercing. Mom's grin cracked first. Ethan, you're being dramatic. No, I said, cutting her off. You're being predictable. Dad cleared his throat. Let us keep polite. The lawyer will handle everything once he comes. Oh, I'm sure he will, Grandma remarked abruptly, her voice cutting through the tension. Everyone turned to face her. Despite her age, she rose up carefully and straight. Mr. Bennett will be here shortly. You'll all be here too. Madison frowned. Why? The will is already straightforward. Grandma smiled for the first time that day. We'll see about that. They were perplexed, but I noticed the gleam in her eyes. The same one Grandpa used to get just before proving everyone wrong. Madison stood up, irritated. We didn't drive all the way here to be insulted. Then leave, Grandma said quietly. But if you do, don't come back. That effectively silenced her. Dad stood, fixing his shirt as if he still had control of the room. We are here. We just want this settled. Good, Grandma said. It's time the truth got settled too. They went outdoors to cool down, and Madison gave me one final look. Don't think showing up changes anything, she retorted. I wouldn't dream of it, I said. You're doing a great job ruining things without me. Grandma sighed softly and looked at me. You handled that well. I've had practice, I explained. She sat back down, looking sleepy again. They think today is about money, she said softly. It's about exposure, I muttered. She offered a little nod. Your grandfather would be proud of you. I stood by the window, watching their automobile go down the street. The ranch seemed quiet again, but not lonely. It was the type that occurs before a storm. Today, I spoke quietly. We finish this. A knock came on the door. Grandma did not flinch. She just gave me a glance that indicated, it is time. I opened it to see Mr. Bennett, the family lawyer, dressed in a black suit and clutching a briefcase. He'd been handling Grandpa's business for decades, and he wasn't one to waste words or time. Inside, the living room was already set up. My parents were on the couch, Madison browsing through her phone, like she didn't want to know what she had just acquired. Mom made her typical false worry expression. Dad had the serene, confident expression he always had before a business triumph. Good afternoon, Mr. Bennett stated. Thanks for coming. Let us get started. He opened his briefcase, took out a hefty document, and set it on the table. The sound of the lock clicking shut rang across the room as a warning. As stated in the last will and testament of Henry Cole, his voice started. His voice sounded calm and professional, the type of tone that does not sway under pressure. To my beloved wife, Evelyn Cole, I leave our family home and a lifetime financial provision for her comfort and care. Grandma gave a little nod. She was already aware of that portion. Mr. Bennett said, to my granddaughter Madison Cole, I leave. Madison leaned forward, smiled, and vibrated in her seat. The Pine Hollow cabin, as further detailed in my accompanying letter, executed alongside this will and incorporated by reference as part of it. Her grin slipped somewhat, but she didn't realize it yet. And to my grandson, Ethan Cole. Everyone's gaze was on me. I leave the Henry Cole Innovation Center, including all equipment, property, intellectual rights, and any ongoing projects funded under my sponsorship. The air thickened. Madison's eyebrows furrowed. Mom blinked. Dad's jaw clenched slightly as he maintained his corporate poker look. Mr. Bennett then took out a sealed envelope from the folder, with yellowed edges and Grandpa's handwriting on the front, to be read after the will. He added that the letter was written and attested on the same day as the will, therefore it was a legal codicil. This, he informed me, was left under strict instruction to be read aloud to everyone present. He gently opened it, unfolding the paper. The quiet was so intense that I could hear the wind striking the windows. To my family, if you're hearing this, it means I'm gone, and there are things I need to say that I couldn't while I was alive. Mom moved uneasily. Madison rolled her eyes as if it were a nuisance. I'm aware of the lies, the phone number, rumors about care homes and humiliation. All of it. I know Ethan attempted to contact me. I know who stopped him. Mom's face became pale at this point. You assumed I'd die without knowing, but I'm not as simple to deceive as you imagined. I've spent my life preaching honesty and hard work, and I refuse to let greed obliterate that. So I rewrote my will. Mr. Bennett looked up briefly before continuing to read. Ethan Cole now owns the remainder of my estate, excluding Evelyn's home and the Pine Hollow cabin. He is the only one who understands what it takes to construct anything from the ground up. Let him carry it on. Madison's voice crackled. What? That cannot be true. Aside from Evelyn, Madison will receive the cabin in Pine Hollow. It's little. It is old. But it is honest. Consider it a reminder of how much greed costs. When the letter concluded, the quiet seemed nearly violent. Then Madison burst. This is insane. He would not do that. She pointed to me. You manipulated him in some way. I did not move. Yeah, I must have done that while living 3 states away. Mom slapped her palm upon the table. Stop it, Ethan. You've already set the family against each other. Is this what you intended, to shame us? I returned her look. You've embarrassed yourself. All I did was show up. Dad tried to intervene, his voice low and calm. Let us be grown-ups here. This can be settled. Reasonably. Divide the assets equitably. You do not need everything, Ethan. Be smart about it. I leaned back with arms crossed. Being clever would have entailed not fabricating phone numbers and lying to your dying father. I'm just cleaning up the mess. Grandma eventually stood. Her voice was not loud, but it had weight. Enough. Everyone froze. I sat here and listened to you twist the truth for years, she told me. Henry eventually saw through it, and now I do as well. You lied to me. You lied to him and used Madison as a tool. Madison's face flushed hot. Grandma, you don't understand. I understand perfectly, Grandma interjected. You mistook manipulation for love. I simply regret that Henry left you anything at all. Mom's lips shook, but wrath overcame guilt. You can't talk to us like that. I can, Grandma said confidently. And I will. You are not welcome at this house. Not now, not ever. Don't anticipate a dime from my will either. That did it. Mom's phony dignity was broken. She stepped up and said something about legal action. Dad followed, attempting to save what little pride he had left. Madison stormed out last, her shoes clacking on the floor like gunshots. The door slammed. The sound lasted, then faded into silence. Grandma sat back down, breathing deeply. Well, she eventually said. That's done. I breathed for the first time in what felt like all day. Are you okay? She nodded. Better than I've been in years. Outside I saw their automobile disappear down the road, exactly as previously. Only this time, it did not hurt. For the first time in my life, their departure represented serenity. It lasted around 5 days. Then Mr. Bennett phoned. His voice was firm, but with that cautious tone that attorneys employ when they are about to deliver terrible news. Ethan, he explained, your parents launched a legal challenge. They are contesting the will. I expected it, I explained. What I didn't expect was the angle. They say your grandfather was not mentally healthy when he signed it. They supplied medical records with diagnoses of schizophrenia, dementia, and cognitive decline, all dated 8 months before his death. I tightened my grasp on the phone. That is impossible. He was smart as always. Grandma says he was still developing solar devices in his workshop last year. I know, Mr. Bennett said. However, the documents appear plausible. We'll have to show they're false. The calm I'd gained had evaporated. That night, Grandma and I sat at the dining table, bundles of documents strewn out between us. The worry had rested on her shoulders, like a weight she had previously carried. They'll destroy themselves doing this, she remarked calmly. They already have, I said. Now they're just trying to drag us down too. The next day, Grandma decided to summon them to reason, she stated. I was not optimistic. I sat alongside her when she phoned Dad's number on speakerphone. Hello? His tone was curt, as if this were business. Thomas, Grandma said, I saw what you filed. This is low, even for you, Mother, he stated calmly. We're just protecting the family legacy. Henry wasn't thinking clearly as last year. You remarked to yourself, your memory has been going too. We can't rely on that will. Grandma froze. What have you just said? Do you forget things? Mom's voice joined in. She must have been on speaker as well. You once told me that you couldn't find your reading glasses for 3 days. We are not assaulting you. We are worried. That's not memory loss, Grandma answered, trembling. That's life. Dad sighed heavily. We're trying to accomplish this gently. You and Ethan may prevent humiliation by agreeing to split things fairly. I cut in. You mean give everything back to Madison? Dad did not skip a beat. You're overreacting. Grandma abruptly stopped the call. Her hands trembled slightly as she lowered her phone. They're trying to make me doubt myself, she said quietly. They've been doing that for years, I said. This time, we don't let them win. The following morning, Mr. Bennett arrived with copies of the faked reports. They seemed official, stamped, signed, and even had a forged neurologist's signature. If I hadn't known any better, I would have believed them. They went all in, he remarked, placing the folder on the table. Everything was fake, including hospital letterhead and doctor's notes. If we can't disprove it, the estate transfer could take months or cost us everything, I mumbled. That night, I was unable to sleep. Around midnight, I took a flashlight and went to Grandpa's office. The workshop smelled the same: wood polish, oil, dust, and old papers. His desk was still the way he liked it, with blueprints arranged on the left and mechanical pencils neatly lined up on the right. I began opening drawers, receipts, patents, and notebooks filled with designs. Nothing medical. Then I spotted the lockable file cabinet beneath the workstation. The keys were still hanging on a nail beside the window. Grandpa is a classic figure. Inside, folders were labeled by year. I selected the one labeled 2025 and began flicking through it. Halfway through, I discovered it. A sealed package bearing a hospital emblem and Grandpa's name. When I opened it, I froze. Inside were the actual medical documents, signed by Dr. Whitaker, the same doctor who had treated Grandpa for years. The publications featured cognitive test results from barely 3 months before his death. Each line stated, patient alert, mentally sound, no cognitive impairment. I laughed, part relief, half astonishment. You beautiful old man, I said. Grandpa had kept everything. The next morning, I scanned each page and created 5 backups: cloud, flash drive, and physical printouts. I was not taking risks. When I showed them to Mr. Bennett, his reaction said volumes. This is gold. The hospital stamp and signature are all verified. Good, I responded, because they're not going to stop. Grandma appeared stronger again. Henry used to declare that paper beats talk every time. Looks like he was correct. Yeah, I said. And this time, we're going to make them eat their own paperwork. 2 days later, Mr. Bennett filed a counterclaim, attaching the actual records. Within hours, the court sought proof from the hospital. The confirmation came back quickly. My parents' reports were faked, with digitally changed signatures. Mr. Bennett grinned when he called me. They're cornered now. When the fraud report is submitted, it's finished. Good, I said. Let them finally face the mirror they built. I turned over to see Grandma seated in Grandpa's old rocker, the sun shining through the window behind her. For weeks I'd watched her overcome with uncertainty. She appeared to be back in control. "They almost got me," she said gently. "Almost doesn't count," I said. "They underestimated you and Grandpa." She offered a faint, pleased smile. "And you?" That night, I returned the original documents to the same cabinet, locked it, and hung the key where Grandpa used to keep it. For the first time, I realized why he had kept everything. He was skeptical of discussion. He believed proof. And so did I. By the end of the week, Mr. Bennett had launched a comprehensive civil complaint against my parents for fraud and document forgery. He did not sugarcoat it. "We're not settling quietly this time," he told me. "They crossed a line that can't be talked away." The court went faster than I anticipated. The proof was too strong to ignore. Grandpa's original medical papers, digital timestamps, and the forged reports my parents had filed. The hospital promptly confirmed that the documents they utilized were not simply changed. They were completely contrived. Even the alleged doctor's signature belonged to someone who had retired 7 years before the dates listed. When Mom and Dad received the notice, they appeared in court looking like ghosts of their former selves. Gone were the costly clothing and arrogant swagger. Madison, who generally dresses like she's strolling a red carpet, arrived up in simple jeans and an ill-fitting coat. The judge did not waste time. He reviewed the facts, glanced at their attorney, and asked a single question. "Do your clients deny falsifying medical records?" Their attorney hesitated. Mom attempted to intervene, saying something about misunderstanding, but the judge cut her off quickly. "This is not a family argument. This is forgery." After a brief hearing, the judge announced that he will make a written decision the same day. By that afternoon, the order had been issued. The fabricated reports were found false, and the challenge against Grandpa's will was dropped indefinitely. The judge ordered that they pay all court expenses and legal fees, levied fines for filing fake documents, and sent the forgery to the county prosecutor for review. Madison started crying outside the courthouse. Dad stood next to her, looking at the concrete. Mom attempted to appear collected, but as she turned to face me, her voice trembled. "You didn't have to humiliate us like this," she stated gently. I kept my voice quiet. "You have embarrassed yourself. I simply made sure everyone saw it." Dad eventually glanced up, his eyes weary and sunken. "We were desperate," he mumbled. "I lost everything, Ethan. Investments and savings were gone. The inheritance was all we had left. I just needed time." I didn't feel angry anymore. Only disdain. "So you ruined Grandpa's reputation for money? You caused him to die under the impression that I had abandoned him. You caused Grandma to question her sanity. So you want sympathy?" He did not react. Mom attempted to reach out and touch my arm, but I backed back. "You made me the villain in Grandpa's story," I complained. "Now live with it." They departed in quiet. Madison did not even glance at me. The news traveled quicker than anyone imagined. Court papers are public, and local journalists like stories of family fortunes gone awry. Within days, stories appeared. Online. Couple found falsifying medical documents in estate dispute. A local family is accused of lying to inherit the engineer's legacy. Their formerly immaculate reputation was ruined overnight. Dad lost his consultancy clients. Mom's charity board removed her name off their website. Madison, who managed a small event planning company, began losing sponsors and clients. Nobody wants to work with folks who are known as scams. Grandma saw it as a sign of closure. She went to the final hearing with her head held high, wearing Grandpa's old watch. When the judge read the verdict, she didn't say anything but nodded and grabbed my hand. Afterward, we met with Mr. Bennett to execute the asset transfer. He gave me a folder. "The Innovation Center is officially yours now," remarked the administrator. "Everything Henry built, patents, land, research rights, all under your name." It did not feel like triumph. It felt like duty. Over the following 3 months, I dedicated myself to restoring the Henry Cole Innovation Center. The place was full of promise, but it had been basically inactive since Grandpa's health deteriorated. I assembled a small team of engineers, students, and a few local farmers who had known Grandpa for years. We began rebuilding his older designs, modernizing the solar irrigation system, and automating the water recycling devices. Every blueprint I touched made me think of his voice. "Engineering with dirt, Ethan. That is all it is." Grandma would come once a week and watch us work from the shaded porch while drinking tea. "He'd be proud of this," she'd remark every time, as if it were a reality rather than a source of comfort. By spring, the Innovation Center had teamed with 3 agricultural institutions to provide research funds. It was no longer merely a workshop, it had regained life. Meanwhile, my folks vanished off the local radar. The house they owned went up for sale. They were said to have relocated into a modest apartment outside of town. Madison attempted to recreate herself online, posting encouraging quotations about family forgiveness and moving on, but no one bought it. Grandma made no secret of her position. During a local interview on the center's reopening, a reporter inquired if she intended to reconcile with the family. She stared straight at the camera and answered, "No, some bridges aren't meant to be rebuilt." 8 months later, I relocated Grandma to a new house near the Innovation Center, a peaceful, bright space with large windows overlooking the hills. Her former house was too full of memories, both positive and negative. She decided to sell the old ranch house, claiming it was time to let go of walls that had heard far too many falsehoods. She grinned as she went through the door. "Feels lighter here," she added. "Yeah," I responded. "No ghosts allowed." For the first time, everything felt perfect. No phone calls, no lies, and no wait from individuals who claim to love us only when it benefits them. That night, when the sun set, I wandered outside the center. The workshop lights gleamed warmly through the windows, and buzzing machinery within continued what Grandpa had begun. Legacy was not about money. It was not about inheritance, vengeance, or even victory. It was about what remained after the falsehoods. Standing there, I recognized something basic. I didn't just inherit what Grandpa constructed. I inherited the reason he constructed it. 3 months of quiet. That's how long they waited before trying something new. I was in the Innovation Center when a co-worker showed me a Facebook post. It was my mother's expression. The same trained grin and concerned tone she used when lying through her teeth. The caption stated, "Our son took everything from us. Please help us keep Grandma Evelyn safe from manipulation and mistreatment." A link to the GoFundMe page was attached. The description said that the money would go toward Grandma's care, yet the payment account was in my father's name. They also utilized old images of Grandma from before Grandpa died, making her appear feeble and bewildered. Within a few hours, others began spreading it. Comments flooded in from distant relatives, church pals, and longtime neighbors. "How awful," one exclaimed. "Can't believe Ethan would do that." I didn't respond. I knew better. Arguing with liars online only helps them. But Grandma noticed it that night. She was browsing through her iPad in her room when I heard her say, "You've got to be kidding me." She invited me in, showed me the page, and added, "They've really lost it." She gazed at the screen for a long time, her jaw tightening. "They think I'm some prop for their pity show," she finally said. Then she put her tea down. "Okay, they want attention. Let us give them some." The next morning, Grandma requested me to place her phone on a little tripod. There was no script or elaborate lighting, just her sitting on the porch with the wind in her hair. She took a big breath, looked directly at the camera and stated, "My name is Evelyn Cole. I am not sick, I am not perplexed, and I am surely not being duped. My son and wife have lied to you. The GoFundMe they created is not for my benefit. It's for their greed." She didn't raise her voice once, remaining calm, steady, and almost surgical. "They falsified my husband's medical documents. They attempted to grab what was not theirs. They are now seeking passers-by for compassion. If you gave, request a refund. Do not allow fraudsters profit from family falsehoods." She finished with a single sentence that hit harder than anything else. "My grandson did not accept the money. He has won our faith. That's something my son never accomplished." She stared at me after pushing the upload button. "That should do it." Within hours, it detonated. Her video traveled quicker via local organizations than their GoFundMe campaign did. People left comments such, "This is the real Grandma, can't believe they lied about her." By that evening, GoFundMe donations had dwindled to nothing. The comment area became into a battleground. Dozens more people requested refunds, naming GoFundMe's fraud department. A local reporter even covered the story. Elderly woman exposes family's fake fundraiser in viral video. By the next morning, the campaign was permanently shut down. The family's page disappeared, but screenshots remained elsewhere. Madison attempted damage management by releasing a disclaimer that Grandma was being influenced by outsiders. But this simply made matters worse. Someone uploaded a video showing her ranting at a donor in public, claiming that this was going to cure things. It got viral on TikTok. When the dust had settled, Grandma sat back on the porch to watch the sunset. "You didn't even have to say a word," she replied, drinking her tea. "They handled their own downfall." I grinned. "You're getting good at this." She giggled quietly. Maybe a little late in life, but better late than never. For the first time, the resulting quiet was light. It was serene. A week later, I strolled into the lab, which was now humming with new interns and projects. The Innovation Center was growing, thanks to donors who believed in something substantial. Madison and my parents preserved the Pine Hollow cabin, which was simple, honest, and just what Grandpa intended them to have. On my desk was Grandpa's antique pocket watch, its silver case catching the morning sun. I could almost hear him remark, "See, Ethan, engineering requires dirt and patience." I did not win by shouting or yelling. I triumphed by being cool and allowing the truth do its work. And this time, the entire globe witnessed it.